We read one day, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But if a man doesn't have a job or an income, he has neither life nor liberty and the possibility for the pursuit of happiness. He merely exists. Estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home. The other thing I want you to understand is this, that it didn't cost the nation 1 penny to integrate lunch counters. It didn't cost the nation 1 penny to guarantee the right to vote. But now we are dealing with issues that cannot be solved without the nation spending billions of dollars and undergoing a radical redistribution of economic power. Yeah. All labor has dignity. Yes. But you're doing another thing. You are reminding not only Memphis, but you are reminding the nation that it is a crime for people to live in this rich nation and receive starvation wages. America's opportunity to help bridge the gulf between the haves and the have-nots. And the question is whether America will do it. There's nothing new about poverty. What is new is that we now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty. The real question is whether we have the will.
Here in downtown LA, it seems the crowd is now throwing explosive fireworks towards the federal troops that are positioned around City Hall. Explosions are taking place, as you can hear behind me. Cars are going by throwing explosives at protesters. It's not clear who is in the cars, but they are throwing explosives at the protesters.
All right, we're here in downtown Los Angeles, and as you can see, the crowds of people who came out to protest Donald Trump are still largely here in mass. Now, the protests that happened today are to coincide with Donald Trump's birthday and the military parade that is taking place. Many feel that a military parade on the president's birthday is a sign of authoritarianism. They came out to protest, the banner call being "No Kings." No Kings is the theme of the protest. Now, today's demonstrations come as there was just a political killing that took place in Minnesota. Lawmakers were gunned down, and the country is reacting to a political killing, a political assassination that happened in Minnesota. Many people are quite upset by that. Now, it's important to note there are, at this point, federal troops here that have been deployed. President Donald Trump deployed federal troops to California in response to protests earlier this week that got violent. Protests that were sparked by the Immigration Customs Enforcement and their aggressive raids. They got violent, and Donald Trump sent federal troops here to Los Angeles without the permission of the governor of California. Governor Gavin Newsom felt this was a violation of his sovereignty as the leader of the state of California, and was outraged about the presence of the U.S. troops, National Guard, and Marines that were dispatched here. As you can see, a lot of Mexican flags in the crowd, a lot of American flags in the crowd. Many of the protesters very much opposing the immigration policies of the Trump administration, feeling that Donald Trump is engaging in authoritarianism. Now, we're not hearing much about the international stage. There have been some signs opposing the bombing of Iran by Israel, but there hasn't been much talk of that. Occasionally you will see some kafiyas, some support for the Palestinians, though largely this demonstration is supporting the Mexican-American community, opposing the immigration crackdown, and accusing Donald Trump of authoritarianism. We see a lot of effigies of Trump in the crowd. We see a lot of denunciations of Donald Trump as a dictator, as a king. It's quite a mobilization. It's been going all day. The protests began in the morning, and there were thousands and thousands of people. And hours later, you know, this is getting into late afternoon. There's still a big crowd of people here expressing their opposition to the President of the United States. All right.
We're here in downtown LA. It seems the crowd is now throwing explosive fireworks towards the federal troops that are positioned around City Hall. Explosions are taking place, as you can hear behind me. It's getting quite intense.
Seeing quite a bit of smoke coming from down by City Hall where the crowd is. So one protester was seen covered in blood. It looks like he was hit with a police rubber bullet.
Everybody back up! Everybody back up! Everybody back up! He's a medic! He's a medic! He's a medic! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Everybody get back here!
Okay, you guys awesome.
Yeah, I like you guys.
You're good, you're good, you're good.
This is a fucking photo!
You're good, I know.
Be packed. It needs to be packed.
It needs to be packed.
Come here, come here.
All right.
Hey, man, just
The crowd is bracing for what's happening next. It's not clear exactly what is taking place, but we continue to hear those loud banging noises. There's an intense crowd that seems to be standing off with the federal troops in front of City Hall, just down the street, as you can see. All right, so it appears that the federal troops have assembled and they are going to try and clear the street near City Hall. They've amassed military vehicles and horses, and they appear to be trying to clear out the street. That looks like tear gas. Now, we all just received notice on our phones that an unlawful assembly has been declared. The phone notice urges people to avoid the downtown area, and that basically announces that the federal troops or local law enforcement have declared the assembly of people, the thousands of people gathered here, to be unlawful.
It's a full tip fracture. Complete.
He's been hit on the foot, apparently. One of the protesters here has been injured. He has an injury on his foot. They've kind of assembled a medical team, is trying to get him medical help. They're calling for 911.
Does anybody have a split? Was he hit by a rubber bullet?
I assume so.
See that sheet?
Cars are going by, throwing explosives at protesters. It's not clear who is in the cars, but they are throwing explosives at the protesters. They're driving at high speed through the streets, throwing explosives.
Breathe. Go.
All right, so civilian vehicles have just gone by, driving by very quickly, throwing explosives at protesters. There's a car here that is leaking gas heat. As you can see, there's a burning car right over there. It's not clear what's coming out of the car, smoke, something to that effect. Yeah, as you can see, this car, there was smoke pouring out of it. There have been cars, vans driving by with explosives being thrown out into the crowd. Look at this car here that was pouring smoke. A lot of explosives, kind of fireworks have been thrown into the crowd. As the federal troops tried to retake the street, we saw unmarked vehicles go through the crowd as they threw what appeared to be fireworks, little explosive devices into the crowd of protesters that were going by. Now, there has been tear gas dispersed. Some of the protesters are covering their eyes in a lot of pain from the tear gas, and we continue to hear the explosive booms. Now, some of the protesters have many fireworks, but also rubber bullets are being fired, and there is protesters who've been injured on the foot, injured in the face from rubber bullets. There are protesters that are injured from the tear gas, experiencing pain from the tear gas, and those unmarked vehicles were driving by and throwing the explosive devices, little mini fireworks into the crowds. So it appears that the streets in the downtown area are being cleared by law enforcement, but some of the protesters are determined to stand their ground, and a standoff is taking place outside of Los Angeles City Hall as we speak. Behind me, we continue to hear the explosions. We continue to see the Mexican flags, the American flags, protesters with masks on, protesters, some of them prepared with gas masks and helmets. Quite a scene in downtown Los Angeles. All right, local police on horseback are attempting to march down the street, kind of flanking the protesters who are facing off with the federal troops in front of City Hall. We see the protesters fleeing as the police on horseback are approaching. All right. Okay. Can you hear me? All right, so it seems that an amassing of police is kind of trapping the protesters who are still near City Hall. The streets are blocked off. A number of police in riot gear and a number of police vehicles are kind of closing in on the downtown area and City Hall. From every angle, police on horseback, police marching with riot gear, police vehicles, to make sure there's no escape. Now, a number of protesters are trapped down by City Hall. An army of police has kind of closed in on them, surrounding the streets around City Hall so that there's no escape. A number of the protesters are on the streets in front of City Hall still with no way out, where they're standing off with the federal troops. As you can see, a number of police vehicles, police on horseback have just closed off any of the streets that would provide an escape.
So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker. Just a phenomenal person, a person who I'm very proud to call my friend and my mentor. I could go on and list all of his achievements, but then we'd be here a really long time, and I'm sure he really would like to start speaking. So Caleb Maupin, could you come up and give our keynote address?
All right, so I want everyone to get up and stretch. Get up and stretch. I do have good news, which is the buffet is after this, and the food here is phenomenal, I gotta say. So after you hear me speak for a little bit, you'll get to eat some really, really good food, and it'll be delicious, and then we'll have a Q&A, and we'll be done for the evening. So wanted to start out with that. As far as all the folks that we honored, I think about Lisa Davis, and how Lisa Davis has faced a criminal charge. She was hit with a fine because she organized, allegedly, which she didn't actually organize, she attended a pro-Palestine rally. And she could have just taken the fine and walked away. But they lied, and Uber records showed that they lied, and so she stood up to it. And the way that I know Lisa Davis is because they tried to throw an organization that she's worked with over the years in prison for saying they wanted peace with Russia. And because of that, they were offered every plea deal in the world to just take a plea bargain. But they knew that if that case had set a precedent, that advocating peace with Russia was tantamount to a crime. If they took a plea bargain and accepted a guilty plea in that case, that would be a huge attack on freedom of speech. And so the Uhuru 3 stood up, and Lisa Davis was calling me on the phone and inviting me to go to all the rallies. And I admire Lisa Davis, a life of struggle, and what you told about your experience, about the pain and the trauma and the hardship that you experienced at the hands of racism in this country, and your relatives who were killed. It breaks my heart to hear that. And you would be totally justified in just being full of hate. You would be totally justified, but you're not. You're building, you're constructing. And I want to thank you for being here today. Now, Christina Khalil, stand up, by the way. If I mention your name, stand up. Now, Christina, I met Christina at the Hands Off Uhuru Black is Back March that happened a couple years ago. And I started reading about Christina, but even when I first met her, I thought, this girl has a political future. She has an energy and an excitement about her, a commitment. And then I found out that in addition to running for office, Christina Khalil has also worked as a mental health worker, mentoring youth, mentoring adults and others. And so even when she's not doing political work to advocate for unpopular causes and stand up for truth, she's helping people. She's caring for people. It's absolutely beautiful. And so we're just absolutely honored to have you here. Thank you for your remarks. Thank you for accepting this award. Thank you for being amazing, Christina. Thank you for standing up and pushing back against all the forces that would try to drive you out of using your voice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Jessica, I have known Jessica for how many years? When was 2011? How many years ago was that? Somebody do the math for me. I went to the Brecht Forum. Do you folks remember the Brecht Forum when I first moved to New York City? And they were giving classes on the history of Kenya and the Mau Mau uprising in the 1950s against the British Empire. And I sat in this old dusty place with Jessica and a few other people, and we read, I think the book was Imperial Reckoning, and we read Mau Mau from Within, and we learned about this uprising that happened in Britain. And I walked home with Jessica a few times, and I discovered that we were of a similar mind. We took this seriously. And you know, Jessica's background, your family's from Italy, right? And I understand that, you know, Italy was a brutal fascist dictatorship, and your family were involved in the struggle for democracy against fascism, against Mussolini. And so you grew up being interested in anti-fascist causes and anti-imperialism, etc. And you have been coming back and organizing year after year after year And I just want to say I'm just honored to have you here as well. So thank you, Jessica. And, you know, in CPI, we do have a policy, maybe people aren't aware, that we don't give awards to members of our own organization, which is good, because if we did, there'd be so many people we'd have to honor. You know, I think about Penny, I think about Briggy, I think about John McCarthy, who just worked relentlessly on the Uhuru case. And I think about so many people in our organization. I think about Noah, I think about Gavin, and I think about so many people. And we're here. We're here because we have the courage to not fall into the trap of red team versus blue team, insult, comedy, hate, tearing people down. And actually, in a second, I'm going to be writing on this board. But before I do that, I do want to thank the people who came to support Holy Mother Han. I want to thank them deeply from my heart, because can somebody hold up that sign in the back? I want people to see that. Now, that is a picture of Holy Mother Han and her husband, her late husband, the Reverend Sun Myung Moon, meeting with Kim Il-sung. And to us, that looks like, hey, okay, they met a famous world leader, they took a selfie. Well, that's a really, really important picture, because the last time, before that photo was taken, that both of them were in North Korea, they were not having a very good time. The last time that Reverend Sun Myung Moon had been in Korea, he was a prisoner, and he was tortured. And he escaped from North Korea, and eventually, in the 1990s, despite all the trauma and all the pain of being held as a prisoner and being locked up, he had the moral courage to say it was in the interest of world peace to go and meet with the man who had imprisoned him, and also to invest millions and millions of dollars into North Korea, with the understanding that if we had trade with North Korea, relations on the Korean peninsula could improve. And that kind of brings me to a point that I have wanted to make, which is that we mistakenly seem to believe that change always comes through conflict, that change always comes through tearing other people down. Noah eloquently spoke about how right now social media is exploding with celebration of political violence, and how toxic that is. And we don't all agree with each other. I look out in this audience, we don't all agree with each other, but yet we're all brave enough to sit in a room with people we don't agree with, to hear some words from people we may not agree with, and we're here, and we're open, and we're unified despite whatever disagreements we have. And I gotta tell you, that's the hope for the future. Not conflict and relentless tearing people down, but openness and reconciliation and love. That's the hope for the future. And I want to thank everyone who was brave enough to come here today, to be with people they might not agree with, to look past the red team versus blue team thing, and to have a conversation. So thank you, and thank you to those who came to support Dr. Hock Jahan today. Thank you very much. There's a poem I heard years ago, and I actually heard it from an old communist. And it goes like this. On a busy street, in a busy town, I saw them tearing a building down. With a ho, heave, ho, and a lusty yell, the men swung a beam and a sidewall fell. So I said to the foreman, are these men skilled? Like those you would hire if you wanted to build? And the foreman just smiled.
Mercenary armies, destruction of the productive facilities of the society, more invasion, more sabotage, economic boycott, economic embargo, monetary embargo, technological embargo, which have distorting effects upon a society. In May of 1921, Lenin got up before the Bolshevik Party convention and he said, we've had enough with the workers' opposition. Let's get rid of them. Now, the workers' opposition were loyal Bolsheviks. They were communists. They were in the Bolshevik Party. They were in the Communist Party. When the Kronstadt Rebellion came, the workers' opposition did not side with the Kronstadt sailors. They sided with the party. In the Civil War, they were with the party. Throughout all the struggles, the workers' opposition were with the party. But they had formed a self-conscious caucus that had decided that it would represent the particular interests of the industrial proletariat against the party itself at times. And after all this invasion, all this destruction, all this terrible death and struggle, where Lenin once said Soviet Russia is like a man with a death fever just hanging on by an inch of his life. After all that, Lenin turned and said, we've had enough opposition. The feeling very much was that opposition was a wedge, an opening. It invited our enemies, our mortal enemies, to come in and attack us and divide us. And the party convention uproariously supported him and said, no more workers' opposition, no more factions within the party. So right there, that emphasis on a monolithic party. And by the way, that same month, or the month before, in April, Lenin called for a strengthening of the trade unions and for more worker representation on the Central Committee of the Communist Party. So it wasn't that he was moving anti-worker, it was that he was moving against opposition. So right there you see the seeds, you see, of a system that could not develop naturally with an opposition, with checks, with internal debate and argument. A system that began to strain for uniformity, for siege, for lockstep cooperation, the emphasis being on organizing, getting the thing done, stop asking too many questions because everything was a life and death issue. When the Sandinistas came to power in Nicaragua 10 years ago, filled with ideals and hopes for their nation and their people, they discovered a very awful thing. And it wasn't about themselves, even though they had to do it to themselves. It was about that capitalist encirclement. They discovered that they needed a secret police. They discovered that they needed a security police. Because all around them, coming in from two borders and within their own society, were acts of sabotage, espionage, attack, mercenary invasion, and the like. And they understood that if the revolution was going to survive, it would have to build up instruments of state power, instruments of coercion even. And these instruments, by the way, can make mistakes. And these instruments can not only make mistakes, they can commit some serious crimes. Although in Nicaragua, the impressive record is how few crimes there were, given the utterly dire conditions they were under. So that kind of, that capitalist encirclement, which goes on, unrelenting, attacking any existing socialist, communist, if you don't want to call, by the way, if some of you don't want to call those societies socialist, don't call them socialist, call them window shades or camels, whatever you want to call them, as long as you know what I mean, that I mean the public ownership of the means of production, using capital in a different way, not for capital accumulation per se as an end in itself, a strong social wage, free education, free medical care, and subsidized housing, subsidized food, subsidized bread, all those things that the Hungarians and Poles are now complaining about losing. That's what I mean by socialism. If you don't want to call that socialist, that's not what real socialism is. Something that's going to exist someday when the world and people are better and different, and it's going to come down and be in a much better form than those things were. That's fine. But in this world, see, I believe socialism is not that real, beautiful goal in that society, participation, harmony, this and that. I believe that socialism is a process of struggle to achieve that thing. So just go along with my vocabulary if you have even if you have trouble with it. Those socialist or communist societies suffered terrible distorting effects. If there had been no invasion, if there had been no espionage, if there had been no attack, if there had been no White Guard armies burning villages, there wouldn't have been a Red Army of that size. There wouldn't have been a Stalin. There wouldn't have been a KGB. If there hadn't been a CIA, there wouldn't have been a KGB. If there hadn't been a NATO encirclement, there wouldn't have been a Warsaw Pact. And to lose sight of that fact is to lose sight of an essential force of what was going on over those 70 years. Or 10 years. And if you want to know what the Soviet Union went through in its early years, just look at what Nicaragua went through in these 10 years. And then multiply that by 10. Every single one of those countries was targeted. They were targeted by missiles. They were targeted by acts of espionage. They were targeted by, as I say, economic embargo and all sorts of other forms of aggression. They were targeted by incredible propaganda barrages and the like. Unrelenting, unremitting. The most targeted socialist country in the world, as of a couple of years ago, and actually still to today, is not Nicaragua, was not Nicaragua. Not even Cuba. It was the Soviet Union. All those missiles were pointing to the USSR. They still are, and they're still building those missiles, and they're refusing to negotiate those missiles, the sea-based missiles, which is where the U.S. has 75% of its first strike force. They have announced that they will not negotiate that 75% of the first strike force, only their 25%, which is land-based. And the Soviets, of course, 75% of their force is land-based, and only 25% is sea-based, and none of it working very well because they've got just a few choke points and they don't have that much access to sea. And they don't have all the fueling stations and harbors and whatever else that the U.S. has around the world. So that kind of encirclement is still there, and that kind of thing is still going on. And so if you want to understand something about it, and that's why Gorbachev is one of the reasons he's trying to normalize international relations, even at the risk of giving away the whole store.
Hello there. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show. My name's Keaton Weiss from Do Dissidents, in for Jimmy while he is in Hawaii. There's got to be, as much as we're all anti-lockdown here, I think we need to make an exception for Jimmy Dore, because it seems like every time he leaves Los Angeles, something cataclysmic happens. It just seems like a pattern. I know, because we've a lot of times ended up filling in when he goes out of town and something huge happens, whether it was the fires or the Epstein memo. I think that was July. I think we did the show about then. It's kind of insane how every time he steps out, something really difficult happens. When the LA fires happened, I had to do those shows. I swear to God, I spent 10 hours researching smelt. Right? I almost forgot the name of it. The little fish that Trump and Newsom were arguing about. Like, I ever heard of a fucking smelt before. I got to become an expert on smelt to do the show, because Jimmy's out of town. But hey, those are the breaks. It's a fast-paced world out there. We got a very intense show tonight. Obviously, two topics are all the news, Venezuela, and the recent ICE shooting in Minnesota. We got two really heavy hitters to talk about each of those topics respectively. So I am going to bring in our first guest now. I'll set up this clip here. So welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Keaton here in for Jimmy, and we're here to welcome our first guest of the evening. Caleb Maupin is a journalist and a political analyst based in New York City. He has reported extensively from the Middle East and Latin America and has made frequent media appearances on RT and Press TV. He's also the founder and director of the Center of Political Innovation, as well as the author of a number of books, including A New Day for America, A New Hope for a Peaceful World, and, of course, pertinent to this conversation, perhaps more than any of the others, The Siege Has Failed, Why Venezuela Stands Strong Against Globalism and Imperialism. Here to give us a progress report on that and other things is our friend Caleb Maupin. Caleb, great to see you again.
Sure. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. It's great to talk to you. You are a wealth of knowledge and perspective on many things, including this one. This is your book called The Siege Has Failed, Why Venezuela Stands Strong Against Globalism and Imperialism. There you go. See, I didn't even need it. Boom. The real thing. The real thing. That's great. So I want to jump right in here because let's start when the op against Maduro actually happened. Here you are on January 3rd at Federal Plaza in New York City waiting for Maduro. Sick to my stomach, you tweet. The misleadership of the anti-war movement must be called out. Dissident MAGA voices should have been highlighted. Real CPI USA, the Center for Political Innovation, your organization, is absolutely necessary. I'm not going to play these videos, of course, because you're here to talk to us yourself. Sure. But I will post some follow-ups here. Just like Libya, the left focused on trendy liberal causes, not anti-imperialism. Show me one hands-off Venezuela rally that didn't have some woke DNC crap stapled onto it. The anti-war majority was not activated, and while they pandered to pro-war Democrats, then I guess there was a protest that showed up outside the courthouse, to which you tweeted, tiny handful of woke communists outside federal courthouse today. Imagine if Marjorie Taylor Greene were here, or Tucker Carlson, real Candace Owens, the crowd would be thousands. And your critique of this, if we had a real anti-war movement, of course, Maduro would never have been kidnapped. Shame on them. So obviously you were rightfully, as I think what many of us were, very upset about this intervention in Venezuela, hostile military operation, a kidnapping of the leader of a sovereign state. And you seem to have some real laments about the state of the anti-war movement. So do you want to speak to that a bit, regarding those posts?
Well, sure. I mean, look, emotions were running high that day. I woke up on Saturday and I rushed to the federal courthouse to cover possibly Maduro coming there. He didn't end up going there until Monday, and then to cover the protests in Times Square. Emotions were running high. I've been to Venezuela and seen what has been accomplished there. I was an elections monitor in 2015. And, emotions were running high, and I can understand that maybe my comments weren't appreciated by some people, but I stand by them. Which is, if we had a real anti-war movement, this wouldn't have happened. Look, at the end of the day, people who think Trump is Hitler, people who think Trump is a Nazi, people who have the extreme kind of Trump derangement syndrome stuff, Trump's never going to listen to those people. But there's a lot of people who voted for Trump that are fans of Marjorie Taylor Greene, that are fans of Tucker Carlson, fans of Candace Owens. And those voices should have been amplified by the anti-war movement. Right. And the opposite was the case. When the really important demonstration, the Rage Against the War Machine rallies happened in 2023, that was really great. And I'm really proud to say my organization sponsored it. We had a great reception afterwards. But the response of the voices that dominate anti-war politics and conveniently reserve all the permits and stuff was not just to not participate in that rally, but to go as far as calling that rally white supremacist, white nationalist, which, look at what happened after the killing of Charlie Kirk. The response was he deserved to die because he was allegedly a white supremacist or white nationalist. So they were essentially calling for everyone who went to this rally, this really important anti-war rally with Dennis Kucinich and Chris Hedges, as well as Tulsi Gabbard, as well as, Judge Napolitano and others. They were essentially calling for everyone who went to that rally to be killed simply because some of them were Republicans. I mean, it was awful. The left's response to what was the beginning of a real anti-war coalition that included some people in the conservative and libertarian camp was vicious hatred. If dissident MAGA voices had joined with leftist voices and amplified that message of, we should stand with Venezuela. Venezuela is not our business. America first doesn't mean trying to overthrow the government of Venezuela. I feel like Trump probably would have been in less of a position to do what he did. My anger was kind of riding high at that moment, as I'm sure a lot of people's was. I mean, we're all just disgusted. I think all the anti-war people in America were disgusted by what happened on Saturday. I mean, it was just awful. So that was my thoughts. And as somebody who was a big supporter of Rage Against the War Machine and has done my best to try and kind of get out of the movement and to the masses. I've been doing anti-imperialist, anti-war work my whole adult life, and I've seen how ineffective it is because it gets wrapped up in this kind of socially liberal hipster agenda that most Americans that are anti-war, according to all the polls. I mean, the polls right now show the public does not want foreign wars and interventions. Why is that anti-war majority not being activated? It needs to be activated, right? There's people all throughout the heartland of America, the South, the Midwest, wherever you go, even out West, people don't want these wars, but yet that anti-war majority is not heard of. And most of the people in the mainstream of the Democratic Party, while they might talk about white supremacy or they might, have a woke talking point here, or maybe they want free healthcare, most of them kind of share standard U.S. foreign policy goals. And the anti-war movement that's run by the Answer Coalition largely, and Brian Becker, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, they've basically created an anti-war movement that's only for the wokest of the woke, the small minority of the woke fringe that actually take anti-war stances. When the Democratic Party, in a lot of ways, they're more anti-Russia, more anti-China than a lot of people in the Trump camp are. We need a movement that represents the anti-war majority among the American people. And that's what my organization has been dedicated to doing. And I hope that I spoke to some people. It looks like you got the message loud and clear. Oh, I can't hear you.
My bad. I muted myself by accident. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I did get the message, and I do sympathize with the message. It's funny because when I saw those tweets and those videos, I sort of had almost a little ping pong match in my head. Because on the one hand, yes, I absolutely sympathize with you in your sort of assessment as the anti-war movement being much too insular, much too sort of purist, really presenting itself much more as a lifestyle brand than a political movement. On the other hand, I thought to myself, okay, well, it doesn't seem like the Trump administration, doesn't seem like this administration is really responsive to any kind of democratic input whatsoever. They seem totally controlled by Israel and Miriam Adelson, and I think the cabinet reflects that. I think Trump's decisions reflect that. So on the other hand, I'm thinking, all right, well, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it's hard to imagine that this could have been stopped if only we had a serious anti-war movement. Then the ping pong ball went back to the other side of the table. The other side of my brain said back, well, maybe I think an anti-war movement is futile because I've never seen a serious one in my lifetime. And it's true. I've never seen a serious one in my lifetime. When I grew up in the Hudson Valley. And so my father was part of this little organizing group that every year when the president came to give the commencement address for the West Point graduates, there would be an anti-war protest outside the gates of West Point as the motorcade went through. And I remember this was during the Bush years. We got there early one day because my dad was one of the organizers. So we're setting up. He gives me some money. He sends me to Dunkin' Donuts to get coffee for the organizers. So I go up to get coffee. And there's, the town folks. West Point is in Highland Falls, right? Just, suburban, regular folk kind of town. And I overhear some people having coffee.
Go there and see for yourself. You have no jobs. You guys have no jobs. You're getting paid to do this. And you're occupying the streets. Yes.
So we're here at New York City's Columbus Circle. A crowd is gathering. The call is for Jewish Voices for Peace, Jews for Economic Justice, others gathering to protest U.S. policy supporting Israel and its crimes against the Palestinian people.
Fascism defeated must never be repeated. Ain't no power but the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop.
Now, this is the target of the protest, Trump International Hotel here at Columbus Circle. And as you can see, there's already quite a bit of police presence assembled around the hotel as the crowd is growing. The crowd intends to target Trump International Hotel. There's rumors of some kind of planned civil disobedience. So we'll have to see how things go.
It's a genocide that's unfolding in real time that we've been watching unfold over the last 21 months, and it's imperative that we end it as soon as possible.
I'm seeing images that are identical to Auschwitz on television, and I know that this genocide is occurring. It can't lie to me anymore.
I mean, what's happening is an affront to our shared humanity. It's an affront, that it's happening in the name of Jews. We're here today to protest the starvation, ethnic cleansing of Gaza, and specifically to come together as Jews from a range of ideological positions to say, Jews say no more, and to speak in a unified voice against what's happening.
Clearly, it's because Trump is the president and he's surrounded by Zionists who enforce the most militant and genocidal of policies.
The United States government has considerable leverage that could stop Netanyahu and stop what's happening right now in Gaza. So we're calling on Trump. We're also calling on the rest of our community to join us, to use the considerable power of the United States government to ensure that we're not starving children in Gaza anymore, or adults.
He is not doing anything for the American people. This is Israel first. It's billionaires first, but it's not people first. It's not human beings first. It's certainly not children first. Turn off the TV, turn off the mainstream news, go on YouTube, go on TikTok, go find out, go to the sources, look up Ilan Pappé, Norman Finkelstein, Judge Napolitano, and you will start to unravel this. You've been deceived, you've been lied to your whole life. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but it's really true. And Israelis more than anyone have actually been deceived. They're actually victims, I think, in the end. They've been raised to be racist, genocidal maniacs, and you know, this was their opportunity to grab more land. That's what this is about. It's about Greater Israel. And if you look at the founders of Israel, from Ben Gurion and the original terrorists who actually were terrorists who attacked British ambassadors and blew up hotels, then you'll see that this entire government of Israel is based on terroristic tactics, and yet they call other people terrorists. They are a state, a terror state, and we need to do everything we possibly can to stop them. Boycott, stop letting any money go to there, stop sending weapons, send the US Marines in and force those Israelis into Gaza to clean it up. That's what I say.
So we're going to see what happens. There's an army of police here. This is certainly a high security site. We're in Columbus Circle. The protesters are now going to start moving toward the Trump International Hotel. We're here at Columbus Circle at the protest. We're going to see what happens next. Protesters have now approached Trump's International Hotel. They're singing a traditional Jewish song as a statement of protest against the ongoing death in Gaza. There's quite a moment here. There's a line of police in front of Trump's hotel. There's a large crowd. They continue to sing the traditional Hebrew song in protest.
I'll give you 2 minutes here, but I don't mind if we keep marching, but we can't just block the street, okay? If you want to march, you're welcome to go ahead.
So we're here in front of Trump's International Hotel. As you can see, the protesters have blocked off the main street. They've assembled. They have their banners and placards. The police have urged them to move. This is intended to be some kind of symbolic act of civil disobedience. The Trump Hotel is surrounded by police. The protesters are occupying the street in front of them. The police officer has repeatedly urged them on the bullhorn to disperse.
On the sidewalk now. If you do so voluntarily, no charges will be placed against you. If you remain in the roadway and refuse to use the available sidewalk, you will be subject to arrest. This is the New York City Police Department. You are unlawfully walking in the roadway. I am ordering you to go back on the sidewalk now. If it's in a transport vehicle or resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crime. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, I am ordering your arrest for violating New York City traffic rules. If you do not accompany the arresting officer voluntarily to the prisoner transport traffic rules, if you do not accompany the arresting officer voluntarily to the prisoner transport vehicle or resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crime. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, I am ordering your arrest for violating New York City traffic rules. If you do not accompany the arresting officer voluntarily to the prisoner transport vehicle or resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crime. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, I am ordering your arrest for violating New York City traffic rules.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to another interview. I'm here with Caleb Maupin, and today we're going to talk about Stalin. Now, I've done a number of things on Stalin on this channel. One where I started reading around and asking the question, have we been lied to about Stalin? I did an interview with Grover Furr. I think we may have touched on it last time we talked as well. So I've got a number of things on Stalin that you can check out. They have some pretty big views, those videos, and it remains a topic of interest because, as somebody who's interested in the mechanisms of power, as somebody who's interested in history, Stalin is just a towering figure of the 20th century, whichever way you look at it, whether you love him or hate him or whatever else. He's just a very important person, I think, to get right, to understand what he was about, to understand what was actually happening there. Before we get onto it, I'll just remind people, pick up a course at the Academic Agency, Trivium, many other courses, Foundations of Shakespeare, Economics, many other things there. Caleb, where can people find you?
Sure. My work is at calebmaupinbooks.net, or you can check out my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org.
All right. So I don't know. I mean, I'll just touch on some of the stuff I've been interested in with Stalin. One of the really interesting things that I found looking at him, I mean, yeah, there was the lies of Khrushchev, the amount of stuff that is not, there's not documentary evidence for a lot of the claims made about him. But I've also been interested in, I'll let you come in a second. In elite theory, there's this thing called the high, low, middle mechanism. Okay. And I actually went and bought Stalin's own writings They were published like by Moscow Press in the 70s. And I've got basically everything, like all of his key essays in 2 different books. I've got them over here. And I started reading through them. And one of the concepts I was really interested in was his notion of a kind of, I can't remember what he called it, like revolution from below, or like he had this idea of using almost like these struggle sessions where the middle management layer, the commissars and so on, would almost be kind of put in, like they had these criticism sessions where the workers and where people would then be given the floor to voice their criticisms, and they just had to take it. And if there was a problem, that lower level could actually have remit to go to Stalin, which I found really fascinating. Another fascinating thing is the fact that we think of Stalin as an all-powerful dictator, a totalitarian, and so on, but actually he had a constant struggle with the middle layer of bureaucracy, right? He was always trying to make things more efficient, and he was always trying to take direct action and things like this. And there was this big middle management bureaucracy layer, and for almost the entire time that Stalin was in power, there's a kind of give and take, push and pull, fight with this middle layer. And one way of thinking about Khrushchev and the Brezhnev era and so on is actually the final victory of that bureaucracy against what Stalin was trying to do. That's become my understanding of it, but I'll let you take it from there.
Well, I guess in response to what you just pointed out there, this is a point that I have raised over and over again, right? What does democracy mean? It literally just means the rule of the people, right? And actually the Greeks meant it in kind of a negative sense, right? They had a positive and a negative, like monarchy was the good king and tyranny was the bad king. Oligarchy was the good elite. Plutocracy was the bad elite. Republic was the good elected government, and then democracy was vulgar mob rule. It just means the rule of the people. If you look at the Soviet Union at the time Stalin was leading it, or today you look at Iran, or you look at Cuba, or you look at North Korea, these countries, they don't have anywhere near the level of freedom in terms of freedom of speech, freedom of association, et cetera, that we have in the West. But they are more democratic in one sense, in that those governments depend on a highly involved and engaged population, right? The Islamic Republic of Iran would not be in power for 1 minute if it wasn't for those Basij councils they have in the neighborhood of people who wake up every day and think it is my job to enforce the Islamic revolution in my neighborhood and go out and carry out the will of the revolution. And in North Korea, they would not be in power for 1 day if there wasn't a huge population that wakes up every day and say, I'm carrying out Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-un's will. I need to go around my neighborhood and make sure we're carrying out the revolution. These governments depend on a heavily involved and heavily engaged population to carry out their activities. Whereas our governments in the West, they don't want us involved at all. They want us, smoking drugs or looking at porn or what, they want us to just be on our own while they manage things for us and don't manage things. Let the corporations just do whatever they want. So in that sense, these governments are more democratic because the population is heavily involved. And what you're pointing to there with Stalin is that, yes, Stalin, the 5-year economic plans that he carried out and these meetings that you're describing, the population was heavily involved in carrying these things out. Look, I wrote my book Khrushchevism because after Stalin died, Khrushchev got up and condemned Stalin before the entire world, and that confused and destroyed the global communist movement. And I wrote this book not just as a defense of Stalin against Khrushchev, but also an examination of why his defamation of Stalin destroyed the global communist movement and why that...
Russia is not our enemy! Russia is not our enemy! Russia is not our enemy!
Used the energy revenue to rebuild the industries of Russia, and he made Russia once again a strong economy. And that is why U.S. media demonizes Russia. That is why the U.S. government toppled the government of Ukraine in 2014 with the Euro-Maidan coup and installed a fanatically anti-Russian regime in Kiev. You know, I saw a CNN reporter claim that Ukraine was a peaceful country until now. Well, this is the monument in Donbass to all the children who have died of the shelling and the bombing being carried out by the US-backed regime in Kiev. 14,000 plus people dead, children who have died. It hasn't been a peaceful country. The people of Donbass have been subject to 8 years of bombing, 8 years of shelling, 8 years of a food blockade, and Russia is now moving in to protect them and bring an end to this. The Wall Street money sharks hate Russia, they hate China, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, and many other countries because they have governments that stand up to the international bankers and their monopolistic corporations.
And it's not a good situation. People are dying and it needs to end. And we need there to be a negotiation. We want there to be peace in Ukraine, and that means that our leaders sit down and negotiate. It doesn't mean that Boris Johnson gets on the phone and wrecks a peace deal just because he wants people to keep dying.
Global food crisis spawned by a war.
That's right. Russia is not our enemy. 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 Russia is not our enemy.
Russia was with us in the fight against the Nazis in World War II. At the moments when America shows its true colors and is standing up for justice and truth, you'll notice that we're standing with Russia.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia.
Youth festivals are very, very important to my organization in particular, the Center for Political Innovation. Every meeting that we have, we begin with the pledge. We've changed the word youth for people because we have people of all ages, but we begin, we raise our right hands, we pledge that we shall remember this unity forged at the end of the Second World War, not only today, not only this year, this week, but always, and the pledge goes on. But that is such a beautiful pledge that came out of the World Democratic Youth Federation. And I must say that the youth festivals represent the best, not just of this country, but of America. A time when we stood in solidarity with Russia to defeat fascism. And they're trying to erase that from American history.
I'm Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today. As we meet here today, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
First want to welcome everyone that is here and welcome all of our speakers for the 17th annual Black People's March on the White House, titled Don't Agonize, Organize.
Thank you. On behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I want to express our deep admiration for the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru movement, and the Uhuru Three, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and of course the great Chairman Omali Yeshitela, for how they fought for our right to oppose war and advocate peace in federal court, and how many forces expected that they would back down, but they did not back down. That's right. And I'm very proud that our organization was able to organize a United Nations press conference about the case. Very proud that I was able to raise the case in Russia, to speak directly with the Russian president about the case. And I also had the opportunity to attend the trial in Tampa federal court. I was there for the opening of the trial and for the sentencing. And I want to draw everyone's attention to one of the most important things that was revealed during the court process, which is that the FBI lied. That's right. The FBI lied. If they had been honest about the evidence that they had, the case never would have gone to trial to begin with. They lied. And that's very important, because we know that if Kamala Harris had been elected president of the United States, they were going to continue with their lies. That Scott Ritter, the great anti-war activist, former UN weapons inspector, his home was raided under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, and he was next in line to be prosecuted. And they were aiming for all of the most prominent voices advocating peace with Russia. And the FBI lied in order to bring the indictment, and the Uhuru movement fought them in court, caught them on the stand lying, and as a result they were acquitted of the main charge of acting as foreign agents. But the jury, most likely fearing retaliation from the FBI, did convict them of a minor charge of conspiracy. That charge should be thrown out. Yeah. It should be thrown out. The entire case should be thrown out. And the fight is not over. This case needs to be completely overturned. It's not a crime to advocate peace with Russia. Russia is the country that is at this point doing the most and standing in solidarity with the African continent more than any other country you could say around the world. Right now you have the Union of Sahel States, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. In Burkina Faso you have the great leader Ibrahim Traore, Captain Ibrahim Traore, the hope of the African continent, who is building and constructing and leading his people to march forward out of the domination of colonialism. To advocate peace with Russia and better relations with Russia should not be a crime. When Pam Bondi became the Attorney General of the United States, she said that the days of using the Foreign Agents Registration Act to go after advocates of peace was over, that the law would only be used in clear cases of espionage against non-citizens. But yet, now we have just recently, when Tulsi Gabbard, the new Director of National Intelligence, moved to take over the counterintelligence wing of the FBI and move them in a direction of not prosecuting American citizens, we have the FBI complaining about it and writing letters to Congress. They want to continue going after American citizens. They want to continue going after voices for peace, and they must be opposed. Right now, it's very clear that the current administration doesn't know which direction they're going. They're going one way, they're going another way. They're threatening war against Venezuela, murdering people in the Caribbean, completely unacceptable. But at the same time, they're talking about possibly building a bridge over the Bering Sea and connecting Alaska to Russia, and that they're very confused. There are different forces within the administration who don't know quite what they're doing. And I think the Center for Political Innovation, as we stand up for civil liberties, as we echo the call from the African People's Socialist Party and others to say that we should overturn the Foreign Agents Registration Act, a completely unconstitutional piece of legislation that is a threat on all who advocate peace. That law needs to be completely gotten rid of. And we need to make clear that the government of the United States is working for a lot of bankers and a lot of billionaires who are not working in the interest of the people of the United States, but rather trying to prop up a global international system. And that all who raise their voices against that system, people on the African continent, people here, whether they be in St. Petersburg, Florida, or St. Louis, Missouri, or anywhere who raise their voice against that system, people around the world need to be supported. And the future of the United States is not with this international system, this global system that is defending itself with endless war. The future of the United States is to advocate for a government of action that fights for working families. So we applaud the Uhuru movement for their heroic work, their aid, their services, their work, their anti-imperialism in the black community, and we are proud to be able to participate in the upcoming rally. Thank you very much.
Any speakers that have not checked in the front desk, please go down.
Woke up this morning with my mind it was
Stay on freedom.
Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. They got it. Ain't no harm to keep your mind, to keep your mind.
Stay on freedom.
Ain't no harm to keep your mind, to keep your mind.
Stay on freedom.
And it was something she said she wanted to tell me. And I want to say it to you. Every day you stay the way you are is a victory. It's a victory against oppression. It's a victory against capitalism. So who are you? You are your own liberators. You are determined to be self-determined. And what I want to say to you today is, you know what Dickens said was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the time of hopelessness, it was the time of hope and expectation. It was the time of pure decadence, but it was the time of pure self-determination and freedom. I'm adding my own words here. But today, we are in the best of times. They have given us the weapon to beat them with. They have taken us health care. They won't let us have affordable housing. And now they won't even let us have a decent meal with our families. So what are we going to do? We're going to organize, not agonize.
A gathering of the Uhuru movement and their allied organizations. They've been doing it, from what I understand, every year for 17 years now, since 2008 when Obama was elected, calling out the Democrats for the fake way in which they claim to support the black community. And this year, there's a really big focus on anti-colonial struggles in Africa, the West Africa and the Sahel states, on the liberation of Haiti, which has just been hit by a hurricane. In addition to that, with the ongoing destruction of civil liberties in the United States.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Victory to Palestine. Victory to Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free Africa.
Our next presenter again comes from the New York area. I didn't really know him before the attack on the Uhuru movement, although I did see a TikTok video that you did at one time. But before I knew it, when the call was put out, when people heard about this horrible injustice that was happening, he was there. Brother Comrade Caleb Maupin with the Center for Political Innovation. We are so glad to have him here with us. He never backed off, never relented, and he's here with us today. Uhuru!
I really want to say that it's an absolute honor to be here at this 17th annual Black is Back March, because consistency is important. And the reason that Chairman O'Malley and the African People's Socialist Party was targeted was because of their bravery and their willingness to stand alone. Because 17 years ago, they told us on American television, racism's over. Barack Hussein Obama is now the President of the United States. And it was not a popular thing to say that was a hoax and that was a lie. But Chairman O'Malley and the Uhuru movement did it. And they did it year after year after year. And they were brave enough to stand against the crowd. And everyone knows they were right. Barack Obama killed Gaddafi and destroyed the most prosperous country on the African continent. He destroyed Libya. Barack Obama ground this country into poverty, and conditions haven't changed. And it wasn't a popular thing to say that back in 2008, but Chairman O'Malley did it, and they came after him, and they've gone after him just like they've gone after so many voices for peace, so many people that are brave enough to stand up. And we take our hats off to Chairman O'Malley. Every effort was made to get the Uhuru 3 to plead in federal court, but they refused to do it. And they went to federal court and they fought for our right to advocate peace. And they challenged the FBI in court and they won. And before the entire world, they showed that the FBI lied to get that indictment. And now we know this whole Russiagate hysteria was a hoax. Russia is not our enemy. Our enemy is the big bankers and international monopolies that are grinding this country into a low-wage police state and marching us toward World War III. And there's a big section of the world that is broken free from their dominance. The BRICS world, Russia, India, China, South Africa, whole sections of the planet are rising up. And the only future that America is going to have is going to be with that new economy. We need to oppose Wall Street. We need to oppose their wars. We need to have friendship between the peoples of China and America, friendship between the peoples of Russia and America, friendship with Venezuela. The only future is peace and economic development. We need a government of action that will fight for working families. Thank you, everyone.
The innovationist method. Think like a revolutionary. Change the world. Because our organization has accomplished an astronomical event, an astronomical amount, I should say. And if you don't believe me, go to our website, go to Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org, and go to the About page and just start reading the timeline, right? And read about how we've observed elections in multiple countries. Read about how we've spoken with multiple presidents. Two of our members, including me, as well as Noah, have actually spoken directly with Russian President Putin at international gatherings. How we put on and organized a United Nations press conference. How we intervened in the U.S. election. We were out in the streets pushing our Peace MAGA campaign. Tonight I'm going to talk about, we have done an astronomical amount as an organization. We are a small organization. We are not huge. We don't have thousands of members, but we have accomplished a massive amount. And that's because we possess an understanding of how the world works and how you can intervene in the world. I really like, there was a slogan that the Revolutionary Union, which was a Maoist communist group in the 1970s, had. They said, if you want to change things, you've got to learn things. If you want to learn things, you've got to change things, right? And they would talk about learning while leading and leading while learning. And I think that that is absolutely the correct approach. And that comes from Mao Zedong's little red book, The Mass Line, from the masses to the masses, right? And that if you want to understand how the world works, you need to actively be involved in changing it. And if you want to change the world, you need to learn about it. You need to be in touch with reality and be learning, right? And that this is a method. And so tonight I'm going to talk about the method. What inspires us to take action? How is it that we've learned to successfully intervene in activities? Well, I am a huge fan of Wallace D. Wattles, the great Christian socialist friend of Eugene Debs. And he said, "Genius is the union of man and God in the acts of the Spirit." And I like that quotation because he's describing, how when you can touch on real truth and when you can intervene in history, you are connecting with a higher power. And that may not seem obvious tonight about why that is, but I think this quote from Wallace Wattles will become, much more clear as we continue. And Frederick Engels famously said, and I come back to this, and this is core. There's a reason I repeat this over and over and over again. This is core to what the Center for Political Innovation believes and understands. The animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by his presence. Man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends and masters it. And this is the final distinction between man and other animals. All the other animals just interact with their environment. Man forces the environment to serve him. Man has agency. Man has the ability to look at the environment and change it. And that is the story of human history, right? Tonight, we're going to be talking about it in terms of activism. How can we innovate and intervene in history and carry out successful anti-imperialist activism and, oppose things like this danger of a threat of war against Iran? How can we do that? But at the same time, this is the whole story of human history. Man was a hunter and a gatherer, and he discovered that he could use rocks to kill animals. He could use sticks to kill animals. He discovered that he could pay attention to the patterns of plant life and learn where plants grow in order to more effectively gather fruits and nuts. And he didn't just go along. He had a big picture. He assessed the situation, and he innovated by developing tools to hunt with, by developing, eventually creating fire, by eventually learning the patterns of how plants grow, and intervened in that process, led to a great scarcity, and it eventually led to the origin of agriculture. Man discovering that he could grow crops for himself, and that the whole history of human beings is the struggle of human beings to more effectively innovate and master nature and exercise their mastery over nature in order to expand their life expectancy, in order to expand their population, and to go to a higher plane, and that we innovate technologically, and that requires us to then innovate socially and then eventually politically, right? That there's a three-stage process. First, there are technological advances. Those technological advances lead to the creation of new classes, and those new classes then have to take control of the government, and that leads to the creation of new political systems, right? And this is the struggle of human history. How can we take the world around us and make it better? How can we take what is there and improve upon it? And how can we exercise agency, to exercise mastery over the environment, to force the environment to serve us more effectively? This is the entire human experience. So if you're struggling with this question, if every day you're thinking, how can I do a better job? Well, that's called being a human being. If you're asking big questions and you're wrangling with how I can take what I've got in my life and improve on it, welcome to the human race. You are a human being. That's what it means. Now, there is a prayer that is used in the Alcoholics Anonymous program. It's also used in a lot of Christian and theistic, Jewish, Muslim, settings. And it is, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And the reason that the serenity prayer sticks with people so much is because it's something that people struggle with. What can I change? What can I not change? Right? And what is it that I can develop the willpower to change? And what is it that's beyond my ability to change? And I'm just going to get frustrated if I push on it, right? How can I intervene in history effectively? right? And this is the story of your life. Are there things in your personal life that you can change? Are there things in your life that you can change, that you can't change? This applies to your individual life circumstances, your friendships, your relationships with other people, your career. It also applies to human history. It applies to greater society. How can I intervene and make the world around me better, right? This is the human condition. Now, we have popularized the phrase living biologically because the bulk of humanity is not fulfilling this aspect of human existence. The bulk of humanity is simply living a biological existence. They are avoiding pain. They are seeking pleasure, but they are not actively trying to intervene in the world around them. They are asleep, right? And just like a rat in a maze, just goes around the corner trying to get that cheese, right? Just like, the weeds in your garden that grow in a certain direction based on where they think they can get nourishment. Just like your cat or your dog that, barks when you walk in the door because it likes to see you because you feed them. They are not exercising real agency. They are not asking big questions. They're not taking a look at the environment and the world around them and saying, how can I intervene? They are only living biologically. And those who rule over us would like us to maintain a biological existence. And when they talk about you'll own nothing and be happy about it, you'll live in a pod and you'll eat bugs, that's what they would like. They would like to lull us to sleep so that we live biologically, and they can breed us like cattle, they can cull the herd and depopulate, and they can stay at the top forever. However, mankind is awakening, right? And the nature of mankind is to do the opposite. And we as an organization strive to awaken people to not live biologically, but rather to take on a human existence, to awaken and intervene in history. Now, a lot of young people nowadays think they're communists, right? Or maybe they don't think they're communists. They think that they're activists. They think that they're involved in politics. And one thing I have encountered over and over and over again among such young people is dual delusions. They believe two things that are false. And with these two things, they become disempowered. The first thing they believe is they think they know it all. They think they know everything because they listen to the right podcasts, because they read the right books, because they've studied, because they think they know everything. And this usually translates into what you call niche ideology, right? They're not just a communist, they're an Enver Hoxha communist. They're not just a communist, they're an ultra-Maoist. They're this specific kind of Trotskyite. They have a very, very specific understanding of communism or anarchism or conservatism or religion or whatever. They think they know it all, right? They think they know everything. Well, if they knew everything, they would be putting it into practice in a way that would be changing the world. They don't know everything. But they kind of hide in this place of thinking that with their kind of book knowledge and with their internet reading, they know it all, right? And they don't need to learn from anybody and all of that. And at the same time, they think they know it all because they have read a lot of books or they've listened to a lot of podcasts or whatever. They also think there's nothing I can do. All right.
Of time wherein you guys just sort of have a free-flowing, open exchange. I guess my duty as moderator is to try and keep you guys away from personal insults and keep you guys on topic and try to make sure we're, going with one point at a time to try and keep this productive. So I guess if we can try to stay away from all of that stuff, that would be great. There is a 1 hour time limit for this debate, but besides that, I think that's all. So I guess I'll just let you guys talk. I guess which one of you guys wants to go first?
I can go first if you want.
I'm cool with going first as well. Who wants it more?
You can do it, Bosch. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This will be pretty short, I think. Okay, wait. First of all, I want to say, for shout-out purposes, the person who's moderating this, named Mouthy Infidel, is actually a very competent debater and a person who I respect quite a bit, in spite of the fact that he probably thinks that I am a rad lib. So thank you for moderating. Short notice, I know. Okay.
No problem. Thanks for inviting me to moderate.
No problem. So with that being said, but again, we're not like friends, okay? No bias. With that being said, I'm a socialist. broadly a libertarian socialist. I value things like freedom and democracy, and I guess respecting the rights of the individual. And I think that sort of syncretically we can arrive from those positions to a broader socialist society. With that being said, I guess the reason why we're here right now is because you called me out on Twitter a little while ago, at the beginning of May, Kayla Maupin. You said a lot of really weird stuff, and it made me feel like we had some pretty substantial disagreements. Stuff like you kept saying like shame, like saying that I say all tankies are fascists or what have you, claiming that like I'm spitting on the legacy of the Black Panther Party or of other people who were revolutionary socialists in their time, telling me like shame. You said shame quite a bit, which felt like I was kind of being like scolded by like a school teacher or something. But yeah, I guess I was a little bit confused by your intentionality there. I'd be interested in seeing if we could arrive at an amicable resolution. Also, if I do at any point seem tired or out of it, it is not because I'm disinterested in this conversation. It's because I just suffered critical brain damage following an earlier debate today. But hopefully that will not affect me. I am a strong man, and I will try my best. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right. Shall I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Bosch, we may not agree on a lot, but one thing I think we can agree on is that Fox News is no good. And you'll notice that whenever they have a Muslim on Fox News, one of the tactics they will use is they'll say to the Muslim guest, they'll say, "Do you denounce Hamas?" And of course, the Muslim guest will say, "I denounce terrorism. I'll oppose that." That's not enough. You must denounce Hamas. When they have an anti-racist activist or an activist against police brutality on Fox News, they'll say, "Do you denounce Black Lives Matter? Do you denounce the radicals and the Black Panthers?" And they'll respond, "Of course we denounce violence. Of course we denounce law breaking." No, that's not good enough. Somebody in the Black movement said something radical. We want you to denounce them. This tactic of demanding that people denounce other people in their movements is a tactic that the right wing has used against progressive forces and consistently uses. And the way it manifests it among socialists and against those who advocate building a socialist society is the demand, sure, you can believe in socialism, but you must denounce as loud as possible every country around the world trying to build socialism. You must repeat State Department propaganda against them. And if you don't do that, you are somehow the equivalent of a Holocaust denier or a Nazi. And that is very, very dangerous. It's a big problem in our movement. Now, Vosh, I know that you and I have very, very different definitions of socialism. I'm not going to change your mind, but I'm going to tell you the definition of socialism that I understand. It comes from Friedrich Engels, from his book, which is one of the most important books in the history of Marxism, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, where he says that socialism is when, quote, "the proletariat seizes public power and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, shipping them from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible, and anarchy in social production vanishes." And I think that there are societies around the world that have done that have seized the means of production. There have been mass anti-imperialist and socialist working class peasant movements that have risen up, seized control of the means of production. And yes, they've done bad things. Yes, human rights have been violated. Yes, crimes have been committed, and no one is here to defend those bad things. But I think as those of us who want to build socialism in the United States, I think we can learn from those struggles. And I think that portraying tankies as if they are fascists or as if they are the equivalent of white supremacists is a big blunder. And this kind of tanky baiting has been a threat to the entire progressive movement. The war on organized labor began in the 1950s when they pushed some of the most revolutionary labor leaders like Harry Bridges and William Z. Foster out of the labor movement with this anti-Stalinism, this anti-tankyism. And a lot of Trotskyites and social democrats went along with it, and it hurt the entire labor movement. Bernie Sanders' campaign, he was tanky baited because he said that Cuba's healthcare system has been good. 60 Minutes did a hit piece on him. That became the whole focus. Bernie Sanders won't denounce existing socialism loudly enough. This hurts the entire progressive movement. It's not helpful. And I hope that your audience, they may not agree with me about China or the former Soviet Union or that, but I hope that they will understand that trying to divide the movement, painting, people in the movement who are anti-racist and anti-fascist as if they are somehow the equivalent of the far right, which is very dangerous and rising and pushing hate, that I hope people in your audience will rethink that and try to build unity among progressive forces as we struggle against the prison industrial complex, the economic crisis, the rising police state, state and try to get to a better world. That's where I'm at, Vosh. Let's talk.
Yeah, okay, so there are a number of points here that I think are maybe a mischaracterization of some of the things that I believe in. First of all, with regards to, so your ultimate argument is one against gatekeeping, effectively, that there's ultimate harm done to the movement when you engage in any action to distinguish the broader, the right-left from the parts of it that you want to excise. Unfortunately, excising undesirables from your movement is, I think you as a fan of the USSR would probably know, basically a necessary part of any revolutionary activity. With regards to the tankies that are referred to, for example, I'm not referring to people who, for example, are at any point not as critical of the USSR as I am, or people who see value in some of the revolutionary movements in the developing world. I think these are perfectly fine things. I'm talking about people who aggressively engage in optics, which are antithetical to the things that I believe in. I'm not denouncing them because Fox News is telling me to. I'm denouncing them because they are my enemy and because they make us look bad. So, for example, while these people are by no means the majority, there are tankies who defend Stalin. Anybody who is in any way, shape, or form in favor of either of the two components of socialism that you laid out, whether that be worker control of the means of production or the destruction of the commodity form, should despise Stalin. He was not a good man. And he did not do good for the movement. He just isn't a good person to hinge public representation on. And I wonder, then, how you would feel about the odds of Bernie Sanders succeeding in the United States of America, not if he refrained from denouncing the healthcare in Cuba or whatever, but if somebody had asked him, do you like Stalin? And Bernie had failed to answer in the negative. My issue here is that I think we're blurring the lines between people who have minor ideological differences but a shared goal and people who do not share a goal with me. Because there are people who defend bad things. When I hear people who are unironically defending, it's off the hands, like the Holdomer denials, like, oh, it was necessary, you know, the kulaks were hoarding grain, there was nothing they could have done, they diverted grain. Like, this is abhorrent to me. Not only because it's morally impermissible, as far as I'm concerned, to defend, you know, the actions which led to a genocide, but also because it's materially wrong, and also because it makes us look really bad. Whether we like it or not, socialism and its development in the United States of America is going to be predicated on our ability to relate to the average person with things we know they care about, whether that stuff be healthcare or ending foreign war or bringing about a reconciliation between those who have wealth divides between them. I don't think we can achieve this by allowing people who adopt the aesthetics, optics, and rhetoric of authoritarians to run rampant within our movement.
All right. May I respond?
Yes, please.
I think you're making a little bit of a mistake. Now, there are two fronts I want to respond on. I can respond regarding myself, and I can respond regarding tankies in general. In regards to myself, I have no interest in defending Stalin's personality and convincing anybody that Stalin was a good guy. I'm interested in defending socialism, not personalities. But you have to admit, the way socialism is presented in the United States, the argument generally is that it's failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It's created nothing but gulags and death and misery. And the response you generally get from socialists is, oh, that's all true, but I'm just so smart that I'll do it better. And that's a ridiculous argument. You look like a fool when you make that argument. You have to be able to deal with the history of the 20th century and point out that everything isn't completely black and white, that mistakes were made, but big achievements were made as well, like defeating the Nazis, like electrifying and industrializing.
Said, no, indeed. Common labor is all that I need, for I can easily wreck in a week or two that which took builders years to do. So I thought to myself as I walked away, which of these roles have I tried to play? Am I a builder who builds with care, measuring life with a compass and square? Am I living my life by a well-made plan and striving to do the best that I can? Or am I that type that scours the town, content with the labor of tearing things down? I heard that poem, and I believe that poem may have Masonic origin, because the compass and square is a Masonic symbol. I don't know where it came from, but it spoke to me at a time in my life when I really needed to hear it. When we talk about the society that we live in, the system that we live in, there are three ways of looking at it. And I could start with Henry Charles Carey. Henry Charles Carey was an economic advisor to Abraham Lincoln. And at the time, he wrote a very beautiful anti-slavery pamphlet. And in that pamphlet, he described slavery and what it was, and he tied it in with the English system. This is what he wrote. At the time in the lead up to the U.S. Civil War, he said, "Two systems are before the world today. One looks to exporting men to occupied desert tracts, the sovereignty of which is obtained by aid of diplomacy or war, and the other to increasing the value of an immense vacant amount of land by importing men by the millions for their occupation. One looks to the concentration of wealth and power in a great commercial city that shall rival the great cities of modern times, which have been and are supported by means of contribution of war that have exhausted every nation subjected to them. The other to concentration by aid of which a market shall be made upon the land. One looks to increasing the necessity for commerce, the other to increasing the power to maintain it. One looks to underworking the Hindu and working the rest of the world down to his level. The other looks to raising the population of the world up to our level. One looks to pauperism, ignorance, depopulation, and barbarism. The other to increasing wealth, comfort, intelligence, and combination of action and civilization. One looks toward universal war, and the other towards universal peace. One is the English system, and the other we may be proud to call the American system. For it is the only one that has ever been devised, the tendency of which was that of elevating while equalizing the condition of man throughout the world. And such is the true mission of the United States. Now, that was Henry Charles Carey, the economic advisor to the President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. He's one of the first voices, from what we understand, that advocated building this Bering Sea tunnel and connecting the United States via Alaska to Russia. And he had an entire vision for doing so, of building infrastructure and the notion that the state with a national bank should facilitate economic growth. And he contrasted that with the ideas of Adam Smith and free trade, and he most especially called out Malthusianism, the idea that the population is too large and that the problem in the world is human beings and that we need to drive down the population. That was Henry Charles Carey. But then you had a guy that some of us have probably heard of, Vladimir Lenin. He wrote a book, made similar arguments. It was called Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And he argued that capitalism in the Western countries wasn't just normal capitalism. It had moved into a monopolistic stage with an international financial oligarchy that concentrated wealth in the hands of big monopolies, and corporations were carving out spheres of influence to hold back economic growth around the world. And now, if you go to Russia and you go to China, there's another school of thought that they call geopolitics, where they divide the world not just in the past century, but in the past 5,000 to 6,000 years between civilizations of the land and civilizations of the sea. And they talk about how the Western system that emphasizes individualism is rooted in the fact that the Western countries have a lot of ocean access. Whereas, if you look at the civilizations that have developed on the great world island of Eurasia, whether it's the Persian Empire, the Russian Empire, the Chinese Empire, they have a more collectivist way of doing things. That an empire of the ocean can prosper by simply having a mighty navy and controlling trade routes. However, if you're developing and building an empire on the land, you have to build roads, and you have to bring civilizations together. And the reason we think of the East as more collectivist and the West as more individualist may have something to do with the geography on which those civilizations developed. Now, I don't know if you want to talk about the American system or continentalism versus the English system. I don't know if you want to talk about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. I don't know if you want to talk about Eurasianism, continentalism versus Atlanticism. But it's very clear that the system that we live under in the West is in big crisis. And it's in big crisis for the simple reason that human beings are creative creatures. Look, I believe that God is the creator of all things. And one thing that I point to as evidence of that is that I look at nature and I say that ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 5, 6, 7, 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. And the majority of human history was hunter-gatherer civilization, but we got to be too good at it. We innovated, and we got so good at hunting and gathering that we had to develop methods of growing our own crops because there was a scarcity. And that human beings are constantly reinventing their relationship with nature and innovating on a higher level. And that is what defines human beings, is their ability to reinvent their relationship with nature. Friedrich Engels, the Marxist, he said, the animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by his presence. Man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends and masters it. And this is the final and essential distinction between man and other animals. That was Friedrich Engels, but you can find that in Genesis. In the book of the Bible, it talks about how man was the species that was given the mission of being fruitful and multiplying and having dominion, and that human beings are unique and defined by their ability to change nature and make nature serve them and reinvent their relationship with nature to get to a higher plane. But yet we're in a time where it seems like people are afraid of economic growth and expansion. Andrew Yang, who ran for president, he was quoted as saying, all you need is self-driving cars to destabilize society. That one innovation would be enough to create riots in the streets. And we're about to do the same thing to retail workers, to call center workers, to fast food workers, insurance companies, and accounting firms. What sense does it make to have a society where self-driving cars are a bad thing? Shouldn't self-driving cars be a great thing? This chore called driving is no longer necessary. But yet, there's fear that if we had self-driving cars, it would lead to an economic catastrophe. Well, my understanding of why we're in an economic crisis and why we're facing an economic meltdown and why our economy continues to be more and more unstable, I'm going to have to do some math, and those who've watched the YouTube channel have seen this math many times, and I'm going to show you the math that I've learned. Let's say you're making a product, right? You're creating a product, right? Let's say you're making tires. Now, if you're making tires, right, you're going to need the rubber and the materials for which the tire is created, and that's A. And you're going to need to transport the tire to where it's being sold, and that's B. And you're going to need human labor power, human beings, to come together and create the tires, and that's C. And then the total cost at the end of the day is D. Now, what's missing? How is the owner going to make a profit? Now, he can't cut into how the tires are, the material, that's fixed. And he can't cut into the transportation and shipping costs because that's fixed. So in order to make his profit, he has to extract from C the labor value put into it. And it's frustrating because there's a lot of people who talk about this and they say, well, that's unfair, right? They say this is unfair, right? And you know, at the end of the day, you really have C1, which is what the worker is actually getting paid, and then you have C2, which is the profit for the employer. And people look at that and they say, well, it's unfair. It's unfair because the worker is not being paid the value he put into it. He put in C, he's only getting C1. Well, they're missing the point, which is there's a bigger problem than just it's unfair. And then people say, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve compensation? Well, the issue is this. Right? The worker is only getting paid C1, and C1 will always be less than D. The amount of wages paid out in the process of production is never enough to buy back the product that is produced. We have a problem that is a problem that in previous periods wouldn't have made any sense, the problem of glut. Poverty created by abundance, where people become homeless because there are too many houses. People become hungry because there is too much food. And this is a completely unnatural problem. And that's why our government buys billions of dollars worth of cheese and buries it in a cave in Missouri to keep the price of dairy high enough. And that's why we have a military-industrial complex, because we have to keep spending money to keep the economy going. And it's this problem, the fact that we are never paid enough to buy back what we produce. And the boom-bust cycle that we understand is rooted in this problem, that eventually the market becomes glutted, right? This is a four-letter word, glut, G-L-U-T, glut. The market becomes glutted, and the prices of all the products goes down, and as a result, you have a situation where people become homeless, and poverty persists due to abundance. And this problem gets worse when there is technological advancement. Why? Well, how can the employer save money? He can do it through what he calls labor-saving technology, reducing the role of C, right? Reducing the human labor power involved in the creation of every product. But the problem is that as C decreases, C2 also decreases. The profit that the employer makes is extracted from the human labor power put into it. So every time you have a situation where the amount of human labor power in a product decreases, you have a falling rate of profit. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. And so as technology advances, and as the role of the worker at the assembly line goes down, as the market becomes more quickly glutted with products, we get more and more of an economic meltdown. And if you look at the history of our economy, great economic crises tend to follow great technological leaps, right? The First World War was preceded by all kinds of great technological advancements that led to all kinds of panics on the stock market that eventually led to World War I. And then, with mass destruction and 20 million people killed, you had the Roaring Twenties. They were rebuilding, and then Henry Ford and Taylor and their innovations of the assembly line created an economic crisis, and you had the Great Depression. And the only thing that cured the Great Depression was a catastrophic event called World War II. And that great periods of economic crisis tend to follow great technological leaps. And this shouldn't be the case. It's not natural. It's not something that we should have. And so, what do we do about it? Well, I think that we need a government that will step in and make sure the economy keeps growing. And we have a 4-point economic plan in CPI, which doesn't seem that radical. 1, hire the unemployed and start rebuilding America. Hire the next generation and put them to work rebuilding our roads and bridges and highways. Full employment, and give this country a high-tech upgrade. Pave the roads, build some high-speed railway, fund fusion energy research. We ought to invest in the infrastructure of America. Step number 2, how are you going to pay for it? Well, this country is very, very rich. We've got a lot of oil. We've got a lot of natural gas. We've got a lot of coal and timber. The wealth, the natural wealth of America should go into the public budget, right? I think that's pretty basic, right? Public control of our natural resources. And step 3 would be the creation of a national bank and public control of banking. You read the Bible, if you read the Quran, you read the Torah, every major religion forbids lending money at interest because it leads to the creation of a creditor class. Money created through usury, wealth created through speculation is sterile. And the understanding is that if we had a national bank that injected credit into communities, we could stimulate economic growth. And that when you have a gambling casino economy where people are making money without creating any value, that leads to a problem. That value comes from human innovation and human creativity, not from speculation. And that's something that people have known for thousands of years, and we've gotten beyond that. And then the final thing, and this is one that there's a lot of confusion about, right? It's something that maybe Mr. Mamdani might advocate, but for very different reasons, which is that, I think that healthcare should be provided in this country. I think that education should be provided. But the way people often talk about it is it's very pessimistic. It's, my life is unfair. The world is unfair. Corporations get lots of free stuff all the time. I should get some free stuff too. Give me some free health care, give me some jobs. And they're not wrong. Corporations do get free stuff from the government all the time. But that pessimistic attitude of resentment, like, oh, it's just unfair, that's not helpful. We should provide health care as an investment, right? If we're going to have a strong country, we need a hard-working population. And that means the people are healthy. If we're going to have a strong country, we're going to need smart people, educated. And that means investing in education. If we're going to have a strong country, we're going to need everybody's human labor power to be utilized. So we should have full employment, and that we should view.
Saying, did the riots start yet? Referring to the people down the street at the anti-war protest. And I'm thinking, like, we're not rioters, dude. Like, we're pretty normie. We're just, against the Iraq war. We're just having a protest. It's basically a picnic with some folk songs and some speeches. Like, we're not these other things that you have to be afraid that we're going to throw a Molotov cocktail through your car window. But to your point, I think you're correct in that the left has a way of presenting itself in that way, right? They have there's this sort of stigma attached to activism in general, particularly anti-war activism. And I do think you're correct in saying that has a lot to do with the branding. And I think a lot of the woke stuff is a part of that. In fact, you wrote a book about this, right? The Samantha Power. I forget what the subtitle is. What was that?
I wrote a book, The Regime Change Industry, Samantha Power, The Woke Left, etc. So yeah, that's one of my books as well, a compilation of different articles I wrote about how leftism and leftist themes have been hijacked to some degree or other to serve war and empire and propaganda.
Yeah. Do you want to expand upon that?
Well, it's interesting when you talk about what you experienced at the, the Hudson Valley and the protests at West Point. One thing that I have noticed, and it reflects itself in a number of different ways, is that a lot of leftist politics is almost predicated on the assumption that we'll never accomplish anything, we'll never win. Right. And that manifests itself in various ways. One manifestation of it is it's not about reaching the bulk of the population. It's proving to the other anti-war people that you are the most radical and the most revolutionary. So that's part of it. But it's more than that. First of all, part of it is that, if you want to be popular among leftist academia, right? If you want to be memorialized, if you want 1 million different books sold about you at Left Forum and all that, lose, right? There's 1 million books about Trotsky because he lost, right? There's 1 million books about Rosa Luxemburg, who I greatly admire, but she lost. She died. There's 1 million books about some anarchist in Spain you never heard of. If only he had led the revolution, it would have worked, But Stalin, he won. And he led the Soviet Union. They became a superpower. Well, he's untouchable. The New York Times says he's a dictator. He's a murderer, right? Mao, he won. Well, we can't have anything to do with that. And there's just this mindset of the left have gotten into the mindset of we want to be the tragic, persecuted hero, right? We want to be Braveheart at the end of the movie and just die epically and shout freedom. That's kind of the mindset the left has gotten into. And that is not an effective mindset, right? And you contrast that with Trump, right? Trump's whole thing is he always says, I won, right? And that, words have power. And if you see yourself as epic losers, you will probably go out and epically lose. But if you see yourself as somebody who wins, you will win. And that leftism, unfortunately, there is kind of a tragedy there. Part of it, when you spoke to, your family and all of that, I will say that, I will try to be more sensitive to some degree to boomer leftists because they've been through hell, right? I mean, things, in the late 60s, early 70s, there was kind of an upsurge in anti-war activism and civil rights and stuff. But the 70s was a long way down. And then the 80s and then the 90s. And a lot of those folks had just real trauma. You read about what happened in the late 70s, 1979 Greensboro massacre, right? A group of communists had an anti-racist rally. The KKK showed up and shot 5 of them on live television, right? You read about some of what went on and that a lot of these older folks who run the anti-war movement, they have been getting punched in the face and getting into scuffles with people with flags and crosses for a long time. And so they have this just kind of gut level trauma-induced opposition to anything conservative, right? They think these people want to kill me. I've gotten into fistfights with these people. And so it's very hard. The notion that they could ever unite around a common goal is just completely foreign to a lot of those folks based on years and years of trauma and scuffles on the street and violence. And that's actually similar to what's playing out in Latin America right now in a weird way. You'll notice the USA's pivoted. And under Obama, the U.S. foreign policy strategy in relation to Venezuela, Nicaragua, and other countries really shifted. For the longest time, the allies of America, of the United States in Latin America, were the old military caste, right? You had those military dictatorships that the USA was backing throughout the region, and like Pinochet in Chile and Somoza in Nicaragua and various like military juntas that were in power that tended to be the wealthiest people in those countries, the people of, very light-skinned Spaniards who kind of were the military caste in those countries, who were very racist, very, very anti-communist, really hated the indigenous folks, really hated the black people, and really prided themselves on like, we're European or whatever, and presided over brutal dictatorships. And those people are hated. And what changed was in the 1990s, because these countries kind of transitioned to having free elections and because of modern technology, a lot of the people in South America who were just kind of ignored before, right? I mean, the people that live in the mountains, the people that live in the rural areas, who are largely indigenous, in some cases African descent, they started voting. And they didn't like those, wealthy aristocrats that ran the old military dictatorships. And they started voting. And that's the rise of Maduro is in that category, right? And Evo Morales and Rafael Correa in Ecuador, it was that this whole section of the population that just didn't count before. A lot of them didn't even speak Spanish. They still spoke indigenous languages. They'd just been completely ignored. Suddenly they were voting in mass. And so that old anti-communist aristocracy, right? They were outvoted. No, I mean, they were completely outvoted. So as a result, you had the pink tide in the early years of the 21st century because this section of the population that had been completely ignored was voting. And the old right wing that was backed by the United States was outvoted. So under Obama, we saw a shift where the USA stopped supporting the old right wing and instead created kind of a pro-imperialist left. A left with NGOs and foundation money that was talking about LGBT rights and talking about the rights of indigenous people and talking about the crimes of these military dictatorships, but also very anti-Maduro, also very anti-Russia, very anti-China. There's been a pivot in the strategy of the United States for dominating South and Central America because there's just been a big change in terms of demographics. And that's something we have to keep in mind. And that's why Venezuela at this point is more isolated than they used to be. It used to be basically anybody who was at all on the left in Latin America would stand with Maduro. Now, because Trump is the president and all of that, things have shifted, but that's been part of the U.S. strategy in the region. But what's also interesting, and this is something that, again, it relates to trauma, it relates to coalition building, is a lot of those old military dictatorships, why were they gotten rid of? Why did Pinochet get brought down in Chile? Why did they get rid of the military dictatorships in Argentina and elsewhere? Because those military dictatorships, in order to stay in power, they had to hand out the goods, right? They had to build airports. They had to supply jobs to the people at the top of the military and all of that. And George Soros, at the same time he was funding anti-communist protests in Eastern Europe, he was funding pro-austerity, anti-military dictatorship, pro-democracy movements in a lot of these countries to get rid of that old military aristocracy that the USA was willing to tolerate them against communism as like a barrier while they engaged in construction and built up industries and things like that. And so now a lot of those folks are also angry at the United States because since the 1990s, neoliberalism has just impoverished many of these countries. So there's many of these people from the old right wing of Latin America who actually kind of share a common economic interest with people like Maduro, with people like Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua who want construction. And they're looking to Russia and China and the Belt and Road to build. But it's very hard because there's a river of blood between these folks. All the leftists in Latin America have been murdered and killed by death squads by the old military right wing. And the old military right wing, anti-communism and is their bread and butter. And so there's kind of a river of blood between them. But there's been a lot of changes. We're in completely new political territory. That's why my organization is called the Center for Political Innovation. We can't follow the old playbooks. If something from the old playbooks was going to work, it would have worked by now. We're in weird new territory. I think the divide in the world right now is between the Western monopolies, the big banks and corporations that run the Western system, Wall Street and London. In order to stay in power, they need degrowth and depopulation. They want to drive the population down. They want to impoverish people, reduce consumption, whereas there are big sections of the world centered around Russia and China and the BRICS countries who are pro-growth, and they want more people to be born. They want more construction, more economic development, more electrification. That's the divide, pro-growth versus anti-growth. The old system needs destruction and degrowth in order to maintain its power, whereas the rising new world needs construction and growth. And that's really what all these governments around the world, whether you talk about Ibrahim Traore on the African continent, or you talk about the Islamic Republic of Iran, or Russia and China, or Venezuela, all of them have basically had revolutions so they can build, so they can grow. That's what they want to do. And the West doesn't want that. It's like the game of you ever play King of the Mountain when you're a kid? Imagine, one kid gets to the top and he says, now game over, I'm at the top. That's what George Soros is saying. That's what the World Business Forum is saying. We're at the top, so growth must stop, so we stay at the top forever. And the rest of the world isn't willing to accept it. That's the divide in the world today. And we need to kind of re-examine politics from that perspective.
Well, yeah, and I think that your piece about the boomer leftists there really connects to that, because I think a lot of the problem when you talk about a critique of the current anti-war movement is that, yes, it is dominated by a lot of these boomer leftists who are of the opinion that, they ended the Vietnam War, that their protest movement ended the Vietnam War. So, hey, if we did this before, why can't we do it again? Now, there is some truth, obviously, to the idea that domestic opposition to the war in Vietnam is ultimately, you know, a huge part of what led to us withdrawing. But there was another huge part of ending the war in Vietnam, and that was communism, right? You actually had state socialism. You actually had a formidable ideological opponent to the Western hegemon as a real force on the world stage. Without that piece, capital has just been unleashed upon the world to the point where these leaders no longer feel any need to be responsive to any kind of democratic input. So your old way of doing things is not going to end the wars anymore, because they're just going to tell you to go get your fucking shine box. And why can't they? I mean, if you look at the response from Trump and Stephen Miller and most of the MAGA commentariat now, their justification for this war is, who's going to stop us? Who's going to stop us? They don't care about international law. It's might makes right. We're the superpower. Stephen Miller goes on TV. He says, we are the superpower. We have to act like one. And I think that you're correct in saying that, like, there's a certain generation of activists that just doesn't quite make that connection.
Well, and there's another big difference between now and the Vietnam War period, which is during the especially the beginning of the Vietnam War in the 60s, the USA had a booming economy. The economy was very, very, very good. And at the beginning of the anti-war Vietnam War movement, they tried to oppose the war on a class basis, right? You had like the Socialist Workers' Party. Their members actually went into the army and tried to unionize it and stuff. And it didn't work. And a tactical decision was made of opposing the war on a pacifist basis, right? Of like, you have a general. Gabby.
Hello.
Hey, I was
had that dumb question about Skibbity. Sorry.
What is it? It's okay. You're fine.
It's I don't know. My son, he says Skibbity toilet, and like that was like I think the past year it was a thing. And then when I go pick up my son from school, all these kids say Skibbity Fortnite, Skibbity toilet, like, and then they have these other terms they use, and like I feel so bad for kids today, because it's like they don't enjoy real life. They enjoy YouTube terms, like, I don't know, media, internet terms, and it's like, I don't know.
It's got a Wikipedia page. It's got a Wikipedia page, so I looked it up.
Yeah.
Skibbity Toilet is a machinima web series of YouTube videos and shorts created by Alexei Gerasimov and uploaded to his YouTube channel, Da Fuck Boom, produced by Source Filmmaker.
Oh my God.
Plot and characteristics. The series depicts a conflict between singing human-headed toilets.
It is so weird. And they even sell plushies at the mall, because when I went to, they sell the plushies, and I was like, my niece, I think, and my little cousin, they're like, oh, I want it. I'm like, you want a toilet with a head? I don't know, it's weird and like doesn't make sense, and I just don't understand it. And I'm like, maybe this is what happens when you get old, like you just are not cool anymore. You don't understand what they're saying.
Captain Kangaroo. I used to watch Captain Kangaroo.
Oh, I don't know what that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I didn't watch Skibbity Toilet. I watched Captain Kangaroo.
Yeah, exactly. Watched
Captain
all that.
Kangaroo. I used to watch Arthur. You remember Arthur?
Yeah, Arthur. I used to watch that, and it was like they had good stories. Storylines were they taught kids like how to become like a better person or to be kind, and then like TV shows today for kids is like very inappropriate and like very like I don't know. I'm tired of like trying to be like guarding my son while he's watching, because like I feel like every day I'm like, take that off right now, take it off, and then it's like I just have to be like looking if it's appropriate or not, and then the context that they use certain things is like it's not kid friendly, and it sucks because it's like it's not like before. Like when I was a kid growing up, like they had, all these PBS kids and stuff like that. But now they have the internet, and like the internet could get dark so quick for kids that they can't handle it. So that's why I'm like, it's hard for parents to be like looking out what's appropriate and not appropriate, because sometimes we think it's right, but sometimes it's not okay. And then years later, they're like, oh, just by the way, this show was the jokes. And then like I realized certain things that were so inappropriate. Like I thought it was normal at the time, but then now it's like it's missing kids' minds psychologically too. So it's like a lot of things to look out.
I mean, what I thought was interesting was like Sesame Street. I think is that still on the air?
I don't know. To be honest, Caleb, I don't watch like regular TV anymore. It's like Netflix and like Hulu and Disney Plus and all these other things.
Apparently, Sesame Street was quite edgy, but it was
Right.
like beneath the surface. Like you had to like kind of go looking for it, right? There were certain things about Sesame Street, like Bert and Ernie slept in the same bed, and they're both men.
Oh yeah.
And like if you think about that, it's like, why are these two adult men sleeping in the same bed? And,
yeah, that's true. I never thought of that, but like, yeah, that is weird. But then,
and then Oscar the Grouch lives in a garbage can. Like he's a homeless dude who lives in a garbage can. Like and he's green because he's got rotten garbage rot all over. It's actually like kind of dark,
It is. Is that what it is in New York?
Well, I mean, I assume so.
Sesame Street based in New York?
Yeah, it's supposed to be in New York, right? It's supposed to be New York City.
People sleeping in the garden.
Right. So you got two gay guys, and you got a man who lives in the garbage and is mad. He's really rude and angry because he's a grouch. Because I mean, wouldn't you be mad if you lived in the garbage? And I don't know. I mean, it's kind of dark. I mean, if you think about it. And then people said for a while when I was a kid, there was Mr. Cooper, who was the store owner. Right. And he was Jewish, and people thought that was kind of an anti-Semitic like stereotype. Like he's the store owner in the black neighborhood is this Jewish guy. And like,
Damn, I never thought of that.
Yeah. Right. So I don't know. But, and that there's a lot that was Sesame Street. And apparently in the version of Sesame Street in South Africa, they had a character who had AIDS. Because it was so common there were so many children born with AIDS and stuff during the AIDS crisis and stuff that it was just like, and it kind of made sense in Africa, right? But that was in Africa. That wasn't the one in the United States, but yeah, there you go. But yeah, I can't imagine being a parent now. I mean, what you just told me about Skibbity Toilet, that just
and I know that they have these other like this term is like Ohio. They use Ohio a lot, and then they use. Yeah, but they use it like, oh, Ohio something. Like it's like I don't know, it's so weird. And there's these other words I can't think of it, but like dang it. It's that Skibbity one's in my brain now, and it sucks because it's like
I just looked it up and I just feel dumber. It's about human heads.
Yeah, like these kids are like so it's like I don't know if like they're making our kids like how do you call that? I don't wanna like I don't know, it's not normal for kids to just say these words like out of nowhere. Like you could literally be talking to a kid and they say like Ohio, and then they say the Skibbity, and then they see these other words, and like it's just
they're not
like,
communicating coherently. Like
it's like weird, and like I hear this a lot. Yeah, it's like I feel like our government is messing with the kids' minds or something. There's some weird. There's some
creating
weird
like trigger words or something. That's
really terrifying. And it's like when I was growing up, I'm trying to think like if we had something like that, but I don't know. I can't remember anything like that. But yeah, it's like I think this new era of children is a bit scary of like the outcome of growing up with the internet and stuff like that, and being able to text and seeing things, and like I don't know, maybe we had that too like with regular television, but like since I have a son, like I'm very I look for like the little messages of like when they have like a woman in like a shirt, like a like bikini and like stuff like that, like I feel like it's that little thing that they do to boys, and then they grow up to be kind of dysfunctional, and it's like it's a lot of strange things, Caleb, that it's so hard to kind of because I have my son, and it's like I worry about a lot of those things, but it's like I try to be like I try not to be behind his back, but it's like I have to, and it sucks because it's like I wish we were in a world where they had age appropriate things for kids, but we don't, and it's like it's difficult, and but yeah. Anyways, buy Caleb's book. Like,
Oh, enjoy it, yeah.
yeah, I was reading the one with our the CPI and our 4-point plan, and it's like a refresher. So I just went through that part, and it's good. I just skimmed through it. I take it to work. I took it to work last time and didn't read it.
That's okay. Yeah. You have
Because
downtime at your job? Are you in that kind of situation, or
what was it?
do you have downtime at your job where you can read?
Oh no, it's just when I take a break, I'm like, okay, let me see. But then like my job is just like a 15-minute break, which is like what do you do in 15 minutes? And like that's considered a break. And I'm like, what the heck? I don't know. I thought it was, I don't know. I guess it's like they say 15 minutes, and if we go over, they get all mad and like, oh, like you went 3 minutes over, and I'm like, oh my god, yeah, it's really bad conditions that workers have today too. So
no, when I worked at the insurance
Mhm.
firm, I worked at the insurance firm, and I remember that I worked a week where I did overtime.
Yeah.
Right? I actually did overtime. I ended up working like an extra day or whatever. And then they didn't give me my pay for my overtime because they were just
Yeah.
like, oh, well, you take a lunch break. So we just took the lunch break.
Yeah.
I'm just like, are you kidding me? You know, This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America. And that there's just nothing we can do. And their political activism consists of listening to podcasts, leaving internet comments, voting maybe for one of the two major parties in the elections, and that's it. And they think that I've met many people, both leftists and conservatives, both Trumpers and woke people, and that the majority of people who consider themselves to be politically active in America have the dual delusions. On the one hand, they think they know everything, and on the other hand, they think that there is nothing that they can do. They think basically, well, I can vote for the Democrats, I can vote for the Republicans, well, I can listen to podcasts, there's nothing I can do. Well, first of all, you don't know it all, because if you did know it all, you would be changing the world. But on the other hand, there is the idea that you can't do anything. There are things that you can do, right? And that the dual delusions, people that are politically inactive. They're interested in politics. They're upset about the political situation. They want to learn, but they trap themselves. One way they trap themselves is with the dual delusions. They know it all, which they don't, but there's nothing I can do. And so, the USA is about to go to war with Iran, and they are mad about it. But they think, oh, well, I don't need to work with anybody I don't already agree with, and I can't talk to this person because I know it all. I have this unique understanding of the world. But on the other hand, there's nothing I can do to stop the war against Iran.
So I guess next election I vote for Trump, or next election I vote for the Democrats, or next, I leave some comments on Facebook. I make a Facebook status that I'm really mad. There's nothing I can do, but I know it all. And these dual delusions have to be broken down, right? You cannot change the world if you maintain these dual delusions. You cannot change the world if you think you know it all and you think there's nothing we can do. And the truth is you don't know it all, because knowledge comes from correct practical experience. Knowledge comes from actually getting shit done. And you are not powerless. There are things that you can do. And as you do them, you will learn in the process, right? Learning while leading, leading while learning, right? If you want to change things, you got to learn things. You want to learn things, you got to change things. So you don't know it all, but there is something you can do, and you can learn by doing things. And as through doing things, you will learn. And this is the nature of politics, political activism, and reality. Again, read the Little Red Book by Mao Zedong and read what he wrote about the mass line. This is the mass line. Now, another block that a lot of people have is what's called a white whale. It's called a white whale. Now, I don't know if folks have ever read the classic work of literature. It's considered one of the most important novels of the 1800s. Herman Melville's book, Moby Dick. I have never read it. I know the first line of it is "Call me Ishmael." Shout out to our CPI member named Ishmael. I don't know if you were named after the book. Maybe your parents really liked it, or maybe they just got the name Ishmael from the Old Testament. But it begins with "Call me Ishmael." But it's a novel about whaling. And the main character in the novel is Captain Ahab. He's not the narrator. The narrator is Ishmael, but Captain Ahab is the main character in the novel. And Captain Ahab is a captain of a whaling ship who broke his leg trying to kill a white whale. There was a white whale, a giant whale called Moby Dick, and he was trying to kill the whale. And in the process, he broke his leg. And so Captain Ahab has spent his whole life trying to find that whale that he almost killed and get revenge on it for breaking his leg, and finally take down the white whale Moby Dick. And it's about the tragedy of this, that Captain Ahab could have done something else with his life, could have gotten married, could have had kids, could have gotten a bunch of other whales. But he's trapped in this obsession with, if only I could just get Moby Dick, if I could only get the white whale, right? And this is a block that people get into. It's a lot like the dual delusions that I just mentioned. It's a block, and there are a million white whales for people. One of them is the Democratic Party. Have you ever heard this? We can't build a movement because we've got to take over the Democratic Party. If we could just get into the Democratic Party and get enough people in the Democratic Party, and we could vote, and we could get enough delegates that Bernie could get. No, not going to work. Another white whale, right? The labor unions, right? All kinds of people who want to be communists or want to be leftists. They don't go out and build a communist movement. What they do is they get a job at a labor union. They join a labor union where they become a hired staffer for a labor union, and they form a faction within the union, and they try to get the votes, and it's a complete waste of time. And I've known people who do this for 50, 60 years, right? And if you listen to these, if only the unions were revolutionary, if only the AFL-CIO had real revolutionary leaders, we could make a change. And they waste their entire life trying to get the union to change. Another one of these is WBAI radio station in New York City. I know this is hilarious, but I live in New York City. I know a lot of older activists. And there are many, many older activists who are very heavily involved. It's a community radio station. Members get to vote on who the director of it is. And there are so many older leftists that I've known who their entire life consists of the politics at WBAI. If only I could we could vote out the leaders of WBAI, and we could get my people on. And once WBAI was putting out a revolutionary line, we'll get through. It's a complete illusion. And there was one of these groups. It was hilarious. They were convinced they were going to take over the Communist Party USA. They were going to take over the Communist Party. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. You can't take over the Communist Party. The Communist Party is this irrelevant, tiny sect in America. It's a tiny, tiny group, but it's somebody's property. right? It owns a stock portfolio. There's people who grew up in it, right? And they had the idea, well, we're going to maneuver and we're going to get the majority of the votes, and through their constitution and bylaws, we're going to take over the Communist Party. And I said to them, no, you're not. You're not going to do that. That's a waste of time. Build a movement, right? And there's a million of these, right? Academia, that's another one. I know people, and I say they're interested in these revolutionary ideologies or whatever. And I say to them, all right, well, why don't you write a book and distribute it? Oh, no, I can't do that. I've just got to go to college and get my degree. And once I get my PhD, my college will help me publish a book on some obscure revolutionary leader. And I say, well, the book that you end up publishing with academia is going to be very, very boring. It's going to take you years before you end up publishing that book, and they're going to make you conform to the university to publish it. I mean, what's the point? And I see so many people, they just get trapped in a white whale. If only we could take over the labor unions. If only we could take over the Democratic Party. If only we could take over WBAI. If only we could take over the Communist Party. If only I could get into academia and I could get grant money to write a book, and then give up on that. Just do it. Just do it. You don't need anyone's permission, right? Who said that the Democrats have to support you for you to go out and build an anti-imperialist movement? Who said the labor unions have to support you? Who said WBAI has to give you a spot on the radio? Who said that you have to take over the Communist Party before you can do anything? Who said that academia, you have to get your PhD, you have to get a professorship, you have to become a professor at a university and get certified as a professor? Nobody. You don't have to do any of this, right? And I see so many people who get caught up in this. Well, I'm going to infiltrate some institution, or I'm going to get involved in this long-term 3D chess game to try and take over some institution that belongs to the enemy, right? Because that's the Democratic Party belongs to the enemy. The labor unions belong to the enemy. WBAI, I mean, it's a great radio station. I will go on it many times, but it ain't my property. And, if they have me on, great. But it's not my property. I'm not going to say it's the enemy, but it's not revolutionary territory. They just have me on occasionally. The Communist Party is run by the enemy, run by the Democrats and the FBI. Academia is definitely run by the enemy. So rather than getting in, all kinds of people get caught up in a white whale trying to take over some institution. Don't, right? And this is a problem of what you call executive function, right? And again, it's not just politics. We're talking about politics here, but we're really talking, this is all politics, but I'm talking living biologically. This is a problem in real life, right? It's, it's a real life problem. Great example. This is my favorite. I have two stories here of an old roommate I had, who I think, well, anyway, I'm not going to get into, I'm not going to get into the specifics of my old roommate, but my old roommate, there were two examples of him and his inability to act, right? One example was that, my old roommate, he lived with me, and I had a girlfriend in college, right? And my girlfriend and we decided we were going to start exercising, right? The college had a gym. My girlfriend and I said, you know what? We should go exercise once a week. And we made the mistake of telling my roommate this. Now, my roommate, keep in mind, was not in the best physical shape himself, but that didn't really matter. We made the mistake of telling my roommate that we were going to start exercising. And my roommate said, oh, no, you can't do that. You have to make an exercise plan. And I said to my roommate, no, we don't. I mean, maybe that'll come, but I think the first step is we got to get to the gym. No. You've got to make an exercise plan. And I said, no, I think we should go to the gym. And once we've gotten there, as we get used to it, we can, no, you've got to make an exercise plan. And he insisted, and he showed us on the internet places where, if you don't work out in exactly the right way, it doesn't help and all of this. So he came up with this long, complicated schedule he made for me and my girlfriend of like, you must go to the gym at this time, and then you must do this. And he made this whole big plan for me and my roommate, or me and my girlfriend. Did we ever go to the gym? No, we did not. And it's like,
in theory, maybe this plan that he made of you got to exercise in this specific way and you've got to do it this way, maybe that would have been better if we'd ever done it. We weren't going to do it, right? The first step in starting to exercise is going to the gym. And if you never actually go to the gym, that counts for a lot less than if you have a really elaborate plan, but you never implement it. If you never actually go to the gym, that doesn't count for anything. If you go to the gym and you do it in the wrong way at first, but you gradually do it better, that's obviously fine. But if you never actually get to the gym, no matter how good that, plan that he drew up for us, this like complicated Google draft thing, he insisted, oh no, you're going to go exercise. You got to do it this way. And we never went and exercised, right? And this was an example. This is a problem of executive function, right? Of, we never actually did it. My roommate also, and this was very annoying to me because generation of people in America who were growing up in the most prosperous, time, and a lot of young middle-class guys who grew up in a lot of comfort compared to what their parents had. And suddenly they're being told, you must go put on a uniform and do this very uncomfortable working class thing. And so rather than opposing it on a populist basis, they opposed it on a pacifist and war is ugly, war is killing. We don't want to do that. And that was a tactical decision that was made. And we're in a different time now where the economy is much, much worse, I would say. And the opposition that a lot of the public has to it is on an economic basis. This country is run by a group of billionaires and bankers who are getting rich, but we're not seeing our living standard go up. And one of the scariest things about this rhetoric, you talk about Stephen Miller and all of that, is he's trying to make people believe that somehow going to Venezuela and looting their oil will benefit the American people, right? That's his argument, is that, oh, you're struggling. Well, we're going there for you. You're going to benefit. Well, I say, no, you're not going to benefit. Looting Venezuela's oil, it might make some money for Wall Street in London, but it's not going to make any money for the people across America who've lost their jobs and homes, who are watching the roads crumble in their neighborhoods, who are drinking water that's contaminated because the government isn't paying for proper water purification. It's not going to fix the bridges that are crumbling, right?
And not to cut you off, but I think it's really important to interject this. Sorry about this. You're not going to see, even those companies, those interests are not going to see any profit in the short term because it's going to take a long time before they see a profit. On the front end, guess who's going to be subsidizing those companies? You, right? So actually, the American people are going to be worse off for this in the short term and likely in the long term as well, if we know how this goes. Sorry about that. I just thought that was
our job as anti-war people is to make clear these wars do not benefit the American people. American working families are not going to benefit from these wars. And unfortunately, there are a lot of confused leftists who think it does. They should just feel guilty about it. And that's completely wrong. I look at what imperialism is doing around the world. It's not benefiting America's working people. And we need to build a movement that says jobs and school and healthcare for Americans, not bombs and tanks and weapons all over the world. And that we ought to really connect America with the rising new economy in the world, right? The Bering Sea Bridge, CPI, we're having an event on Sunday in New Jersey, in Newark. It's going to be great. Garland Nixon's going to be there. You can read about it on our website. One of the big themes of the event is going to be a tunnel under the Bering Sea, which is an idea that's been around for over 100 years. But if we could connect with this rising new economy in the East and connect America with the new world and kind of have some more distance from Wall Street, I think in the long term, that could be very, very helpful, because the only future America is going to have is with the rising new economy. The financial system centered around Wall Street and London is doomed. It is failing right now. And there is a whole new economy rising in the world based on solid economic growth. And that's where the future is. And if we really want to make America a strong, prosperous country, we need to be part of the new economy, not the old dying one.
Yes, I agree. And we are going to actually plug that event more formally in this next segment. I'll just set this up again. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Keaton Weiss here with Caleb Maupin. So, Caleb, you are New York City based, and you hit the streets after the United States attack on Venezuela. You published this video where you interviewed some of the anti-war protesters in Times Square. So this is an 11-minute video. I did a little 2-minute cut of it, a little trailer cut. So we'll take a look at that now, and then we'll talk more.
Protesters gathered here in Times Square to oppose the U.S. attack on Venezuela and the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro. The protesters don't buy the claims about gangs and drugs. They say this is about oil and regime change, and Donald Trump is betraying the promise he made on the campaign trail to not invade countries and start new wars. So we had an opportunity to speak with a few of the protesters. They gave us their perspective.
Trump is controlled by the billionaire class. Trump is doing their bidding. He has violated every promise that he made to his base, okay? And why? Because he is a puppet of the billionaires. What do I think about Venezuela? The same thing I thought about Iraq, the same thing I thought about Libya, all right? That we will do whatever is necessary to get the oil and the resources of another country. And we say that it's about democracy. That is just so ridiculous. I don't know how those words can come out of his mouth or any of the other neoliberals' mouths, etc. But yeah, so how do I feel about what's happening in Venezuela? I just think it's showing that we have turned into the evil empire. That we have turned into the evil empire.
I hoped that 2026 was going to be a better new year, but doesn't look like it.
Thank you. Okay, what do you mean?
Come here.
Meaning, we should pay fair market, and we should give them what we owe them, and we shouldn't be bombing them for free oil.
Why do you think this happened?
The U.S. wants Venezuela's oil is the main thing. All the rest is just superficial, claptrap, mainly around the oil and other resources. Yeah. Same.
Well, a lot of people voted for Trump hoping he would end the wars, but
yeah, he didn't. Obviously, he's made it worse, and he's conducting war against working people in the U.S. as well. And that's the connection we need to make, so that it's not just the old leftists who come out for everything, but it's critical for working people in the U.S. as well as people around the rest of the world.
Okay, so that was some of the protesters, but of course what really sells on social media is conflict, and so this got up to a little over 500,000 views at the time I clipped this. There were counter protesters there. You tweeted out, confronted some Venezuelan exiles on the streets of New York City cheering for the death of their own people. So these are people who were celebrating the kidnapping of Maduro, and you were not shy about telling them what you thought of them.
You all should be ashamed of yourself. Your own people are going to be the next Iraqi refugees. Millions of your own people are going to die, and you're cheering for the death of your own people. You're cheering for the death of Americans like me are going to die. They're cheering for the death of their own people. Shame on you. You're traitors to your country. You're traitors to your country. You're traitors. They're murderers, traitors to their country, celebrating the death of their own people. Millions of people are going to die. Venezuelans are going to die. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. War, you're cheering for the death of Americans. Americans like me are going to die on the streets of Venezuela. Shame on you. I don't want Americans like me to die so that bankers can get rich. Shame on you.
All right, so I feel like you're going to give me the same answer as the last segment. Well, emotions were high that day. I promise I didn't bring you out here to apologize for your high emotions. But yeah, tell us about that interaction.
Well, a lot of people have said to me, Caleb, you're not going to convince those people. And I said, well, I know that. This is the age of social media. This is performance, right? And right. I was there to confront them. But look.
You definitely put the agit in agitprop. I'll tell you
that. I go to Russia all the time, and I'm not a big fan of the American government. But when I go to Russia, I don't say bomb America, kill them Americans, invade America, and arrest all the American leaders and destroy. I don't do that. I say I would like a better relationship between America and Russia. The last thing I would ever want is some kind of direct confrontation between the two countries, right? And that I don't hate my own people. And there is a layer with these exile communities of these folks. First of all, it's really sad that they have aligned themselves with Trump, because Trump's whole thing is I'm going to make America great. Those folks don't care about making America great. They're mad at Maduro. They're on the other side of a conflict, and they don't give two shits about America. They just want the other side, the people that wronged them, that they're angry with, to pay. And the same goes for the Shahs of Sunset Park and the Persian exile community. They don't care about America. They just want revenge against the Ayatollahs, right? And the same goes for the Shenyun, the Falun Gong. Do you think they care about America? No.
Right.
They want to get revenge on the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party. That's all they want. And Trump says he's for America. These people don't care about America. These are exile communities. And I often tell people, when you encounter one of these people, a lot of people think they know about Venezuela, or they know about China, or they know about Iran because they talked to one of these people. Well, that would be like saying you know about the Civil War because you talked to Miss Scarlet from Gone with the Wind. I do declare, Captain Butler, them Yankees, they came down and burned everything. It was horrible. It was horrible. She wouldn't be lying. That's how Miss Scarlet probably saw it. But, the slaves probably had a different perspective. People in the North had a different perspective. They're giving their perspective. They came to the enemy of their country, the country that's trying to overthrow their country, because they're on the opposite side. And they may be telling the truth about their experience. They may exaggerate a little bit. I know people joke about the Cuban exiles, right? I think there's a cartoon of two dogs, right? And one dog says to the other dog, I was a Great Dane when I was back in Cuba. So sometimes they exaggerate, but regardless, they may be sharing their perspective. They don't represent the majority perspective. Look, Eastern Europe is a great example, right? In America, you will meet all kinds of people from Lithuania and Latvia and all kinds of places. They'll tell you how awful communism is. They do polls in every single Eastern European country where people overwhelmingly say life was better before the fall of the Soviet Union. And you can Google this. The New York Times reports on this. This is widely understood that all across the Eastern Bloc, people say life was way better before the collapse of communism, before the fall of the Soviet Union. So that person that you met on the street from Romania who told you their life was horrible and life wasn't perfect, and they probably are describing real hardships that existed, they don't represent the majority of what people in that country think. When I was in Russia, one thing that just is a great illustration of this is, I have people say to me, well, Caleb, haven't you ever talked to anyone who actually lived under communism? Well, in Russia, the Communist Party is the party of the elderly. It's the party of pensioners, the people who actually lived under it, the people who remember it. And that's kind of the stereotype of the Russian Communist parties. That's the party for the old people, where they're the ones who remember what it was like. And Soviet nostalgia is at an all-time high in Russia. And Stalin is wildly popular in Russia right now because they see Stalin as somebody who held the country together and defeated the foreign invader. Maybe they don't appreciate his atrocities and all of that, but they recognize that Stalin was somebody who lifted the country up from nothing and withstood a foreign invasion. So again, a lot of things are very, very skewed. And I like to, be theatrical and confront those folks. But I also made a point of saying, and I had a lot of people come at me and say, oh, what do you think you know more than us or whatever? Well, I'm honestly concerned about. I went to high school with a lot of people who have joined the military and are serving in the military. A lot of people from the town I grew up in Ohio have joined the military. And I don't want them to get shot down on the streets of Caracas so that Wall Street bankers can make more money and have more of a monopoly on the oil markets. And I think that's a legit concern for Americans to have. And I think I have just as much right to say that because being a white American, being from the United States, I have just as much a right to say that as they have the right to be out there and say, woo, war against Venezuela. I have my freedom to say that.
Well, sure. And I always find I noticed you didn't talk to any Venezuelans on the anti-war side. It's such a self-selecting sample because a lot of the Venezuelans who came here are the Venezuelans who fled, just like a lot of the Cubans in Miami are very, very conservative because they're the ones who fled Castro. So they're the ones who couldn't bear to live there under Castro. So of course they are going to be oppositional, right? It seems to me to be a kind of a non-point that, a lot of Venezuelans who live in New York are for regime change in Venezuela. That's neither surprising nor interesting to me, really. But there is another element that I want to highlight here because I think this is really important. This segment is about protest, and I don't think either of us have any problem with protest. In fact, we encourage people to exercise their right to protest. But Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, who I know you have done a lot of great work with. We've been working with them too. We are
an entire country, and that's the conversation I'm interested in having. I'm not interested in having conversations about Holodomor or the Moscow trials or anything like that. That's regarding me. However, when you characterize people who do question the historical narrative about the Soviet Union in this way, you need to recognize that you're talking about not just guys on the internet who might be obnoxious. Nelson Mandela was a tankie. I will read you what Nelson Mandela said in 1986. Quote, "The Soviet Union is the torchbearer for all the hopes and aspirations. In the Soviet Russia, genuine people have been transformed from genuine people's power has been transformed from dreams into reality. The land of Soviets is a genuine friend and ally of all peoples fighting against the dark forces of world reaction." That's Nelson Mandela in 1986. So by saying that people that glorify the Soviet Union should be kicked out of your movement, you're disassociating from the African National Congress. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest scientists who ever lived, he gave a speech in 1942 called "What Russia Means to Us," where he spoke glowingly about the Soviet Union, how it protected national minorities like Jews. He himself was Jewish, and he saw how important the Soviet Union was in fighting anti-Semitism around the world. He talked about their achievements in science and how the Soviet state made a big point of subsidizing scientific research and development. And Christopher Hitchens denounced Albert Einstein, saying that his greatest flaw was his defense of the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union. Helen Keller, read her autobiography and the glowing things that she says about Lenin and the Bolsheviks at the same time they were suppressing the anarchists and all of that. To write off people that associate themselves with the USSR and its achievements, or with China, or with Vietnam, or with Cuba, or North Korea. Yes, I said North Korea. You know, the Black Panthers sent delegations to North Korea. The Black Panthers studied Juche ideology. The Black Panthers waved Mao's Little Red Book. You should read Huey Newton's autobiography and see what he said about his time in China and how glowingly he speaks about Mao Zedong. Recognizing the achievements of existing socialism doesn't make you a lunatic, doesn't make you a wingnut. It makes you somebody who is open to understanding what's beyond capitalism. Now, my attitude toward these leaders is that we should study all of them and study both their failures and their achievements and blindly adhere and follow none of them. But as we move toward building socialism in the United States, we need to recognize the socialism here will be unique. We're not going to have Chinese socialism here. We're not going to have Russian socialism here. We're not going to have Venezuelan or Cuban socialism. When we have socialism in the United States, it will be a continuation of the progressive tradition. It will be the ideals of Frederick Douglass and John Brown and the suffragists and the labor movement. It will be that radical, anti-imperialist, anti-racist tradition of struggle in U.S. history taking power. But if you look at that history of struggle, some of the greatest voices in it.
We've got a lot to go over so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that there's two main strands here to deal with. There's the point of how we should engage with historical attempts at socialism, and there's also the question.
Oh,
regarding Caleb's charges.
Right, I've got I think an addressal of that written down, if I may, because I feel like that was a fair bit to bite into.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if you wanted to, because I remember you said earlier that you wanted to stick with like one thing at a time. If you wanted to go over each of these main strands individually, we could do that. Unless you don't want to.
I'll broadly address this, and I think we can get into the nitty gritty afterwards. I'm sure we can find plenty to disagree with there. So this is the problem that I have with when I talk with everyone who believes stuff like what you believe in. None of what you just said actually addressed my points, because I've never said it makes you a tankie to acknowledge the benefits or the successes of countries that called themselves socialist. What's more, the material conditions around the time of Albert Einstein or of Helen Keller or of Nelson Mandela were extremely different to those today, and their individual opinions on the extent to which the USSR has brought hope to the world has nothing to do with the material reality of how we should advocate for socialism today. What's more, nothing that any of these people said fundamentally disagrees with my ideology. There were great successes committed by all of these societies, but ultimately, like, if you back up, like, what you essentially just did to me was a massive appeal to authority. I criticized authoritarianism in the in the first, like, chunk that I got, or I said, like, these are the values which are antithetical to mine, and then you responded like, well, here are a bunch of people, here are a fuck ton of people who have ever agreed with these. I've read Huey Newton's autobiography. I'm very familiar with the ideology of the Black Panther Party, the group which initially got me into leftism. I know the fact that they're Maoists. I know that they had some ideas which contradicted with my own, and many which do not. But the fact remains, at the end of all of it, that when we are talking today about what we want to advocate for, I do not think there is any room for people who glorify or defend authoritarianism or historical revisionism. You said earlier in that response, challenging the narrative. I'm very suspicious of that term, challenging the historical narrative, because I've heard it from people who, and I know you don't want me to draw any comparisons here, would probably be reasonably called by Nazis by both of us. At the end of the day, we have to accept the fact that we do live in a highly biased socioeconomic point in time. But when we're making arguments in favor of moving forward, we can't refer to the imagined successes of these societies we defend because they weren't successes, not in the eyes of the average American. Now, you can maybe make slim arguments for Cuba. I think you can, because Cuba's done pretty phenomenally, all things considered. And if you want to go for like niche examples, Rojava has had a good like project going on its own. But if we're talking about advocating the interests of the average American, any attempt whatsoever to defend the historical legacy of these societies, which have been denigrated by history, is going to come off making us look like wingnuts. And I know that in large part because people who advocate the way Bernie Sanders does are infinitely more effective at drawing people towards leftism than people who go by hardline Marxist, like here's the historical reality, here's the theory you should read, here are the people we should stand. I guess just this old world tendency towards advocacy is very, very counterproductive in my mind, especially since I know for a fact a lot of the more active tanky communities are not only in disagreement with me on some historical issues, but are also morally reprehensible. Like, for instance, when it comes to like stuff like radical gender ideology, many of them are transphobes, at least in my experience engaging with some of these communities. Many of them are class reductionists, which I think is very funny for people who would like stand the ideology of the Black Panther Party. These are things like, and I feel like I can't call them out because if I do, I just get called like a radlib, you know?
Okay, so I'll respond to that. First of all, according to your definition, then I'm not a tanky. I know that a lot of bad things happened in the Soviet Union, and I would say that probably the political repression in the Soviet Union, the lack of free speech and open debate weakened the Soviet Union. The fact that people who disagreed with the government were disappeared, that basically made them so their arguments were never answered, right? It made it look like the government had something to hide, and they should have been politically educating the population and engaging them in debate and discourse, which in Cuba, you'll look at what they've done is they've mobilized the population to argue with anti-communist elements, and similar things have been done in China.
May I ask one question to clarify? Do you consider the modern day state of China to be a proletarian state?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I think it has a lot of problems, and I think that there are many things about it that are corrupt, but the fact that they have maintained, an economy where the means of production are organized by the state and raised 800 million people out of poverty, I think is a positive thing. But before we go on, before we pivot away from this, I want to answer one point. You talked about transphobia and such. The first transgender activist in modern U.S. history was Leslie Feinberg, who was a tanky, a leader of the Workers' World Party. The first gay rights activist in the modern U.S. history was Harry Hay, who was a member of the Communist Party USA. The first Broadway play to defend gay rights was by Lillian Hellman, and she was a tanky if there ever was one. She was a very vehement defender of Stalin. So
how do you feel about
you're generalizing when you try to yes, there is definitely there was a big problem of homophobia and banning of gay people from communist parties historically, no doubt about it. But I believe that's a little bit of an oversimplification.
How do you feel about transgender people, if I might ask?
I think the way that they're treated is awful. Bullying, hate crimes, it's despicable. The way people, have been separated from their families, kicked out of their households. I feel nothing but empathy for people that are transgender and face all the hate and discrimination on that basis.
But you agree that gender reassignment surgery is a valid way of addressing their, gender dysphoria in many cases.
If an adult chooses to do that, that's their business. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay, well,
I would like to try to get away from the transgender stuff. Just in order to keep us on topic.
Oh, sure, yeah. I just feel like sometimes reactionary tendencies are hidden by tankies under the guise of like a class ideology. Like let's not address this. We'll only end up splitting the movement over hairs. But yeah, we can
sure,
stick to
I got you.
Hate crimes, discrimination, bullying is something that any progressive would oppose. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. What about China, though? I guess this would be like something I'd characterize as a tanky tendency. I can't get behind the idea that China is a proletarian state. They have, just a rabid market economy. The only difference is that it's all like broadly organized under a state apparatus. But that doesn't really lend towards the individual power of the worker.
Well, I think if you look at their economy, it doesn't function on the basis of profits. The state, which is rooted in communities, every building has Communist Party members in it. There are 90 million members of the Chinese Communist Party throughout the country. They're very well organized, and the state controls capital on behalf of the population. Now, they do it in a corrupt way sometimes, but overall, it's been very successful.
But individuals
Mass eradication of poverty. They become the second largest economy in the world. Huge achievements, and it's because they don't function according to the capitalist logic. In 2015,
capitalist.
In 2015, the Chinese stock market, it crashed, and if a similar crash happened over here, there'd be riots in the streets compared to how dramatically it crashed. The country didn't even blink an eye because 90% of the population has nothing.
That was so effective and how it fit in with this anti-totalitarianism, which has been a CIA obsession and et cetera. That's my work on it. But like the first thing, if you ever bring up Stalin, people just throw out a body count. Well, Stalin killed 100 gajillion million people, right? 50 million, 70 million, 80 million. The first question you need to ask is how? How did he kill them? And most people can't answer the question. You'll get crickets. Well, he killed them. Well, how did he kill them? Well, those big numbers that you get, they come from famines, right? That there was a famine in the Ukraine. There was, you do realize there were famines all the time before Stalin and industrialized the country, right? There were famines routinely. People died of malnutrition all the time when Russia was an agrarian, non-industrialized country. It's Stalin who brought tractors to the countryside and mechanized agriculture. It's Stalin who electrified the whole country and built the power plants. It's Stalin who built a modern educational system and wiped out illiteracy. So it's like you're blaming the guy who cured the famines for that doesn't make any sense, right? It's not logical, right? Stalin cured the famines. Maybe he could have done so more effectively. Hindsight is always 20/20, but like he got the country out of being a primitive agrarian society where there were, famines all the time, to being a country with a modern food system, to being fully industrialized, to having the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, to having the world's largest steel industry. I mean, it's like Stalin took the USSR from being an impoverished country and made it an industrial superpower. And that's just something you're not allowed to say in American media, right? It's just communism just failed everywhere. Everyone just starved and was miserable. It's like, no, Russia went from being an impoverished country to being a superpower with central planning and 5-year plans. And that's like the elephant in the room. And so then if you ever bring that up, people say, well, at what cost? At what cost, right? Well, it didn't come at the cost that it came for the West, because we industrialized over the course of 200 years of colonialism, of killing people in Africa, killing people in Latin America, dragging people to America in the transcontinental slave trade, starving people all over the planet. Like the process of the West industrializing was genocidal and murderous all over the planet. And what Stalin did in Russia was only in Russia, right? They didn't have to colonize anyone to do what they did.
The other thing is now then when you get past these big numbers that come from famine, 70 million, and it's like, wait a second, Stalin cured the famines. Then people start talking about, well, what about the gulags? Right? What about that? Well, there's no question that in 1936, 1937, there was an episode of mass fear in the Soviet Union where people turned in their neighbors. People were terrified that there was some kind of Nazi conspiracy within the government. And a lot of innocent people ended up going to gulags, and that was wrong. And Stalin ended up executing the guy who was the head of the secret police for that, Yezhov. And Stalin, they call it in Russia, Yezhov's terror. Yezhov is generally blamed for it. But regardless, it was largely the population that was traumatized and very afraid that kind of made that happen. And the basis of it is pretty believable, right? Stalin has a great book called Mastering Bolshevism, where he says, look, the imperialists, the French, the Americans, the British, the Germans, they spy on each other, and they spend millions of dollars spying on each other, wrecking each other, competing with each other. Is it really crazy to think that they would spy on us? And we're their enemy, right? We're an alternative economic system. Is it really crazy to think they might conspire within our government? And to some degree or other, there was Nazi penetration of the Soviet government. I mean, I think when the Second World War began, there was a top general who went over to the Nazi side. So the idea that there was Nazi penetration of the Soviet state, that there was sabotage, that there was, something like that, that's not outrageous. Was Trotsky and were Zinoviev and the others, were they actually like on the payroll of Hitler and of Japan? I don't know. I think it's very possible, though. I think it's very, very possible. And I think that Trotsky, especially, in the late 1930s, he was being boosted by fascists, and he was a professional anti-communist, and he wanted to be in power, right? And so was he knowingly working for them or not? Grover Furr maintains he was. I am not 100% convinced, but I'm not saying it wasn't possible. But the number of people that went to gulags in the Soviet Union is much lower than the rate of people that are in prison in the United States. And the other thing is the gulags were not death camps. Most people went to the gulag for a year or two and then they got let out, right? There were no gas chambers in the gulags, right? Everybody knows what Hitler did, right? Hitler rounded up people on the basis of their race, put them on trains, took them to places, and gassed them to death for nothing other than their race, being Jewish, being Roma, Gypsy, or whatnot. No one can point to anything that Stalin did that is on that level, right? They moved the population around on the basis of ethnicity during the war. And that's what saved millions of Jewish people in the Soviet Union from being captured by the Nazis and killed. And that was done, they had what they call the forced deportations they talk about, where like the Chechens were moved out of the regions they historically lived in because there was a pro-Nazi insurgency in the area and they wanted to go in and just get the job done. So they moved the people out of the area. This is all in the context of a war in which like 27 million people in the Soviet Union died. This is like a catastrophic war with death on a scale that we can't even imagine, a military situation where people moved around on the basis of their ethnicity. Yes, but you can't find anything that Stalin did that fits this genocidal mass murdering dictator, monster image we get in the West. It just doesn't line up. We have a guy who led a very authoritarian government in lifting Russia and the surrounding countries from absolute poverty to inventing space travel, to being fully electrified, to being a superpower like the world has never seen. And also, if you are an American, right? I know your audience is largely British, but and this probably applies to Britons as well. But if you're an American,
about a third American. Yeah.
Okay. If you're an American, you directly benefited from Stalin. And I'll tell you how, right? If one thing we constantly hear our politicians talk about, those good paying jobs. Remember those good paying jobs in industry, those good paying jobs that used to exist? Well, they weren't always good paying jobs. If you go back to the 1920s, the people who worked in the steel mills, the people who worked in the automobile factories were making about what fast food workers make now in America. The only reason that those good paying jobs were good jobs is because the industries, steel, auto, meatpacking, were unionized by Stalinists, by the Communist Party that was sponsored and aligned with the Soviet Union. The Flint sit-down strike of 1937, the 1934 strike wave. 1934 in America, you had
a strike wave where you had a general strike in Seattle or in San Francisco that shut down the docks. You had a Teamsters strike in Minneapolis. You had the auto light strike in Toledo, Ohio, and you had South Carolina declaring a state of emergency and sharecroppers on strike all over the South. And in that context, the U.S. government and Roosevelt, fearing being overthrown by people who wanted to replace him with a fascist dictatorship, and also fearing a revolution, Roosevelt moved to legalize labor unions with the Wagner Act, and start hiring workers with the Works Progress Administration. That would not have happened if they were not aligned with 1/5 of the planet. The biggest strike wave in American history was in the 1870s. It was the railroad workers' strike, and it didn't win a damn thing, right? All that resulted from that is the USA built a network of armories all over the country so they could put down unrest more effectively. And it was way bigger. But in 1934, when there was that strike wave in the summer of 1934, the American government panicked and huge concessions were won. If anyone in your family was a meat packer or a steel worker or an auto worker, and you got those high wages that they got post-World War II, that came from industrial unions that were built by Stalin. That would never have happened if 1/5 of the planet wasn't being led by the Soviet Union. Another thing I will never forget is that, I remember being in high school. And in high school, I lived in a little town in Ohio, and they had all the old newspapers from my little tiny town in Ohio on microfilm. And so one day, one of my high school teachers brought me a printout of a microfilm from my little town's local newspaper in 1951. And the headline on my local town's newspaper was, "Take that, Uncle Joe," right? And it began with a quotation from Stalin. Stalin had said, "The way America treats black people is unacceptable. The American government is racist. The crimes against the black people are unacceptable." It began with that quotation, and the article was all about how the first black family in my town had bought a house. And so clearly Stalin was a liar. He didn't know what he was talking about. That shows you how important Stalin was. There would not have been a civil rights movement in America without Stalin. Right? When Emmett Till was killed, the famous case of the young man from Chicago who was visiting family in Mississippi, whistled at a white woman, and was brutally killed. They took that picture of Emmett Till's mutilated body. The Soviet Union took that picture and sent it all over the world and said, "This is America, the land of freedom and democracy. This is what they do to black people." And it was only because of the Soviet Union and the way it embraced the black freedom struggle that the power structure in America was forced to start dealing with the issue of race. And, the same year, 1951, the Soviet Union, as a permanent Security Council member, brought William L. Patterson, a black activist, to the United Nations, and he gave a speech called "We Charge Genocide," condemning the American government for crimes against black people. And the Communist Party of the United States, that was functioning as an illegal organization during these years, was illegal. You could go to jail for being a member. Went door to door in every black neighborhood in America, handing out copies. This is an official UN speech, about the conditions of black people in America. The Soviet Union presented this to the world about America committing genocide. And door to door, I've met old communists who remember that, going door to door in black neighborhoods, handing out or selling copies of a United Nations speech by William L. Patterson. I mean, this is huge. So the impact that Stalin has had on your life, if you're an American, is massive. It's absolutely massive. The good paying jobs wouldn't have existed. The civil rights movement would never have happened. Like it's massive. There are a few individuals who have that big of an impact on world history. Stalin led 1/5 of the planet and a mass movement that was aligned with him, the Communist International, and that movement dramatically changed the course of history.
If we can just go back through some of these things, I want to try to bring some of the objections, because obviously I've had a number of videos on Stalin now, and there's always somebody kind of trying to counter in the comments. So I want to try to bring some of these up. On the famine in Ukraine, I've got a book by Anna Strong here.
Yeah.
In fact, I've got several books written around that time. They're pretty hard to find. I actually had to dig pretty hard, and I'm resourceful, but that one was hard to find, the Anna Strong one. I've got one. I had to pay good money for it as well. But in there,
do it as an investment. What we need is a government that invests in people, not a government that invests in wars and prisons and opioids and death. We need a government that invests in the source of wealth, which is human beings and their creativity. Now, that's what I believe. And, you know, 20, 30 years ago, if someone said they believed this, that might make them a communist or a socialist, but not anymore. And in fact, if you go across America, you talk to communists and socialists, they don't think that. I don't know what they think. I mean, to some of them, socialism means giving people health care and giving people free stuff. To some people, socialism means all the white people have to leave America and we return it to the indigenous people. To some people, socialism means we tear it down and we burn it down and the country gets destroyed in an epic battle. And to some people, it means all kinds of different things. It means worker cooperatives, but you talk to all these different groups, none of them can put forward a basic plan to make life better. But I'm going to ask you this. If you're in America and you don't want to make life better in America and you're not putting forward a vision to improve the conditions of the American people, why should anyone listen to you, right? If you're not advocating improving people's lives, if you're just doing this cathartic revenge thing, why should anyone listen to you, right? And I'm going to explain to you tonight what I've spent the last 10 years of my life learning in a very hard and difficult way. Anyone ever heard of Sigmund Freud? Sigmund Freud, he divided the human mind into three parts, right? He said, you have your conscious mind, your thoughts. That's your ego. That's your conscious mind. That's your thoughts. You're thinking, I'm walking down the street, etc. But in addition to your ego, you have your basic bodily desires, right? You're hungry, you have to go to the bathroom, your sex drive, etc. And that's called your id. But in addition to your ego, in addition to your id, you have what's called the superego. And the superego, that's your conscience. That's the part of your mind that is saying you can do better. That's the part of your mind that is urging you to do the right thing. That's the part of your mind that represents the voice of a parent, maybe the voice of a teacher that you look up to, maybe the voice of someone who's mentored you. The superego is the part of your mind that is constantly challenging you to do better. And the superego is the source, according to Sigmund Freud and his writings, of a lot of stress and anxiety because of the fact that it demands the impossible. You will never be good enough for your superego. It's always going to say you could do better, you could be kinder, you could work harder. It's never satisfied. That's your superego. Now, Sigmund Freud also talked about how there are various feelings that human beings have throughout their life, right? One is the drive toward anger, aggression, and sex. That's called the libido. Libido, right? In addition to that, in addition to libido, there's another drive that we all have, which is called transference. The idea to have someone to look up to, like a parental figure. It's called transference. And that we have these various impulses for a reason. For example, libido. Why does libido exist? Libido exists because we have to procreate. It exists because we have to protect ourselves and assert ourselves. So we have within us the drive toward anger, the drive toward reproduction, etc. Transference exists because one of the most basic needs that a child has is for a parental figure to care for them and protect them. And there's another drive, right? And this is called the Oedipal drive. What is the Oedipal drive, right? That's the drive of a young man to kill his father, or of a young girl to kill their mother, right? And why does that exist? Because you need to go out on your own, right? It's part of growing up. You need to go out on your own and create your own life, right? And that these are all basic impulses that human beings have that serve a purpose. But I'm here to tell you that the reason leftism and socialism and communism have gotten so weird is because as a political movement, those kinds of politics embraced libido and Oedipal drives. The word left and right, the terms left and right, go back to the French Revolution. After the king was overthrown, the people who supported the revolution, they sat on the left, and the people who were still loyal to the king sat on the right. And how was it that the emerging capitalist system was able to defeat feudalism? Well, first of all, it was a huge amount of wealth created by colonialism, right, that allowed all that wealth to come into the West. But then ultimately, as a new class of merchants was coming in, the new class of merchants that came into power unleashed the libido and the Oedipal drive of the population. And they created an explosion of rage and sexual passion and an explosion of desire to kill the parent, right? We know what did they do at the French Revolution. The king was the father of the nation, so they cut his head off, right? And during the French Revolution, the Marquis de Sade urged, they said, to keep the passion of the revolution going, they need to have naked women on display everywhere. And men would look at these naked women and they would be filled with sexual passion, and that would drive the revolution. And that leftism as a political movement became a movement that was focused on unleashing people's libido and people's Oedipal drive. Now, a friend of mine, a guy I've known for years named George Grunthal is here. George, stand up. Stand up. Years ago, this guy, he owns a publishing house. Years ago, on your website, Rebstar Publishers, I found a book, and that book was called Freud and Marx, A Dialectical Study. And it was written by a guy named Reuben Osborne. And this guy was a Freudian, and he was trying to find common ground between Marxist ideology and the ideology and the teaching of Sigmund Freud. And I read that book, and I learned a lot from it. And at the end of the book was written in 1936, 37, around that period, the 1930s. At the end of that book, Reuben Osborne points out they had a big problem at the time, because fascism was the primary threat. And Reuben Osborne points out at the end of that book, and at the end of a follow-up book that he wrote called The Psychology of Reaction, that there was a big problem, which is that fascism was appealing to people's much healthier impulses. It was appealing to those impulses to do evil, to get them to do evil things, but it was appealing to feelings that people have that are very natural, like loving their country. He points out that loving one's country is about as normal as loving your parent. Why do they call it the fatherland or the motherland, right? And it's just kind of natural. Wherever you were born, you have a natural attachment to that part of the world. And it's just natural. It's just built in. And fascists, Hitler and all of that, were appealing to people's love of their homeland in order to build their movement. Whereas communists were appealing to people's libido and their Oedipal drive. And that to a lot of people in Europe at the time, communists, that seemed to love every country but their own, right? That seemed to be repulsed by any form of patriotism. Why, they looked to a lot of people like the kind of person who would love and be interested in every woman but his own wife, right? And that there was this weird desire to appeal to people's libidinal and Oedipal drive. And in doing so, they were creating a movement that was unstable. And in order to defeat fascism, the Communist movement altered its messaging. And this is actually a picture of the Communist Party's convention that they had in Madison Square Garden in 1939. As you can see, that's Abraham Lincoln. And it says, friendship between the peoples of the USSR and the peoples of the USA. And Abraham Lincoln was the father of the country. And this isn't about revenge. This isn't about tearing things down. This isn't about, punishing people. This is about loving your country and wanting to defend its democratic traditions and the struggle against slavery. And that was how they built the movement that aligned with President Roosevelt, that aligned with Britain, and largely defeated fascism. And you ever read a Superman comic, right? Superman, the first Superman comic ever, this is one of the earliest ones, it's not the first one. The first Superman comic ever published was in 1939. Two brothers who lived in Cleveland, Ohio, they decided to come up with a whole new superhero, and his name was Superman. And the first thing that Superman ever did was rescue a group of striking workers from their crooked boss who had put them in danger. And Superman was always going around opposing racism. And he said racism is un-American, and he actually fought the Ku Klux Klan. And he said that truth, justice, and the American way meant we had to oppose racism. And nowadays, that might sound like, oh, we hear that all the time, but at the time this was published, Jim Crow was still in effect all over the South. And so the Superman comics, they were wildly popular. Does anyone know how you say man of steel in Russian?
Stalin.
Yeah, Superman was Stalin. And Superman was saying we need to defeat fascism, we need to be loyal to our country, we need to oppose racism. But when you look at a Superman comic, you don't feel a desire to go out and punish people and have rage and vengeance. In fact, if anything, you get almost feelings of transference, right? Superman is a caring, protective figure who's there to fight for what's right, who's there to challenge you to do better and fight for what's right. Superman is appealing to transference. It's creating a superego. It's a different appeal. And that really what it gets down to, and I wrote a book about this, Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, is the falling out between Trotsky and Stalin was about the fact that Trotsky wanted to have permanent revolution. He wanted to kill every last king and invade Europe and kill and death, and he appealed to those libidinal and Oedipal desires. Whereas Stalin realized that if he was going to hold this new country, the Soviet Union, together, they couldn't do that. And Stalin, on the other hand, built a movement that was about 5-year economic plans and mobilizing the country to industrialize.
Stalin set a task: build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol.
The global communist movement was starting to shift in the late 1930s to appealing to much healthier impulses that human beings might have. And it was changing. But then what happened, right? Stalin died, and Stalin's successor, Khrushchev, took a dump all over Stalin and said he's a mass-murdering dictator, he's evil, and appealed to people's desire for revenge, their desire to tear down a powerful figure, and Khrushchev undid and demoralized the Soviet public, telling them that Stalin was just as bad as they'd been told. And as a result, there was widespread demoralization, and China cut its ties with the Soviet Union, and you can really trace the end of the Cold War back to Khrushchev coming in and giving that secret speech and just tearing down the figure who had been the superego in the fight against fascism. I'll tell you about something weird, right? And some of my Russian friends might not like me talking about this, and I'll just say this is not the position of the Russian government. It is not the position of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Russian Orthodox Church opposes this. The Russian government opposes this. But if you go to Russia, and if you go to Georgia, and if you go to former Soviet countries, one thing that you will see is that there are a layer of people who really do believe that Stalin was a Christian, and that there are icons of Stalin with a halo around his head. That doesn't make any sense, right? Stalin was an atheist, right? The Russian Orthodox Church says he was an atheist. The Communist Party and all of them said he was an atheist. But yet there is widespread belief that Stalin was a Christian because he'd gone to seminary school and because he was seen as holding the country together. And there's even legends about angels that fought the Nazis in the Second World War. There are veterans of the Second World War who swear they saw angels come down from the sky and strike down Nazi tanks. And that it's interesting because in Russia today, Lenin is not very popular. Lenin is viewed as somebody who gave up territory. Lenin is viewed as somebody who brought civil war and chaos. But Stalin is very popular. Stalin is seen as a transference figure, as a superego who held the country together. It's very, very interesting. And when we talk about dialectical materialism, that's an ideology that is based on libidinal and Oedipal impulses. That's an ideology that says change can only come through conflict, right? Whereas, if you look at movements around the world that have been successful, that have held nations together, they tend to appeal to people's superego. They tend to appeal to people's desire for transference, to be cared for. And that can be difficult because that superego demands the impossible. That superego is never satisfied. From a young age, I learned to look things up. And this is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
are producing a documentary about them. We shot some footage in St. Louis over the summer. We'll be editing that together this year, possibly making a second trip. In fact, likely making a second trip to go and film some more stuff over the spring. But one of the things that's really inspiring about them is that they protest, but they also build. And here is Chairman O'Malley in a video that you clipped and tweeted out, talking about the importance of building our own systems as opposed to simply and merely protesting against the current one.
That we have with the colonizer. You can assume that this is permanent, that is never going to change. And the only thing the most you can do is protest how it treats you. That's nothing. So in this instance, the movement is everything and the revolution is nothing. We say that instead of protesting the world as it is, we have to be in, let me put this a different way. Instead of only protesting the world as it is, we have to be involved in building the world that we want. And that's what it is that we do in the African People's Social Party. And that's what we're saying to people here today. We shouldn't be taken off task with just protests. We have to double down and build the African People's Socialist Party. We have to double down and build the economic development programs that negates the power of the colonizer in our own community. If we have our own capacity to feed, clothe, and house ourselves, it impacts on all of the industries that make themselves rich off of having crippled us and our capacity to do that. The whole social system requires the appearance of dependency of African people.
Yeah. So to his point there, when we were filming the documentary over the summer, we went to their farmers market, One Africa, One Nation farmers market. And that's a perfect example of what he's talking about there. It's just this community effort, really organized around socialist principles. They have a community garden where they grow all of this great organic food and give it out to people who need it for free. They don't charge any money for it. They have artisans come and sell their crafts. They have a bookstore where they have all kinds of literature about COINTELPRO and all the efforts by the United States government to sabotage Black Power movements. They have a T-shirt stand with Free Palestine, merch that you could buy that funds the movement. Just this amazing example of economic power in the hands of colonized people. Now you can look at that and you say, well, what's that? It's just a farmer's market on one corner in North St. Louis. And that's true. It's a relatively small thing, but it's something. It's something. And you see the energy at a place like that and the productivity of a place like that and the warmth of spirit that's just in the air at a place like that, because there are people actually taking things into their own hands and building things and accomplishing things. And that kind of power begets more power. And as you were talking about in the last segment, I think the left has really developed this unhealthy addiction to losing power. So building power in that way is, I think, hugely important to highlight, because these are, let's face it, man, these are kind of bleak times. And so organizing, even if it's something as small as a farmer's market somewhere or attending a conference somewhere, is something that we can do. This is a conference that you guys have coming up, the Center for Political Innovation. As I understand, you're going to have representatives from the Uhuru movement there.
Yeah, well, we're giving an award to one of their close friends in New Jersey, a woman named Lisa Davis. And she is somebody who has organized the Black is Back Coalition, was a leader of the Uhuru Solidarity Coalition. We're giving her an award for her lifelong work of anti-imperialism, as well as some other people, local activists. We're going to honor Jessica Coco, who's been a long time, anti-imperialist, anti-war activist in New Jersey. We're also going to honor Christina Khalil, who ran for office as a Green Party candidate in New Jersey. My reaction to that clip, look, Chairman O'Malley is a genius, right? And I hope that has come across to you in the same level it has come across to me. You know, sure. I think Jesus in the Bible, he said, you shall know them by their fruits. You can see the fruits of his work. I mean, the community centers and the Uhuru houses and the farmers markets. I mean, he has built. And he has built and constructed, and that's why they were targeted the way they were targeted. The government and the power structure is far more threatened by the building and the construction of popular power that he has done in St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Petersburg, Florida. They're far more threatened by that than they are by people just getting together and holding signs and saying that things suck, you know, which is important. People need to do that. It's very important to protest things that go on that are wrong. But when you build community and you build apparatus where people are getting services and learning and being educated at the same time that they're building an apparatus to care for themselves as the system falls around them. I mean, what Chairman O'Malley has done is astounding. I am just in absolute awe of that man. He's, I think, what, 82 years old, or maybe 80, how old?
I think he's a little older now. I think he's 84 now. My apologies to the chairman if I'm if I'm overestimating. And just so everybody knows, we don't have to get into it because it's kind of a long story. But for those who are not familiar with the government's attack on O'Malley and his movement, he was basically Russiagated. They were accused of conspiring with Russians to sow discord in the United States based on their opposition to the Ukraine war. They essentially beat the charges. They were given no jail time. They were given no fines. They were acquitted of being foreign agents and convicted of attempting to become foreign agents in a very confused verdict, which is under appeal now. So just in case anybody was not familiar with the background. But yeah, that is absolutely why they were targeted, because they're winners. And this movement, their movement, is one of the few Black Power movements that actually was not crushed, that actually survived and actually persevered. And this is why, because they build and they organize.
Yeah, no, he is something really, really special. I mean, he is a brilliant, brilliant person, a very, very dedicated person. There's just such a strength that just, you know, flows from him. I mean, you just, you know, his words and his mannerisms and just everything about him just speaks of power and strength and empowering people. And I just really, really look up to Chairman O'Malley, and I view him as kind of the model of what we need. We need more construction. We need more community. We need more building. We can't just focus on the negative. We can't just focus on how bad everything is. We have to build the new world ourselves. So yes, thank you for playing that clip, because it's exactly what I want to communicate to people.
Of course. All right. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Keaton Weiss here with Caleb Maupin. Caleb, you wrote a book a while back that is very relevant now. It's called The Siege Has Failed: Why Venezuela Stands Strong Against Globalism and Imperialism. You got a real-life copy in your hand right there. Well done. I want to just focus on one part of the book. I'll read a couple of brief excerpts, and I'll toss to you to elaborate. The political and economic crisis facing Venezuela is being endlessly pointed to as proof of the superiority of the free market. Images and portrayals of Venezuelans rotting in the streets over high food costs, empty grocery stores, medicine shortages, and overflowing garbage bins are the headlines, and the reporting points to socialism as the cause. Indeed, corporate-owned mainstream media advises Americans to look at the inflation and food lines in Venezuela and then repeat to themselves cliches they heard in elementary school about how, quote, communism just doesn't work. In reality, millions of Venezuelans have seen their living conditions vastly improve through the Bolivarian process. The problems plaguing the Venezuelan economy are not due to some inherent fault in socialism, but to artificially low oil prices and sabotage by forces hostile to the revolution. So, of course, we hear now over and over again that Venezuela's oil potential has been essentially sabotaged and squandered by the Maduro government. When you argue here that it was actually sabotaged by outside forces, including the United States, of course, and the Saudis flooding the global market with oil in order to devalue Venezuela's oil and essentially sabotage the state to set up what we're trying to do now. So do you want to tell the story of that? Because that's a talking point we hear over and over again now, is that they mismanaged their own oil. And the implication / accusation, depending on who you listen to, is that they did it on purpose.
Sure. Well, when it comes to Venezuela and the oil, Venezuela, for a long time, not, you know, I mean, we're going back to the 50s, they've had the problem of being a one commodity economy. It's an oil-based country, right? The borders were basically drawn almost for that reason. I mean, it's that crazy. In the 1990s, Venezuela had a big section of the population that was very, very poor. And then Hugo Chavez, kind of a populist president, came into office. And then the USA invaded Iraq in 2003. And when the USA invaded Iraq,
we will encourage everyone here to have come up here and have a say to what we like. So don't be afraid. We're not.
Yeah, it'd be great to say it.
Yeah, so if anyone's got something interesting to say or comment on, and you'll be the first one up here, so please come on up.
All right.
My name's Demetrius Karastamaz Long, and
When I grew up, I thought it was a disease, not a name. But I just saw something yesterday that really terrified me on the Alex Cristoforo show. I don't know if you guys know it. Now, I watch it sometimes. But he showed a German general speaking live in front of some cameras in Germany, offering, and they're going to send long-range missiles, and they're admitting it on TV, to hit Russia. They're going to go after Russia, Germany. I guess they just don't learn their lessons. How many wars they have to start. But not just that, right after that, he showed a clip of these soldiers in Ukraine grabbing these people off the street. And they weren't young people. Some of them were overweight, old, 40, 50 years old. But yesterday they shot one of the kids, and the other day they shot one of the mothers, that's reported. Now, Ukrainians want this war stopped, but this is what Nazis do. And this bothers me a lot because my father fought the Nazis with a pitchfork in Greece. I'm surprised he survived. He lost his hand. They had to tie it and get him on a boat over to a hospital. Somebody barely made it. But when they stole our farm, they made it into a concentration camp. And my father showed me he went mountains away. He showed me where he lived. The house, he built out of rocks, was still there. He had his sheep for about 4 years. These Nazis are nasty people. They're not normal human beings. They're not even animals. Animals is just too good for that to be described. They don't stop. They're rabid. And the United States helped Nazi Germany in World War II until they realized Soviets were beating them. Then they decided to join in. So we've always been basically on the Nazi side. What we're seeing in the United States today is a growing of that. They're even trying to soft the Nazi thing around, if you notice. They're not Nazis, they don't seem to mind them. So I'm seeing them grow again. And when I saw that in Ukraine yesterday, I wanted to tell Caleb that if he talks to Mr. Putin, now I'm a soldier, I'm a pacifist, I don't like wars, I refuse to kill anybody. I grew up with this Nazi stuff in my family. I know what it is. This is not normal. This has got to be stopped for the world. And I know the world isn't with it. So to Caleb, and I really mean this, if you talk to Mr. Putin ever, I'd be willing, I'm 70 years old, I'm healthy, I can pick up a gun, I don't want to kill anybody. But if he's fighting the Nazis like I know he is, and he's trying to prevent it from growing, I will be glad to go there and fight for Russia. No doubt about it. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that's a great point, and I think that the way I'd like to answer it is to talk about what exactly Nazism is rooted in. Because there's so much confusion now. People think that Nazism is wearing a uniform. People think that Nazism is being racist. The Nazis were racist, but that's not what made them Nazis. The essence of fascism is degrowth. And that capitalism has this problem, that economic expansion and production leads to poverty, which is not natural. And the only way that the ultra-rich can stay in power and maintain their power and resolve that problem is with mass destruction. And the Nazi economic system, if you look at it, was about rebooting Germany's economy with degrowth methods by destroying productive forces. The most famous example of what they did was obviously creating a slave labor underclass. The people that worked in the concentration camps, they were free labor for Volkswagen, free labor for the steel companies. It was a way to boost the corporations that were having a problem because of the economic crisis by having a whole bunch of free slave laborers for them. And when the Nazis took power, Hitler, he didn't come to power promising to kill the Jews. He came to power promising he would give everyone in Germany a job. But the way he did it was they say he put half the country in concentration camps and the other half in military uniforms. And that's kind of a crude way of putting it. He didn't literally do that. But what he did, first of all, was they broke the labor unions. And they made it so you couldn't go on strike. They threw the leaders of the labor unions in prison. And in order to do that, they had to have a huge amount of prisons built and a huge concentration camp system. And a lot of people got employed as being guards in those concentration camps. And a lot of people got employed building the concentration camps. And then a bunch of people were in the concentration camps, so they weren't out competing for jobs. The other thing that they did is they shamed women out of the workforce. They said that if a woman worked, she was taking a job away from a man. And they had a billboard campaign with pictures of women, like this woman is taking a job away from a good, hardworking German man, etc. And they did that, and they increased the marriage bonus. And so that put women out of competition for jobs. Then they built these highways across Germany, the Autobahns. And they also then restarted military spending. Germany had not been allowed to spend on the military. They restarted military spending. And by taking those very, very dramatic moves right as Hitler came to power, they rebooted the economy. And the German economy was strong for 2-3 years. But it was false. It didn't last because the problem still persists. The overproduction still persists. And the reason World War II broke out and the reason they started expanding and seizing territory was because they were once again in an economic crisis. And the economy was going to collapse by 1939 unless they had a war. As they would take over an area, they would take the people, not just Jews, but also Poles, Slavs, and make them slave laborers. And Berlin was full of slave laborers at the time. All kinds of people they had dragged in from other parts of Europe to work and be slave laborers. Noah has a lot of expertise in the field of economics. I'm kind of in awe of Noah. He's just a brilliant, stand up Noah, right? Brilliant, he knows economics very, very well. I've learned economics from Noah. And there's this concept of reverse inflation, that if you make everyone poorer and the amount of money that's in circulation goes down, you can stop inflation. And that's a big part of neoliberal economics. I quote Lothrop Stoddard, who was the white supremacist who was on the board of Planned Parenthood. He was considered to be enough of a fellow traveler and sympathizer with the Nazis. As World War II was breaking out, they invited him to Nazi Germany, and he wrote a book called Into the Shadows, or Into the Darkness, something like that, describing the Nazi economic and political system. And he says in that book, as a Nazi sympathizer, he says the basis of Germany's so-called economic boom was taking it out of their own hides, was impoverishing the country so the economy could get going again. That is the essence of fascism, right? Fascism is based on the assumption the pie can only ever be this big, and if the pie can't keep expanding, so how do we make the pie smaller? And if the pie can only be this big, the only way your slice gets any bigger is by cutting into somebody else's slice. And, Nazism came to power, and anti-Semitism and racial ethnic supremacism was a big part of what they believed. But they did that backwards. There's no fascist ideology. There's no fascist belief system. They make it up as they go along to justify what they are doing. And what they are doing is trying to save their system with degrowth. It is trying to destroy productive forces and roll back the wheels of history in order to make an economy, a capitalist economy, continue to function. And that is the essence of it. And that a lot of people go looking for the essence of Nazism and what they believed. The Nazis were racist. Yep, but people were racist long before the Nazis. People were racist afterwards. The Nazis were authoritarian. There's been authoritarian governments before the Nazis. There's been authoritarian governments since. The essence is degrowth. And there's a book that was published by a British communist named R. Palm Dutt called Fascism and Social Revolution. And that book gets into this point in great detail with statistics and data, and that's brilliant. And I'll also say that Lynn Marcus, who later changed his name to Lyndon LaRouche, he wrote a book called Dialectical Economics that makes this exact same point in other very articulate and clear ways. That the essence of fascism is an attempt to save the capitalist economy with degrowth methods, and that degrowth is always dangerous because it leads to genocide and destruction. And we obviously are all about being environmentally conscious. We want to operate and interact with nature in a way that is sustainable and productive, but there is no limit to human growth. Thank you.
Yeah, she says, basically you have to understand that when they were making the collectivized farms, the people, the kulaks, or the people who had the farms there, they didn't want their land being taken from them. So they basically murdered all the livestock. They literally killing chickens and cows and so on, and destroyed their. So he wanted to bring in tractors and things like that. But obviously they were using old plows and things. They destroyed them all. So that one of the reasons that there was a famine that year, it wasn't the only reason, but it was greatly exacerbated by the fact that all of the capital stock, you might say, whether it was livestock or the actual equipment they were using, was destroyed. How true is that? How true is that claim from Anna Strong?
When it comes to the Ukraine stuff, there are so many layers of lying that go on. First of all, the narrative that you get from the Ukrainian side is that somehow this was a plot against Ukraine, right? That Stalin, he just hated Ukrainians on an ethnic level, you know, because he's Russian, but he wasn't Russian. He was Georgian, but let's not quibble about facts. And those Russians said, we're going to kill us some Ukrainians because we hate Ukraine, and starve them all to death. There was a famine all over the USSR. It wasn't just in Ukraine. Ukraine just happens to be an area where there's a lot of agriculture. It's like the breadbasket. But there was a famine in Moldova. There was a famine in other countries. So the idea that it was an intentionally aimed at Ukraine, that's a big part of the Ukrainian nationalist narrative. That just doesn't match the facts. There was a famine all over the USSR. That's one thing. The second thing is what you pointed out, that Anna Louise Strong pointed out. It was like a civil war in the countryside. And that largely the Red Army was sent in to hold back the population. The local peasantry wanted to go and hang those kulaks from a lamppost. You know, they wanted to go in and just exterminate them. They were furious. The peasantry was kind of carrying out the collectivization, and the Red Army was sent in to kind of hold back the population from just killing the kulaks and taking their land and making it a kind of controlled kind of thing. And that's one thing that comes across in a lot of testimonies from people who were there, is that it was the population that was furious at the kulaks for, you know, burning their crops and killing their animals and such. And the Red Army coming in was kind of bringing a level of order so that it wasn't just, you know, mass slaughter. And that comes across as well. And that, you know, Trotsky makes the criticism, which maybe there's some truth in this, that Stalin zigzagged. During the 1920s, he was encouraging private farming, peasant, enrich yourself. They were kind of building up the kulaks as part of the new economic policy. And then very dramatically, they shifted towards collectivization and building the collective farms. There may be something to that. Hindsight is always 2020, you know, and if you look at how collectivization of agriculture and the building of collective farms was done in China and it was done in Cuba, it was done gradually. It wasn't done dramatically. But it appeared that in the 1920s, things had gotten so out of hand in the countryside, it was almost like dual power. These kulaks were not following the Soviet government, and that they shifted very dramatically to pushing collective farms. The other thing that's interesting that people don't realize, collective farms are not government farms. The Soviet Union had what they called state farms, and state farms was just like being a government employee. You went in, you got your wage at the end of the day. Collective farms sold their produce to the state, right? That's how the collective farm system works, is that, you know, they produce as much as they can and the government buys their wheat or grain or whatever at a fixed rate. You know, they're kind of capitalist in that sense. They're like cooperatives, if you will, right? And that, you know, they try to produce as much as they can, and then the government gives them, you know, a rate for how much they produce. And so when people always noticed that, like, if you looked at a collective farm in the USSR, which was, there would be barely anything there because everything was going into producing as much as they could. Whereas state farms, the people were much more comfortable because they're just, hey, they clock in, they get their wage. And that's interesting. The other thing is that in Russia today, there is a collective farm that still exists that's run by the Communist Party, the Lenin Farms Cooperative. And it's they have strawberries. They produce the strawberries for Russia. And the presidential candidate for the Communist Party was actually the president, the CEO of the Lenin Farms Cooperative. And I actually got to meet him when I was there to cover the 2018 elections. And that was kind of interesting. And that this Lenin Farms Cooperative that exists in Russia, it is very much a you know, kind of a holdover from the Soviet period. And they have like their own school that is like of higher quality than most of the schools in Russia. And it's actually kind of a prestigious thing. A lot of people would really like to work at the Lenin Farms Cooperative that's still around. So it's again, there's nuance to this, and that we are given such an over-the-top version of events that, again, there were famines all the time before Stalin. There were no, I mean, one thing that we often will hear, right? And again, we can't imagine the conditions these people were in. Let me just talk about this for a minute, right? This is a criticism of the left and the people that will defend, you know, the USSR. Sometimes they can be a little bit naive, but it's also a criticism of the standard narrative, which is demonization, right?
The conditions that these folks were in, that we can't even relate in any conceivable way. After the Bolsheviks took power, this is Stalin, this is Lenin, this is Trotsky, this is before Stalin became the leader. A couple days after the Bolsheviks took power, everyone was drinking and partying. They had alcohol parties celebrating the revolution. But the White Army was coming. The counter-revolution was coming. So what did the Bolsheviks do? They forcibly conscripted every adult male. They confiscated all the alcohol. And they instituted the death penalty for drinking alcohol. Now, I cannot imagine a situation where I would ever shoot somebody for drinking alcohol, right? I don't drink myself, whatever. But I cannot imagine a situation where you would implement the death penalty for drinking alcohol. But that's the conditions they were in. Millions of people died in the Russian Civil War when 15 different countries invaded.
That was Trotsky, wasn't it, who led the Red Army?
Yeah, and the level of like authoritarian, rigid military discipline that they implemented, and we can't imagine the conditions these folks were in, right? And as you know, the left in the West, you know, you get this whole like, well, I like Lenin, I like Trotsky, but Stalin was a big mean guy. No, Lenin and Trotsky were big mean guys too, that killed lots of people and put lots of people before firing squads also. And the circumstances of the Russian Revolution, it was a kill or be killed situation where, you know, we can't even relate. What I take from the Soviet Union, this is what I take from it, is that a country that had been deeply impoverished, was in dire, desperate conditions, had a revolution, was invaded, had an ugly civil war where millions of people were dying, was blockaded, they couldn't get medicine. They came from that situation to being the country that invented space travel, to wiping out illiteracy and building a modern education system, to building the world's largest steel industry, the world's largest, tractor manufacturing, the world's largest power plants, making films, the films of Sergei Eisenstein, the music of Shostakovich. They got from circumstances we can't even imagine to real solid accomplishments that the world couldn't ignore. That shows me that socialism and having a planned economy, it's not a big failure. Oh, it just doesn't work, like we're all told. Like, if you look at what the Soviet Union achieved and what they were up against and what they were able to accomplish, the idea that, oh, we just have to have capitalism, human nature, that's such obvious bullshit, right? And that's what I take from it. But I don't romanticize what these people went through. I don't pretend that these people didn't have to make decisions that I could never even imagine. Look, the Soviet Union, during that Ukrainian famine, they sold wheat on the international markets. People didn't have food, and the wheat that they did have, they sold internationally. Why did they do that? So they could use that money to buy tractors to make sure they didn't have another famine again. But can you imagine having to make that decision? There's people in your country that are going to starve, but you have to buy mechanization to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So you have to let people in your country die so you can get the materials to make sure that more people don't die next year. This is circumstances we can't even imagine, choices we can't even imagine. But the over-the-top character we've been given is false, but the romanticization is also kind of naive.
Yeah, there's a few other little things I want to get into, and we have to get into the weeds a little bit here as well. Mm-hmm. My understanding of the NEP, the new economic policy that Lenin brought in, was that if Lenin hadn't have done that, the Soviet Union would have failed at that moment. Okay, so he had to bring in what is known as the NEP, the new economic policy. Bukharin, who later became the leader of the so-called right, the right deviation under Stalin, he wanted to continue that. But Stalin's reason for zigzagging, as Trotsky said, for going back on that, is because he spotted in the way Bukharin and the NEP was going, basically creating the new bourgeoisie, the new, if that had been allowed to go on, they would have reproduced the problem in the first place, i.e. reproducing capitalism within the Soviet Union. So my understanding is that the reason he went back on the NEP was look, it served its purpose. It was there to stabilize us in the short term, but the actual plan is to have the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and we can't do that if we're going to empower a new middle class, essentially. Is that correct?
It's more than that. I think if the Soviet Union had been at peace and not been threatened, what Bukharin advocated, which was we're going to just kind of let capitalism develop, but build up our state industries at the same time, they might have been able to do that. But Stalin knew that they didn't have time,
the Nazis, and there would be an invasion from the West. And the Sixth World Congress, right, 1928, is the turning point. That's when Stalin solidified his leadership, defeating the left opposition of Trotsky and the right opposition of Bukharin. And basically, Stalin announced the capitalist West is going to have an economic crisis, and that we were sleeping in the same room. Every semester, he scheduled an 8 a.m. class. 8 a.m. And his alarm would go off, and he would push the snooze button, and he would miss so many of his 8 a.m. class, he would end up dropping the class. And I would say to him at the end of the semester, don't schedule an 8 a.m. class this semester, because last semester you scheduled your class at 8 a.m. You didn't wake up on time. You missed so many of the classes, you had to drop the class. So just don't schedule an 8 a.m. class, right? Schedule a 10 a.m. class, but don't schedule an 8 a.m. class, because we went through this last semester and you ended up dropping. And every semester, though, he would schedule an 8 a.m. class. If I can't learn to get up on time, why I'm not? And I would say to him, okay, but we went through this last semester and you didn't get there. And it was, and he wasn't going to do anything different. He didn't have a new plan for how to make himself get out of bed. He didn't have a new sleep schedule. It was just, I'm with willpower, I'm going to make myself get up and be on time to my 8 a.m. class. And he wouldn't do it. Every semester, he wouldn't do it. And he wasn't learning anything. He was just repeating the same cycle. This is executive functioning, right? This is called executive function, right? It's the inability to make a plan and carry it out, right? And it's a big problem. And it's called neurosis, right? Freudian psychoanalysis, which we're talking about. Freudian psychoanalysis basically argues that mental illness and mental health is rooted in the way human beings understand patterns, right? And that the most common form of mental illness is called neurosis. And it's where you repeat mistakes in your life and you don't learn from them. That's that cliche we've always heard about, insanity is when you do the same thing over and over again and never learn, right? It's the idea of you're making a mistake in your life, you're making errors, and you're not learning from them, right? That's what neurosis is that there are patterns in your life that you are not noticing, you're not learning from the world around you, and as a result, you continue to make the same mistakes. That everyone is neurotic. Everyone watching is neurotic, right? It is just part of the human condition. You can be more neurotic or less neurotic, but everyone's somewhat neurotic. Psychosis, neurosis is normal. Psychosis is not. Psychosis is the opposite problem. Psychosis is, it's not that there are patterns in your life that you're not noticing. You are inventing false patterns that are not there in order to make the world make more sense, right? And psychotic people are hearing voices that are not there. They are, believing, believing they're talking to demons, or believing that there's a conspiracy against them that's not happening, or they are believing things, and they are processing, their ability to process information is messed up. And it's generally an attempt to protect themselves from a huge amount of stress and pain. Right? They're in a huge amount of stress. They're in a huge amount of pain. And so their brain just starts inventing things that are not there and creating narratives and patterns that aren't actually there as a way of protecting them. It's a defense mechanism. And that's people that are schizophrenic, people that are, hearing voices, and people that, think that they're being followed on the street by the Illuminati or whatever, right? We all met those people. It's very sad. I had two roommates, or two people in my life, one roommate and one coworker that became psychotic as I worked with them, and I watched them collapse into psychosis. And that's why that really changed the way I thought about mental health, right? We think about people being mentally ill as like, he's depressed, he's anxious. That's not mental illness. That's neurosis. Everyone's depressed a little bit. Everyone's anxious a little bit. People have patterns in their life, but psychosis, that there's a line that it gets crossed. And when someone is actually psychotic, you can, like, that's the homeless person walking down the street talking to themselves or talking to people that are not there. That's people that are just not in touch with reality. There's a big difference between neurosis and psychosis, right? And that's something that Sigmund Freud
brilliantly pointed out, right? And it's rooted in this problem of executive functioning, this problem of not being able to learn from your environment. It's like kind of coming back to that mantra. If you want to change things, you got to learn things. You want to learn things, you got to change things, right? And that neurosis is you're not learning. There's a pattern that you should be learning from, and you're not learning from it. That's the human condition, right? But psychosis is when you're just, the world around you is completely, you're oblivious to it. You have something going on in your head. You have a narrative going on in your head, and you've completely checked out of reality. And that narrative is invented to protect you, right? It's something your mind is doing to protect you from a huge amount of pain and anxiety and stress. And, it's sad. But that's what psychosis is, right? Now, Sigmund Freud also touched on this in another aspect, right? Which is that basically, when you're a baby, when you're born, a baby believes itself to be all powerful, because all a baby has to do to get fed is cry. A baby doesn't have to do anything for itself, right? It cries, it gets its diaper changed, it gets rocked to sleep, it gets taken care of. And as a baby, you experience a phase called infantile omnipotence. As a baby, you believe that you are all powerful, because to a baby, it appears that they are all powerful, right? And infantile omnipotence is what's called primary narcissism, right? And as you go through life, you develop what's called ego development, where you get a realistic sense of how powerful you are, right? And that ego development is a difficult process, right? That, a baby, thinks they're all powerful, but they get to be a certain age, and they realize they are not powerful, and their parents or their siblings or other people in the world overpower them. And that's a rude awakening. And often it can lead to, the opposite extreme, where, the child grows up thinking it has no power. And a lot of people go through life, they had a stage of infantile omnipotence. And then as they got to be 2 or 3, their parent overpowered them very, 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 very much. And then they became very much disempowered, and they thought they had no power. And then as they grow up, as they become a teen, as they become an adult, they realize, oh, I do have power, right? And that ego development is the process through which a human being comes to understand how much power they actually have, and operates through life understanding their power. And I believe that our organization, CPI, one of the great things about us is that we have gone through a stage of ego development, right? Where we have been gradually, our whole organization is constantly saying, how can we intervene? What can we do? And how can we exercise our power? And that we have a realistic sense of what resources are available, a realistic sense of what people and members we have. And throughout our entire history as a group, we've been ego developing. Our organizational ego development has been our ability to say, look, the USA is threatening a war against Iran. How can we intervene? There's an election going on where one candidate is claiming to be anti-war and the other candidate is promising to continue the wars. How can we intervene? And we've been constantly engaging in how can we be aware of our size, be aware of our abilities, and take action, right? That's called ego development. And that is something you will not see in other organizations, right? Other organizations are not doing that. They are not testing their power. They're not testing their strength. They have a routine that they engage in. We'll get to that in a minute. But basically, the innovationist method, what our organization is constantly doing is we're saying, how can we intervene and advance the struggle against imperialism with the resources we have or can acquire? What can be done? That's what we're doing. Right. And our organization, every day, practically, we go back to the drawing board and say, look, there's a situation happening. How can we intervene with the resources that we have or can acquire? What can be done? How can we advance the struggle against imperialism? That is what we've constantly been doing. And because of our ability to do that, right, we have accomplished a lot. And I'm going to go over with 3 examples of times that we really intervened. Right. One example, February 19th, 2023, there was a big anti-war rally in Washington, D.C. called Rage Against the War Machine. And
to be an official sponsor of the rally, all you had to do was give them $1,000. Well, based on membership dues and the amount of money we had in our bank account, we did it. So we sent them $1,000 and they put our logo on the event and we were official sponsors of the event, totally within our power. And then we thought, wouldn't it be great if one of our members, perhaps our president at the time, or perhaps myself as the ideological leader, could speak to the rally? So we met with the organizer of the rally, Nick Brana, and we said we would like to speak at the rally. And he basically said, because of drama, because there was a huge amount of egos, right? Because of certain, influencers and other people, it just didn't look like we were going to speak. So what do we do? What did we do? Well, we thought about it, right? We thought about it. And we thought, well, maybe we can donate more money to speak. And so we approached them and said, well, look, what if we gave you another $1,000? Would you then let us go on the stage? And they said, no, it's not how it works. It's not pay to play. We said, okay, we can't do that. But then we realized that Scott Ritter, who is a great anti-imperialist, he was forced off the stage. He was not allowed to speak. It was an absolute injustice because of some of the persecution he's been subjected to and the way he was framed up and charged on some bogus nonsense, because of his criminal, record that is a completely illegitimate criminal record. They wouldn't let Scott Ritter speak. And we realized, well, we're friends. We're friends with Scott Ritter, right? And they have blocked him from speaking, but we have money in our bank account. And so I went. And that is why we absolutely condemn the horrendous FBI raids carried out against the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru House, and Chairman O'Malley. Please stand up, comrades. Come on the stage, please. The FBI raids must now stop. Must stop immediately now. Stop the raids.
The latest group of Americans to find their constitutionally protected opinions become felonies are, believe it or not, an organization of black nationalist left-wingers who oppose the war in Ukraine. The DOJ has just charged many in this group with seeking to, quote, sow discord, spread pro-Russia propaganda, and interfere in elections within the United States. Now, there's no evidence they interfered with any election. You're allowed to be pro-Russia. You're allowed to be pro-anything you want in the United States. Saying things the government doesn't like, having unfashionable opinions or opinions that are out of step with Joe Biden's opinions, that is not a crime. You can spread pro-Russia propaganda if you want to. You can spread anti-Russia propaganda if you want to. You can say whatever you want, but not anymore. According to the indictment, the criminals in question, quote, wrote articles that contained Russian propaganda and disinformation. Huh? They also gave speeches and posted videos that annoyed the State Department.
Of black freedom for my entire life. I've never read of a moment since the beginning of a colonial mode of production where black people have been free. And yet they're saying that we are agents of some foreign power. Because we say black people must be free.
Okay, again, we're not defending that guy because we agree with all of his views. We probably don't. That is totally irrelevant. Whether you agree with what someone is saying has nothing to do with his right to say it. Americans are allowed to say what they think is true, period.
Please come up, Caleb Maupin from Center for Political Innovation.
None of us here ever had the opportunity to vote for the FBI. The FBI is not the elected government of the United States, but they seem to think that they are. If you look at what the FBI did in our previous election, covering up the Hunter Biden laptop scandal because they felt that Joe Biden should win the election. And if you look at the details of this case, the FBI seems to believe it is above the law. I would encourage people to look into the testimony that went on and the conversations, or I guess the revelations that went on the witness stand. How it was revealed that the indictment that was leveled against the Uhuru Three contained information that the FBI agents could not verify when they got up on the stand, and that the FBI has engaged in all kinds of dishonest activities. If they had told the truth about what evidence they had, this case never would have even gone to trial to begin with. And the FBI is putting itself above the law, and this is a threat to the freedom of all Americans. This is a threat to our civil liberties. This is a threat to our democratic rights. And I must say that the jury came back and said that it was very clear the Uhuru Three were not acting as agents of Russia. So based on that, there should be no prison time, no jail time. This entire trial should be thrown out. This whole case should be thrown out. But I must also say that I don't consider the activities of the Uhuru Three to be working against the interests of the United States. They travel around the world. They're connecting us with different countries, and they're working in the interests of America. Because the only future that America is ever going to have is with the new economy that is emerging in the world today. The Western financial system is falling, and the new economy of the world today, which is in Africa, which is in Russia, which is in China, that is the future. And the only future America will ever have is to be part of that economy, connecting us with people around the world, making America really a country that could trade and interact with the world in a more prosperous way, in a win-win way, a way based on win-win cooperation, not a zero-sum game. That is the future. So there should be no jail time. The conviction for this conspiracy charge needs to be completely thrown out. The FBI needs to be charged for the way that they conducted themselves in this case and the way they are violating the freedoms of Americans. Thank you. So the first award that we want to hand out, it's pretty obvious who it should be for. We have a representative here of the organization that battled in federal court for our right to say the kind of things that we say here. And John McCarthy, our member here in Chicago, has done more than anybody in the CPI to stand with the organization. So I felt it was best for John to help. We're going to give the award to a representative of the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. So this is our award. John?
Yeah, first of all, on behalf of CPI, the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to thank the Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party for sending a representative to us at this time, because right now their headquarters in St. Louis are in emergency crisis mode because the United States government, the colonialists, and the city of St. Louis are using the cover of tornado damage to try to clear out the population of the poorest black neighborhood in St. Louis. And basically, like it was something like 6 weeks ago, there was massive tornado damage all over the city of St. Louis. Knocked out the power, destroyed homes. Within days, actually in some cases within hours, right? In the wealthy part of the city, they restored the power, right? And started repairing the damage. It took weeks for them to restore the power to North St. Louis, the poor black area. And then once they did restore the power, instead of helping reclaim these houses, clean up the property, do repairs, the state, the government, went around putting tags on people's houses, 3 different colored tags, green, yellow, and red. If you got a red tag, and this is thousands of houses got a red tag, the city forced the power company to shut off the power to those buildings. Took them weeks to restore it, and then once it was restored, they ordered the power company to shut it down. Now, this would be bad under any circumstances. You know, it's gentrification on steroids. But what's worse is the reason why they're doing that. There's a thing called the Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or something to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, that does the signal processing for our missiles and for the drones all over the world. The main one is near Washington, D.C. I think it's in Virginia.
My mother was very religious, and I got interested vaguely in the idea of some kind of utopian world, the idea that we could build a better world without suffering and injustice. And everyone said to me, Caleb, that's communism, that's communism. And communism just failed everywhere it's ever been tried. You can't do that. You know, the Soviet Union fell. Everywhere they've ever had communism, everyone has been starving and miserable. And I assumed that was true. And then one day I came across some economic statistics that talked about how the Soviet Union had built the world's largest power plant. The Soviet Union had built the largest steel industry in the world, how they invented space travel, and I thought, well, this can't be true. Because what everybody knows about communism is that it just failed everywhere it's ever been tried. And I looked up those statistics, and I fact-checked them, and I saw that wasn't true. And I filled with anger at that point, because I felt like I'd been lied to. And so as a teenager, I got very, very interested in communism and socialism, because I felt like they had lied to me. They had told me that communism just didn't work, that the Soviet people had all been starving, and it was socialism and communism that made the USSR into a superpower. It's socialism and communism that made China the rich and prosperous country it was today. So I got very, very angry, and I felt like I'd been lied to, and I also didn't appreciate how people would acknowledge I was right, but would just change the subject. They would say, well, okay, that's true, but what about? And I would say, no, not what about. They've told you that communism just never worked anywhere. You're saying something that's factually inaccurate. And I was angry about it. And I got involved in different communist groups, and fast forward, in 2015, I was on a ship to Yemen. I was on a ship to Yemen in the Gulf of Aden, and I didn't realize what I'd gotten into. The Iranians had reached out to me and said, can you accompany this humanitarian mission to Yemen? You know, Yemen was being bombed at the time by Saudi Arabia. There were Iranian doctors and Iranian surgeons and others were on this ship trying to deliver medical aid to Yemen. And I was the only American on this ship, full of Iranian doctors and Iranian nurses trying to deliver medical aid to Yemen. And as soon as we got on this ship, Israel announced that our ship was smuggling weapons, which we were not doing. And Saudi Arabia said the same thing, and they said that a strike on the ship would be justified. And I began to fear for my life. And I was on this ship full of Iranian doctors. And before I got on the ship, they said to me, Caleb, you believe in God? And I was like, oh, yeah, I believe in God. Sure, you know. And I got on the ship, and then I was on the ship, and they wanted to know about Christianity. And they were asking, because they were all Shia Muslims. They wanted to know, what do Christians think about Moses? What do Christians think about Abraham? What do Christians think about the end times? And they were asking me constantly. We talked about nothing but religion the entire time I was on that ship. And as I was fearing for my life, I started to have dreams. I would sleep at night, and I would dream about the church that I had gone to vacation Bible school at when I was a child. And I would dream that it was empty, and I was just walking through this church that my grandmother had that was nothing but cornfields. You couldn't see another building around it. And I just dreamed about this, and it was eerie. And I feared for my life. They bombed the port of Hodeida 8 times in a single day to prevent us from delivering medical aid to the people of Yemen. And all kinds of dock workers died because they were willing to cooperate with this Iranian mission to bring medical aid to the country. And we were forced to unload our ship in Djibouti, and it was proven that we weren't smuggling weapons. But I'll tell you this, when I got off that ship, I was a Christian again. I was a Christian again. And I realized I would never have gotten involved in any of this if it hadn't been for my Christian faith. I was taught from a young age that those who sacrifice and live for the sake of others, those are the highest folks, right? I think, Mao Zedong said, to die for the people is weightier than Mount Tai. Well, Jesus died for the people, right? And he stood up and he challenged the rich and powerful. And I also thought about that poem I'd heard years ago. On a busy street, in a busy town. I saw them tearing a building down with a ho, heave ho, and a lusty yell. The men swung a beam and a side wall fell. So I said to the foreman, "Are these men skilled, like those you would hire if you wanted to build?" The foreman just smiled and said, "No, indeed. Common labor is all that I need, for I can easily wreck in a week or two that which took builders years to do." So I thought to myself as I walked away, which of these roles have I tried to play? Am I a builder who builds with care, measuring life with a compass and square? Am I living my life by a well-made plan and striving to do the best that I can? Or am I the type that scours the town, content with the labor of tearing things down? And I thought about those words, and I thought about, I'm an anti-imperialist. But I'm not an anti-imperialist because I want to wreck things or tear them down. I'm an anti-imperialist because I want to build. Gaddafi built Libya into the most prosperous country on the African continent. Russia and China built themselves up into strong countries. I am not interested in wrecking. I'm not interested in tearing people down. And I want to say this, we have a culture now that has developed where people think the only good thing you can do is tear somebody down. The only good thing you can do is expose somebody. The only good thing you can do is call somebody out. That's not healthy. But I think it has a lot to do with dialectical materialism. And I think it has a lot to do with that mindset that one gets from traditional Marxism. But at the same time, that superego demands the impossible. It's never satisfied. It's always saying you could do better. It's the source of a lot of guilt. Sigmund Freud, in his book Civilization and Its Discontents, he makes fun of love your neighbor as yourself. And he says you can never literally love your neighbor as yourself. You can never literally be in your neighbor's shoes. You can never do it because you can't feel their feelings. So, if you trying to love your neighbor as yourself, it's always going to lead to guilt. And I think about that and I think, isn't the world a lot better of a place because people try? Because people try to love their neighbor as themselves? Yes, maybe it's impossible, but isn't the world better because people try? CPI has a different vibe. We are all about building and construction, and we're all about connecting people. We're all about love for our country and love for our community. But the only future America is going to have is with the new economy that is rising in the world. The Western system is dying for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. And some kind of movement about hate and some kind of movement about tearing things down and wrecker energy is not going to connect us with the new economy that's rising in the world. We need a movement about love and reconciliation. We need a movement about forgiveness. That's the kind of movement that we need. I want to talk to, there's two elephants in the room I've got to touch on. First thing first, right? We did not endorse Donald Trump. Let's just be clear about that. We did not endorse Donald Trump. What we did was during the 2024 election cycle, we saw that Donald Trump's campaign had a peace message in it. He was claiming, and he didn't do it, but he claimed he was going to end the wars. And so what did we do? We decided we are going to boost that message. And we got a big banner of Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands, and we said only peace can make America great again. And I called up my friends from Manhattan Family Church, and we got that banner everywhere. And I will never forget the day that Phil called me on the phone. Phil called me on the phone and said to me, Caleb, Trump is going to be at Madison Square Garden tomorrow. We have to get that banner there. And I called up every person that I knew, and I said, we're going to get that banner to Madison Square Garden. And thank goodness for the people at Manhattan Family Church. We got that image there, and it was in the New Yorker magazine, and it was in USA Today. We were boosting the good things that Trump was saying, even though he didn't mean them. And I'll tell you this, if more people had done what we were doing, Trump might be creating peace. If Trump could see that there was a mass outpouring of people that are demanding peace, Trump might have been more willing to listen to it. We were doing the best we could to promote peace. And the other thing I want to talk about, the other elephant in the room I want to talk about, people have touched on this Party for Socialism and Liberation. There was something called the Rage Against the War Machine rally that happened in 2023. It was the most important anti-war rally that's happened in the last 20 years. And what was important about it? It was bigger than any of the anti-war rallies we've seen since the Iraq War days. Why? Because there were Democrats and Republicans there together, right? Garland Nixon, who's here, he was speaking at it. He spoke at it, and Jill Stein spoke at it. But also, Judge Napolitano spoke at it. And we are proud to say we sponsored that rally, and our friend Scott Ritter was unable to be allowed to speak, so we had a reception for Scott Ritter after the rally so he could speak at our reception. And that rally was such a big step forward because it was like this room, people who don't agree with each other coming together and saying we can't have an economy based on war. And the reason that I fume with anger at the Party for Socialism and Liberation is because they didn't just say that we don't want to participate in this rally. They didn't just say this rally, we don't agree with it. They called it a white supremacist rally. And that is a call for violence. We saw what happened after the death of Charlie Kirk, how they said, oh, he deserved to die. So not only could this anti-war rally not be endorsed, they called it fascist. They called it white supremacist. And that is reprehensible. And I can tell you, we look at what's been done to Venezuela, we look at what's been done to Iran. If the Rage Against the War Machine coalition had grown and expanded, and if it had really blossomed and we'd had even more rallies of Republicans and Democrats together on the streets saying we don't want wars, things would be different right now. And yes, it's negative. And yes, it's negative, but I'll say it. PSL, we have to hold them responsible. That they are more to Washington, D.C., and I walked the streets of Washington, D.C., until I found a hotel that had a conference room very close to where the rally ended at the White House. And just 2 blocks from the White House, there was a really nice hotel. And we found this hotel, and I went into the hotel, and I said, can I rent your conference room on the day, February 19th of the rally? And they said, you sure can. And I said, and can we, prepare a food buffet? To serve food to all the people that went to the rally that'll probably be hungry. And they said, you sure can. That'll be this small fee. And it wasn't that much money. And I checked and how much money we had in the CPI bank accounts. We had quite a bit of money. And I checked, and we contacted Scott Ritter and we said, hey, Scott, you've been unable to speak at the rally on February 19th. And, unfortunately, due to some drama, we're unable to speak at the rally. But, we really would like to give you a platform. So, Scott, we're going to have a reception for Scott Ritter. And we rented the room, we rented the stage materials, and this is what happened. Great, but the reason that the Center for Political Innovation exists is to put on events like this, to give a platform to ideas we don't widely hear in the United States, to educate people about anti-imperialism and socialism. And that is why it is really an honor tonight to bring forward our guest of honor, a real hero, someone who deserves to be heard from the heavens. Everyone should hear what this man has to say. Scott Ritter is here. Scott Ritter is here. We are proud that Scott Ritter is here. This is a hero. This is a hero right here. We love you, Scott. We love you. Go ahead and give us some words. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. To be honest, I thought I was just coming here to a reception to say hi to people, and speaking is, hopefully it's a bonus.
Yeah. Now, we intervened. We had the money. We had the resources. We were unable to get on the stage, so we had our own reception, and we had a beautiful reception for Scott Ritter. It was a great, great activity, and I think Briggy joined CPI because she went to that reception. She met us there, and there were just so many great developments that happened as a result of that, right? That was a great thing that we were able to do, right? Another intervention that we did, right, was there was an election in America, and it was clear that that Trump was the candidate who was giving voice to the aspirations of the people that were at odds with imperialism, right? The imperialist system was leading towards more war. The imperialist system was leading toward more censorship. The imperialist system was leading towards more impoverishment of the population. And as much as Donald Trump, he said a lot of things that we didn't agree with, he was running on a platform of I will end the wars, I will protect your freedom of speech, and I will make the economy stronger. And people that were mad at the establishment were rallying around Donald Trump. Now, we disagreed with a lot of what Donald Trump said, but we said, we would like to intervene, and that Trump has said he wants to end the wars. And during his first term in office, he became the first American president ever to visit North Korea. So seeing that there was an upsurge in the country of people that wanted to end the wars and were rallying around Trump to do so, people that were opposed to the American establishment, and seeing that this could be a moment for us to advance the struggle against imperialism, what did we do? Well, we launched our Peace MAGA campaign.
And we started out at Trump Tower. We went to the New York Public Library, and we went to Madison Square Garden with a big banner that said only peace can.
So we're here on 34th Street, and the crowds have lined up.
China can make America to bring on and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. That we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America great. I am a sanction. Only peace can make America great. With Putin, I can't.
The military
media really.
Yeah, it was a great day. And so we showed up and we set up our big banner out in front of Madison Square Garden. And 20,000 people attended that rally. At least half of them saw our banner. We were quoted in and highlighted in New Yorker magazine because of our banner. We were also featured in USA Today. I didn't even know about it at the time, but I finally found that we actually, our photo of our banner was in USA Today. We intervened and we were able to push a message of peace with North Korea and ending the wars within the Trump campaign. It was a very, very effective thing to do, right? And that was an intervention. Another thing that happened, right, is there's been an upsurge of protests in America against what Israel's doing. Ever since October 7th, a lot of people have been in the streets protesting it. Well, the people running those protests are generally not friendly to us. And even though we agree with their message, for the most part, they frame it in a way that's very hostile and unfriendly to the American people. However, their message should be, why don't we have jobs and schools for Americans, not weapons for this other country, Israel? Why don't we focus on America first and building up America's economy rather than sending guns and tanks and weapons to this foreign government called Israel? That should have been their message. Instead, their message was, we hate America, and America's an evil racist country, and fuck you, you're just as bad as Israel. America's just like Israel, and we hate both America and Israel. Screw you. Well, you can see why that didn't go over, right? If, most Americans weren't going to buy that message. But there was an upsurge of people that were just morally opposed to the intervention and to the activities of Israel and to the USA supporting them. And unfortunately, the misleaders of the Answer Coalition and the Party for Socialism and Liberation and Jewish Voices for Peace and some other groups, they were misleading those protests to make them ineffective. But what group was doing a lot to support the Palestinians more than anybody? The Houthis, right? The Ansar Allah, the Yemeni Shia Muslims of Yemen, they were supporting the Houthis of Yemen. So what did we do? We realized that anyone who claims they support the Palestinians is going to have to admire on some level the Houthis. So we published, and because I risked my life trying to go to Yemen with medical aid, and because I know people that are Shia Muslims, we put together a booklet about the history of the Houthi movement, explaining who the Houthis are, using the Houthi movement in Yemen to explain what imperialism is, to explain about anti-imperialist movements and the struggle against austerity, and even talk about American history. And we published this beautiful book, if I dare say so myself, and we distributed this book in bulk. And all across the country at Palestine rallies, thousands of people have received a copy of this book. And how can they oppose it? All right, it's about the Houthis. And that was a way we could intervene, right? These are 3 examples of how we intervened, right? We maneuvered in order to have an impact. And even though we're a small organization, we've been able to have an impact by intervening, right? And there are certain themes that are consistent in CPI interventions. One is that when there's an upsurge that's going on, a general upsurge, we find a way into the upsurge due to a secondary contradiction. So, for example, the upsurge to support Trump. The establishment of America didn't want Trump, right? Now, Trump, he hasn't been a great president in his second term, wasn't too great in his first term, but it was clear that he was running against the American establishment. Mainstream media didn't want him to win. He was talking against the establishment and their wars and their censorship. So there was an upsurge of people that were opposing the system and rallying around Trump. So
there was an upsurge, but within that upsurge, there was a secondary contradiction, which was that Trump, he had people like Rudy Giuliani were campaigning for him about he's on the side of Israel, but there were people like Tulsi Gabbard. There were people like RFK that were emphasizing, Tucker Carlson, were using the campaign to push an anti-war message. So we intervened. We boosted the anti-war section of the Trump campaign. It was a secondary contradiction within the upsurge, right? And that tactic of you see an upsurge and you then boost a secondary contradiction within the upsurge, that is a very effective way of intervening. And we did the same thing with the Houthi movement, right? With the Palestinians, right? There was an upsurge of Americans supporting the Palestinians, but within that upsurge, there was a secondary contradiction, which is that, Jewish Voices for Peace and those kind of groups, they didn't really support, they especially didn't support Iran. They really didn't support the Houthis, but it was hard not to support the Houthis because of what the Houthis were doing. So we went to their activity. We went into the upsurge, highlighting a message of who the Houthis are and what the Houthis stand for as a way to address a secondary contradiction. And that this gets back to the Communist Manifesto, right? The Communist Manifesto ends with, in short, the communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing and social and political order of things. But in all these movements, they bring to the front as the leading question, the property question, no matter what its degree of development at the time. So whenever there's a movement against the existing order of things, you support it, but you then intervene, right, by bringing to the front the property question, bringing forward your own politics. So what you do is there's an upsurge going on, right? And that upsurge is happening. And then you join the upsurge, but then you boost your own politics and your own message. And there's a secondary contradiction. There's a disagreement within that movement. And you can become the voice of one side of that contradiction, right? And you can raise the economic question and you can put forward your own programs. There was an upsurge, a revolutionary movement of people that were rallying around Trump because they were against the system. And we went into it and re-raised anti-imperialism and peace with North Korea and the new economy. There was an upsurge of people, a revolutionary movement against the existing order of things for Palestine. And we intervened in it. And we raised the property question by publishing a pamphlet teaching people about the Houthis and teaching people about imperialism. And that's the method, right? Is that you intervene. But in addition to that, we maneuvered around gatekeepers, right? If there was gatekeepers, right, at the Rage Against the War Machine rally, as much as I think the organizers of that rally did an excellent job. And, Angela McCurdle is a friend. I haven't heard from Nick in a while, but I consider him to be a friend. I think they did a great job. But unfortunately, due to drama and politics, we weren't able to get on that stage. So what did we do? Did we just throw a fit and demand to be on the stage? No, that would have just hurt us. That wouldn't have helped us. No, we maneuvered around them. We got our own hotel. We found a way to give Scott Ritter a platform. That's what we did, right? And, the Trump campaign, we're not going to campaign for Trump. There's things, we can't intervene in American politics anyway. But even if we had, do you think they were going to let us? No. But we found a way to do outreach of the Trump campaign, right? The Palestine movement. The Palestine movement is run by awful gatekeepers who hate America and don't really want to stop the war in Gaza or just protest hustlers, right? But we intervened, right? And we got a message out that the bulk of the people involved in the Palestine protests were very receptive to. Maneuvering around gatekeepers. Number 3, offering something unique. If we had just sounded like everybody else, no one would have listened to us, right? We had our own reception after the Rage Against the War Machine, where we offered Scott Ritter. He wasn't available at the rally, but we were able to offer Scott Ritter.
We're concerned about appealing to the Democrat Party and their desire to cancel and spew hate for Republicans than they are about stopping the wars. And that's unacceptable.
I'll tell you a story. And this is why, I really appreciate all the people who are here that may be hearing things that they're not comfortable with, and I can't thank you enough for doing that. I've had my foot in a lot of different places. I grew up in a small town in Ohio. Now I live in New York City.
I'm building an organization that is, I mean, are we left? Are we right? I don't know what we are. We celebrate human growth and innovation. We're promoting positivity, but we want friendship with Russia and China. We're doing something completely new. We're innovating. We were there for the Uhuru movement when they were under attack. We said that this must not stand. We did everything we could to support that case. We're innovating. And I think about what we've done. I remember when I was 15 years old. 15 years old, that was the first time I ever visited a communist bookstore. I was at the communist bookstore. My mother dropped me off and she said, do not leave the store. Whatever you do, don't leave the store. So I was in the bookstore and I listened to some of the speeches, and then they said, all right, we're going out, we're gonna sell the paper. And they handed 15-year-old Caleb a stack of newspapers, and they said, all right, we're gonna go out and we're gonna sell this newspaper. And I thought, oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. You want me to walk up to total strangers that I don't know and try to get them to pay me for actual money, pay me actual money for a newspaper about communism? You gotta be out of your minds. My family had always been telling me, stop talking all this politics, Caleb, you're embarrassing us, just stop it. And I was very shy. But they said, no, we do this all the time. And they put me out there on the street and I sold newspapers. And I remember I could barely get the words out of my mouth. I walked up to, you want a newspaper about socialism? I could barely get the words out of my mouth. But I sold a newspaper that day. The first newspaper I ever sold, the guy saw my Letterman's jacket from Orville, Ohio, saw the O, and he said, well, I don't agree with you, young man, but you go to Oberlin College, so I'll buy it from you. He didn't know. He thought I was from Oberlin College, and he bought the newspaper. That's the first newspaper I ever sold. But I sold another newspaper after that. I sold another newspaper after that. And I came out of my shell. And I learned to talk to people, and I learned to walk up to people I'd never met before and engage with them. And I am so thankful that that happened. Because if that hadn't happened, I see some of these young people and where they're at with mental health, and my goodness, thank God they pushed me to get out of my shell. Whatever flaws, whatever critiques we might have, right? I think that was probably illegal, right? I was 15 years old. I wasn't an adult. I certainly didn't get to keep the money. It was probably illegal. But I'm glad that it happened. And that, back to the superego. Sometimes you got to push people out of their shell. Sometimes you got to demand the impossible from people. I heard a beautiful story earlier this year. The story was about a baby lion who somehow mistakenly ended up in a flock of sheep. And it always felt odd because as it got older, it started to realize that, you know what? I'm just not like the other sheep. I'm just not like the other sheep. There's something different about me. And the story goes that one day the shepherd took this sheep that wasn't a sheep, that was actually a lion, to the river and had it look at its reflection. It said, the reason you don't fit in is because you're not a sheep, you're a lion. So be proud that you're a lion. Roar. Be proud that you're a lion. I hear that story. It's such a beautiful story. And I really have got to say, as much as I'm not about negativity and as much as we need to build a positive, optimistic movement, I am not here to try and encourage people to be normal, right? If you think that what I'm saying here is we need to be more normal, we need to fit in, you're wrong. I don't want you to be normal. I want you to be extraordinary. I want you to be high achieving. I want you to go out and do things that you never knew you were capable of doing. I want to challenge you to go out and build. I want to challenge you to go into uncomfortable situations and demand that things change. I want you to be extraordinary. I don't want you to be normal. And I believe that everyone here has a lion inside of them. And that my job as an innovationist is to find that lion inside of you and let it awaken and let it take control. That's what I believe. That's what I'm trying to do. We need a movement that's about building. We need a movement that's about loving our country and loving our community. On a busy street, in a busy town, I saw them tearing a building down. The ho, heave ho, in a lusty yell. The men swung a beam, and the side wall fell. So I said to the foreman, are these men skilled? Like those you would hire if you wanted to build? And the foreman just smiled and said, No, indeed. Common labor is all that I need, or I can easily wreck in a week or two that which took builders years to do. So I thought to myself as I walked away, which of these roles have I tried to play? Am I a builder who builds with care, measuring life with a compass and square? Am I living my life with a well-made plan and striving to do the best that I can? Or am I that type that scours the town, content with the labor of tearing things down? Well, I'm here to tell you it's time to start building in America. We're going to build high-speed railway across the Midwestern heartland. We're going to build a bridge over the Bering Sea connecting America with Russia and the rising new economy. We are going to build, 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 and we are going to demand the impossible. Dare to struggle, dare to win! Dare to win! Dare to struggle, dare to win!
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
That is going to motivate them to invade us. They are going to have a war with us. We have to build this country up and have this country ready to repel that invasion. And so we don't have time to just let capitalism develop while we gradually scrape off the top and build a state industry. We have to just mobilize to have the 5-year economic plans. And the brilliance of Stalin. See, I almost think Stalin didn't get enough credit. You know, a lot of what we think of as Marxism-Leninism came from Stalin, right? That the Soviet system was the brilliant compromise, right? The Bolshevik leaders, Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, they were all living in exile, writing all the books. Stalin was the guy on the ground who organized the organization, right? You know, the theoretical journal was called Iskra, the Spark, right? That was the theoretical journal that was illegal, that they all wrote all their articles for. But they had a daily newspaper called Pravda, which means truth. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda. And Pravda was mainly short articles that were what they called worker correspondence, of people saying, at my factory, the boss has made us work, you know, so many more hours. That's bullshit. You know, my relative just got shot in this war with, you know, with the Germans that we're not gaining anything from. And it was like short little like letters to the editor. They called them workers' correspondence. That's what made up the Pravda. And Pravda would be distributed in mass everywhere. And it was like a place for people to voice their grievances. And it was very popular in mass. And Stalin was the editor of that publication. That publication was how the Bolshevik movement communicated with the broad population, 60% of which was illiterate. Like one worker would read it to all the others You know, I mean, Stalin was a mass organizer. He was from Georgia, right? From an impoverished, nationality. And he went to seminary school. And the Bolshevik leaders were constantly attacking him for having a Christian approach, which I think is fascinating, right? That Trotsky was furious. Apparently, a lot of these people he recruited were not atheists, right? They didn't understand that they had to be atheists to be communists. And that Stalin, he was able to work with Muslims and Christians. He organized in Baku. He organized in Azerbaijan and Batumi, and all throughout like the Central Asia, like the southern USSR. Stalin is going around organizing strikes and protests. He was a mass organizer. He had a brilliant knowledge of how to work with people, and the system that he created was like a compromise, right? On the one hand, you had the radical, very liberal ideas of the Bolsheviks, women's equality, we're trying to build a socialist society. On the other hand, you had this deeply conservative Russian peasantry, right? That was orthodox, and Stalin created a hybrid. And the Soviet Union was a hybrid between the radical leftist ideas of the Bolshevik leaders and the deeply conservative Russian peasantry. And for example, they put, Lenin's body in a mausoleum, and, the icons or a tradition of the Russian Orthodox Church, they made Lenin an icon, right? And then, women had equality with men. They could vote. They were leaders of the military. They worked. They had daycares that were created so women could work. But at the same time, they glorified the Soviet family. They outlawed abortion. Stalin outlawed abortion. They outlawed homosexuality. And in fact, Stalin instituted a policy where if a woman gave birth to more than 10 children, she got a medal. That was one of the highest honors, to be a mother of the Soviet Union, meaning that you had more than 10 children. And they glorified the Soviet family. And if you look at the role that Stalin played, he was like a king. He was like, he played the role that a czar had played in the previous system. He was the face of the system. And what did Stalin do? He went around rewarding people, right? That's basically what he did, is he spent his life going from factory to factory, from collective farm to collective farm, giving awards to people for working really, really hard. And he was, it's like, you can imagine the Soviet Union being like one giant corporation, and he was the CEO who visited every workplace and handed out awards to people for working really, really hard all the time. And that's what he did, right? And his job was, he was the national celebrity, the face of the nation. And if you worked really, really hard in your factory and you produced so much, he would come to your factory and give you a special award and a cash bonus, right? And and I have met people, it was the achievement of their life when their grandfather got to meet Stalin, because they worked so hard, they worked so many extra hours in the coal mine, or and that's that model. That's what you call really existing socialism, real socialism, or Stalinism. That was like the Cold War model. It's very effective at taking countries that are underdeveloped, that don't have industrialization, don't have electricity, don't have paved roads, don't have a modern education system, and building them up, right? And getting them over that hurdle of industrialization. It's very, very effective, right? And you have a charismatic leader who's the CEO. You have 5-year economic plans. You have collective farms that sell their goods to the state at a fixed rate. And that model, it made many countries industrialized. And I don't think just Marxist-Leninists. I think, if you look at Iraq and Syria, Saddam Hussein, Assad, they were a similar kind of system. Gaddafi's Libya was a very similar kind of thing, of this kind of like, we're going to have a state centrally planned economy to industrialize. After that, though, it starts to stagnate. After that, you need the market for material goods, right? For the things that make life fun. State central planners shouldn't be designing clothing, right? People need to vote with their dollars about what kind of clothes they want. Children's toys, video, like things that make life fun, hotels, restaurants, that kind of thing. Yes, you do need market incentive for, but you don't need market incentive to run a power plant. You just need somebody who's getting paid to clock in and clock out and make sure it works, right? And that's the Stalin model was very, very effective, and he pioneered it. And it wasn't what Lenin and Trotsky thought of. He thought of it himself because he knew his people. Right. This is the crazy thing. Leftists in America burn the American flag. We hate it. Stalin loved his people and his nation, and he knew them so well that he could take what the Bolsheviks had created and adjust it in a way that the people that he knew, that he had organized in every corner of that country, they could accept it. Right. That's how well he knew and loved his people. There was a rock band from the 1960s that played at Woodstock. They were called Country Joe and the Fish Band, right? Some stoner hippie stuff. But why were they called that? Country Joe and the Fish? Because their parents were communists, and Country Joe was Stalin. That was Stalin's nickname, Country Joe, because he was from the countryside. And the fish was Mao. It was Stalin and Mao, because the fish, Mao said, the masses are the water and the revolutionary is the fish. Mao and Stalin, they were both mass organizers. They knew how to work with people, right? And that when the Communist Party of the United States became what you might call Stalinized, it changed the way it approached people. It had a much more mass approach. Its literature was much more clear and coherent. They put forward very clear demands, and they moved the headquarters of the Communist Party when Stalin, assumed leadership in 1928. Stalin had the Communist Party of the United States move its headquarters from New York City to Chicago. And in the Communist Party's 1932 book, Towards Soviet America, they say Chicago will be the capital of America, not New York City, because Chicago is an industrial city in the heartland. And one of the complaints about the Communist Party is they pointed out that its membership was largely immigrants, people that came from somewhere else, largely African-American. They always found a white dude to be the leader of it, right? They had William Z. Foster, who was an Irish Catholic from Philadelphia. They had Earl Browder, who they called the man from Kansas because he was from Kansas, an agricultural state. They had Gus Hall, a guy of Finnish descent who had been an Iron Range worker in Minnesota. Stalin was always saying, if you want to build a serious communist movement, you can't look like some foreign conspiracy trying to direct things. You need to build a movement that the heartland, the bulk of the American people will accept, that is really just an expression of them. And, under Stalin's leadership, the Communist Party of the United States really amplified the cult of Abraham Lincoln, right? And they built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade that went to fight in Spain. I am fascinated by a phenomenon in Russia. My next book that should be published in the next couple of weeks is going to be called Mystical Stalinism. Mystical Stalinism is a trend in Russia now of people who admire Stalin, but they don't see him as a communist. They see him as kind of a representation of the Russian people and their history. And that there's a whole trend of people in Russia who admire Stalin, seeing him in kind of Russian Orthodox and a spiritual way as an expression of the Russian people, of the Russian Empire kind of asserting itself against the West. There's a lot of talk nowadays of geopolitics, civilizations of the sea versus civilizations of the land, right? And the understanding is that when civilizations on the land are besieged and conquered by civilizations of the sea, on the land, messianic figures kind of emerge that rally the people of the land to... Communism since the 1960s for young people has been a college phase, right? It's something you're supposed to do for 2 years in college. You go to college, you're thinking for yourself, you have a Marxist or lefty professor, and so you join one of these groups and you sell their newspaper, and maybe they pressure you to donate your life savings or something like that, or they make you quit school or something like that, and you do that for 2 or 3 years, and then you realize, oh shit, this group is not going anywhere, it has no real plan to ever take off, so you quit and you hate communism for the rest of your life, and that was a radical phase in college you're kind of embarrassed about, and maybe when you're drunk at the bar with your friends in your 40s, you reminisce about that, and I would meet those people all the time on the streets of New York City. I would always meet them, when I was young, and they'd say, give it 2 years, you'll be out of there, you'll hate, and the thing is, it shouldn't be that way. And CPI, part of the reason we're so different is we are designed to not be a college phase. That's the thing. We don't want to be that. When I first started doing live streams, right, and we're going to hit 1,000 live streams pretty soon, but when I first started, I had already had a joke that I think it shows up in some of the first live streams. And it's a joke that I used at the time we were still identifying as communists, and it was a joke that I made about the communist movement. So I'm going to tell the joke, right? I might as well. And the joke goes like this: there's a lawyer, a wealthy lawyer who has a dream, and in the dream, something he believes to be the voice of God tells him, hire a communist to work at your law firm. So he awakens from his dream and he says, all right, I'm going to hire a communist to file the papers at my law firm. So he goes to the headquarters of the Communist Party USA and he says, hey, I'm looking for somebody, and they hire somebody from the Communist Party USA to file the papers. So he takes him to his office and he shows him the papers. He says, all right, file the papers. And he goes away and he comes back and the guy's sitting there and the papers are not filed. And he says, why are the papers not filed? And the guy says, Donald Trump is in the White House and the Republicans control Congress. Maybe if we can have another midterm election and the Democrats get control of Congress, maybe then we can start to maybe talk about filing the papers. But right now we got to defeat the right wing. I can't do it.
And the guy looks at him and says, okay, this is so stupid. So then he goes to Columbia University or some university, sees a couple, a Maoist and a Trotskyite, and he says, all right, these guys look like real communists. They'll file my papers. Takes them to his office, right, and shows them the papers, says, go ahead and file them. Goes away, comes back. At the end of the day, they're not there, but some of the papers are missing. And he says, what's going on? And he goes downstairs, and the guys have his papers, and they're trying to sell them to everybody. And they're selling them for $2, get a copy. And he's like, we're trying to sell your. He said, I don't want you to sell my papers. I want you to file my papers. So then he goes and he finds somebody from the Party for Socialism and Liberation. He says, these guys seem like real communists. They'll file my papers. So he hires the person, right? And he shows them the papers. And says, file the papers, goes away, comes back at the end of the day. All the papers are still there, not filed. But there's a leaflet sitting on the desk. It says, rally in Times Square to file the papers. And he's like, oh, shit. Oh, man. And he goes to Times Square, and there's about 15 people there with signs that say, file the papers. And they're chanting, file the papers, file the papers. And a Palestine activist gets up and says, the fight to file the papers is also the fight for Palestine. And everyone goes, yay! And he says, and a trans person gets up, the fight of the transgender movement is also the fight to file the papers. And everyone says, yay! And the lawyer walks over and he says, what is wrong with you communists? What is wrong with you? I just need someone to file my papers. And the PSL person looks at them and says, excuse me, you can't compare me to all those other groups. They just talked about filing the papers. I'm the one who actually did something. So there you go. I've been using that joke for years. So, yeah.
Just one thing. If you want to be cheeky about it, make yourself up a placard with file the papers and honestly turn up to one of their rallies. File the papers and see what happens.
Ask me about filing papers, and then you talk to them about innovation.
Yeah, that's right.
I just have one question. What did the anarchists do?
Oh, that's a good question.
Did they like?
They dumpster dive for more papers.
Yeah, they dumpster dive.
Just wondering. That's all. That was the best description of the American left I've ever heard.
Okay. Well, there you go.
In the 21st century.
Yeah. Well, we've seen it all up close. So
the oil prices skyrocketed because Iraq was an oil-producing country, and it was blown to bits, and all that oil went off the market. Supply and demand. If you reduce the supply of oil, the price of oil goes up. So oil prices went through the roof. Some of the highest oil prices in history, $120 a barrel at one point. So with that oil money, the new Venezuelan government started building things like crazy. And I walked through neighborhoods in Caracas where every single house had been paid for by an interest-free loan, where they'd been electrified during this time. They did so much. They wiped out illiteracy in the country, and they won awards from the United Nations for how effectively they wiped out illiteracy. All kinds of people that had grown up in poverty were blind, and they brought in Cuban doctors and were giving thousands of people their eyesight back. I mean, they did amazing things, and Hugo Chavez died. And in 2014, Obama was the president, and suddenly the oil prices dramatically dropped. You had oil scarcity, the oil prices dramatically decreased because Saudi Arabia was flooding the market with cheap oil. And it was intentional. And Michael Reagan, the son of Ronald Reagan, wrote op-eds and said, oh yeah, my dad, Ronald Reagan, did the same thing to hurt the Soviet Union. This is a geopolitical strategy. And the oil prices dramatically dropped in 2014. And then right at that time, Venezuela had just, lost the charismatic founder. And then, Maduro had just come into office. The public didn't know him as well. There was some confusion and division in the movement. And then as the oil prices dropped, the USA put a massive package of sanctions on the country that just made it almost impossible for them to import any outside products. And let's also point out that billions of dollars of Venezuela's wealth was just stolen, right? They had bank accounts in London that were just frozen. Their wealth was just taken all across the world. Their wealth was just stolen from them, from bank accounts. On top of that, sanctions made it impossible for them to import products. And being a one commodity economy, if oil is the basis of your government revenue and you are using that oil money to build your economy, and the price of oil drops from like $120 a barrel to about like less than $30 a barrel at that point, you're going to have big problems. And also, when you have developing countries, this is very interesting. People learn to take care of each other. We have a very individualist culture in America because we're in the West, where the economy is stronger, at least historically. But in developing countries where people are struggling, they learn to take care of each other, right? And so that leads to kind of a culture of nepotism. You know, so when the oil revenue dramatically dropped and suddenly the government had a lot less resources, people have learned to take care of each other. And some people were connected and got things and other people weren't. And you can imagine there was a lot of anger about that. And it was a perfect storm engineered by the United States to give Venezuela difficulties. And that's what caused all of that. And there are even Wall Street Journal articles where they talk about until 2014, quote, the party was still on, and that Venezuela's economy was riding high with the high oil prices that came out of the U.S. invasion of Iraq and the Bush administration, the early Obama years, right? The destruction of Libya by Barack Obama also caused a spike in oil prices. That's the side of the story they're never telling. Just like they're not showing you all the rallies of Venezuelans marching to the streets demanding that their president be returned. They highlight one side of the story and they never tell the other side, right? You know, in Haiti is a free market country that signed up with NAFTA. NAFTA completely destroyed their farming sector and Haitians are struggling, but we never hear that Haiti's problems are because of capitalism and neoliberalism. But all of Venezuela's problems are caused by socialism. This is just selective reporting. Bolivia, under the leadership of Evo Morales, at the same time Venezuela had its really hardest time in 2014, 2015 when I was there, Bolivia had the highest rate of GDP growth in South America, led by Evo Morales with his socialist policies. Did we hear anything about that? No, of course, because they're trying to tell one side of the story, right? Bolivia doesn't have a one commodity oil economy, and they were experiencing a dramatic economic boom with their central planning, et cetera. And that, of course, never got reported on. So, yeah, the selective reporting of the story. Look, at the end of the day, you know, what was Russia before the Soviet Union came in? And what was it by the 1930s when they industrialized? What was it in the 1950s with, you know, inventing space travel and becoming a world industrial power? You know, what was China before the Chinese Communist Party came to power? What is China today? This idea that socialism just doesn't work. It just failed everywhere. We've all been told that like a mantra, you know, and we just repeat it. It's not actually true. Have there been problems in socialist countries? Sure. Has there been economic mismanagement? But these are largely countries in the developing world that have had revolutions, have seized control of their economy, and they have centrally planned to build and construct, and the result has been lifting people out of poverty. Under Gaddafi, the Islamic socialist leader of Libya, Libya had the highest life expectancy on the African continent. They built the world's greatest and largest irrigation project, the Great Man-Made River. They did so much. Now that Libya has been bombed back into the global neoliberal free market system, they have open-air slave markets. Big chunks of the country don't have electricity. People are drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out. So this story that we're all told of socialism just doesn't work. It doesn't match reality, right? The world is much more nuanced than that. And largely, it is socialism that turned Russia and China into superpowers, that has lifted countries up from poverty, that has laid the foundation for industrialization. You know, the largest, you know, Egypt wouldn't have electricity if the Soviet Union and Abdul Nasser, the Arab socialist leader, had not come together to build the great Aswan Dam, you know, that electrified all of Egypt. That was socialism that did that. So there's just so much of the other side of the story that we never hear. That's why I've written about this. But look, Venezuela is in a very interesting spot. Trump is saying, oh, we got him. Delcy Rodriguez is following my orders, the acting president. And she's saying, no, we're not. No, we're not. We're still in power here. We're in a very odd situation. I am wondering what will happen next, because Trump is trying to make it sound like, oh, Venezuela is under American control. And Venezuela is saying, no, we're not. And so I am wondering what will happen next. Let me put it that way.
Well, that is a perfect segment into this next piece. So welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show. Keaton Weiss here with Caleb Maupin. So we're going to talk now about this question of regime change in Venezuela. Friend of the show, Max Blumenthal, recently did an interview with Venezuela's former foreign minister, Jorge Ariaza, pardon me. And here I'm going to set this up a little bit with the Gray Zone's tweet. There was no regime change. Venezuela's ex-foreign minister, Jorge Ariaza, on U.S. kidnapping raid. In an exclusive interview with the Gray Zone's Max Blumenthal, Venezuela's former foreign minister, Jorge Ariaza, discusses the January 3rd U.S. military raid on Caracas that resulted in the kidnapping of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores and the killing of as many as 100 people. As we understand, and as cited in this interview, a lot of the people who died were people who were trying to protect Maduro from the troops. Arriaza argues that the operation violated international law, the U.S. Constitution, and head of state immunity, calling it barbaric. He insists Maduro and Flores were in a secure location and were defended by guards who gave their lives, but that U.S. technological superiority made resistance ineffective. He rejects, this is speaking to what you mentioned at the end of the last segment, Caleb, he rejects claims that Maduro was betrayed internally, dismissing them as psychological warfare designed to sow division, and insists the military and Chavista leadership remain unified. So we're going to take a little brief look, this is a couple minutes long, at this interview where he gets into this a little bit.
What do you say to those, particularly in Washington, who say that the stunning success of this U.S. raid demonstrates that Iraq war syndrome is over because, civil war and destabilization haven't erupted inside Venezuela yet?
The only reason that that didn't happen is because Chavismo is in power, because the revolution is in power, is that we have really large structures of communication with our people, that we have communes, communal councils, our people is organized. So we have direct communication with our people. They know what's happening. They know what happened that night. They know about Delcy and her commitment with President Maduro and with the Constitution and with our sovereignty. So Venezuela at the moment is in peace. The shops are opening. The malls have opened. Next Sunday, we're going back to schools, to the universities. We are producing oil, we're producing everything that we need, food in Venezuela, but that's only possible because there wasn't a regime change, because Delcy Rodriguez is the vice president and now the president in charge of Venezuela, and that's the only reason. If without the Chavismo, this would be chaotic. Without Chavismo, we would be in a situation that wouldn't be under control for decades. So that's something they have to consider. And it's not because Iraq war or whatever. It's because it's the Venezuelan people that rule in the Venezuelan government.
Okay. And to his point, this is a video from RT that you reposted here. Meanwhile, Venezuela's Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello personally patrols Caracas, insisting everything is calm, peaceful, and tranquil. Our aware people know what we must do. So take a look at this video. I'll lower the volume so I can translate for the listeners. Good evening. What day is it today?
To do with the stock market. The state and the Communist Party run the economy, not profiteers and bankers. There's plenty of profiteers and bankers there, but they live in fear of a mass organization built by Mao Zedong in the mountains during a people's war that has taken power and transformed the country.
Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. They don't live in fear of anything. They're incredibly powerful, and the only way in which they're restrained is by their state of unelected officials, not by the people. The reason the people don't revolt is because the Chinese people probably know what happens when they take to the streets and express anger with their government. If I had to guess at any broader political or socioeconomic motivation to keep them from going out, no. The average worker in China has absolutely no control or credence. Precluding them from investment isn't the same as giving them control over the economy. They can fulfill no component. They have a stock market and a market economy, which means they haven't abolished the commodity form, and individual workers have no more control over their respective businesses in China than American workers do over here in America. The only difference is that their state is more powerful. The only difference is that they've removed the democracy. I don't know if that brings people any closer towards socialism. That's one of the fundamental criticisms I have of the behavior of tankies. Sometimes I feel like tankies will call anything socialist as long as it's anti-American. China certainly is, at least in a geopolitical sense. They're our largest opponent, but I mean, is that really enough? Does that really fulfill the preconceived notion of what it means to be a proletarian state? You have to oppose the U.S. and be in a dictatorship?
Well, I was thinking maybe one thing that we could zero in on is because it seems like part of your guys' disagreement is just might stem, I'm not sure because I haven't heard your definitions yet, but I suspect that maybe part of your guys' disagreement stems from a fundamental disagreement on what the definition of capitalism is. So I was thinking maybe you guys could each define what capitalism is to you in order to help us establish whether or not China is one by both your criteria.
All right. Well, I will first respond to what was said. You'll notice China is one of the few governments in the world that actually supports workers when they go out on strike. And actually, there are a huge amount of labor struggles going on in China. And you'll see many instances of the Chinese government supporting the workers against the corporations. You know, we all know about the horrors that happened at Foxconn and the horrors that happened at, I believe it was Hyundai, or a car manufacturer. And what is not told is how the Chinese government communist union went out on strike, and the Chinese government supported the striking workers and forced the bosses to change their conditions. There are many examples of that. Now, of course, there are things to the contrary that shouldn't go on, but I don't think that's a fair characterization. I think that the bosses in China, the business owners, live in fear of a state that, yes, wants to utilize them to bring in foreign investment, that, yes, sees it very important to develop a market sector, but at the same time will control them for the benefit of the population. And many of the private sector corporations in China aren't really private. For example, Huawei Technologies is technically a cooperative under Chinese law. But if you look at it, it doesn't function according to market logic, right? The way it functions, it's completely in coordination with the Chinese state, with the Chinese military. It produces products based on what the 5-year plan says. It's a state-controlled megacorporation, yes, that's technically private, but everything it does is in line with the Chinese Communist Party's vision.
Yeah, so it's an authoritarian agency in line with an authoritarian agency. Nothing you just described has to do with workers. In fact, China bans private unions or individual labor unions. Yeah.
No, it bans what are called free trade unions, which were set up by the CIA, led by Jay Lovestone.
No, independent labor unions are illegal in China.
Federation of Free Trade Unions has been used against socialist countries around the world, and there's a constant demand in the New York Times and other publications that workers leave the communist union where they feel at home and join an entity controlled by the
You're loading
State
everything
Department,
you say is loaded with so much language.
That's
like
not accurate.
The glorious
That's not accurate at
state,
all.
like works in tide with the workers. No, independent labor unions are illegal. People have tried to form unions and it's been cracked
Independent,
down on.
i.e. U.S. control.
No, independent doesn't mean U.S. controlled. Freedom doesn't mean the CIA
Free Trade
is running
Union
it.
Federation, Google Jay Lovestone. Google,
No, I'm sorry.
the
Do you have
history of the CIA
evidence
and their
that
interventions.
evidence that every single time individual Chinese workers try to form a labor union, it's being done in tandem with CIA work?
No, I'm telling you that when you refer to, quote, free trade unions, which is frequently done in American media, that refers to specific entities that are tied to the United States and American intelligence. It doesn't refer to just random groups started by random people.
Then what trade unions can people form, or what labor unions can people form in America, in China? Sorry.
Every Chinese worker is part of the government union.
Yes,
and,
the
I mean,
one
that's the
government
reality. Now,
union.
sometimes that union doesn't function the way it should. Other times it does. But when you refer to free trade unions, you're not talking about any union.
I'm talking about individual
you're talking about a
workers.
specific grouping supported by the
Yeah,
United
I know.
States,
You've already said.
NGOs that operate in
No,
China,
no.
and that's not
I'm
fair.
saying it is not legal for workers in China, independent workers who have nothing to do with the CIA, to independently form labor unions of their own volition. They have to join the All Chinese Federation of Trade Unions, which falls under state control, another apparatus of worker rights that ends up being deferent to an authoritarian government. Likewise, your argument that China protects workers' rights is laughable. Foxconn workers are paid more in Taiwan than in China. China has historically been perfectly comfortable let their workers slave away at incredibly low wages because they benefit from foreign investment. That is many things, but proletarian state, it is not. That is capitalism. China is just state capitalism. It is the entire apparatus of a market economy run by private actors, except some of them are also controlled by an authoritarian unelected government. There is nothing socialistic about China, not in any way, shape, or form. Even the individual act of forming unions is banned by the government, and union organizers face a wide variety of pushback.
Unions.
No, they
that
have one union.
But I'm going to let you finish. I don't want to interrupt. We don't want to interrupt
they have
each other.
one
so keep
union,
going.
not independent unions. It doesn't really count if it's a
doesn't
state
count.
union. Do you know what the term controlled opposition is? Oh, I think you know, but I'll describe it for you. So controlled opposition is when you have a state with over 1 billion workers who have less worker rights than their neighboring countries, and if they want to get more rights, they have to subscribe to a union that is controlled by the state, which has a material interest in keeping them from developing workers' rights. That is what a controlled opposition is. Hey, don't like the working conditions in China? Why don't you join the glorious Chinese Communist Party's single labor union, where you can absolutely, definitely improve the material conditions of your class.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I am finished actually.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with you about how you characterize state capitalism. I think state capitalism is Saudi Arabia.
You're not
Saudi
a socialist.
Arabia, yes, I'm sorry, may I finish my point?
Sorry,
please?
my apologies.
Saudi Arabia, the government pretty much owns everything. But all it does is make sure that profits flow into the hands of the royal family. It's a market economy, except the state is heavily involved. You can say that about Singapore, for example.
And
South
China.
Korea, there's a huge amount of government involvement. Taiwan. And it's interesting because libertarians will often point to these countries as free market paradises. Well, no, the state is heavily involved. It's just a capitalist state trying to benefit a small clique within the ruling class. It's kind of Bonapartism, according to Marx. But the way you describe things in China, I see the Chinese Communist Party as an organization that has rapidly improved the lives of millions of workers, and it's done so by controlling the economy. You can point to many bad things, and I don't deny those bad things. Corruption's a big problem in the country. Many of the folks who were in the countryside and didn't have running water and electricity have moved into the cities and have been very badly treated by employers, especially in the regions that are a little more free market. No one would deny that China has a lot of room to improve on these things. But I don't think that, by definition, makes it capitalist, right? China executes billionaires. China very, very, very closely controls the corporations. You should read about Jintao culture, where corporations that have been caught polluting, they're forced to get on national television and apologize to the country in exchange for a shorter prison sentence. The capitalists of China live in terror.
Do you know what the term is
for
the private market being rolled into state authority?
China, the government controls the corporations. In the United States, the corporations control the government. Very different situation.
Do you know what the technical term is for an economy where the private sector is rolled into the authority of the state? It's fascism. We're talking about we're talking about fascism. The only thing you've been able to praise about the Chinese government is that they elevated.
I thought you didn't equate communists with fascists, so now you do.
Well, wait, of course, because you're not a communist and China is not a communist country. So this is just me calling a fascist defender a fascist. Yeah, you're literally just defending China. Whoa. You're literally just defending.
Let's try not to talk over each other.
You're just defending China on the premise. You're just defending China on the premise of its authoritarianism. That's it. You're arguing like, well, it elevated the country and made them wealthier. You can make that argument for Adolf Hitler. The blood spoils of the war elevated the material wealth of his country too. That is irrelevant when we're talking about the extent to which China is actually a socialist country. Every time you defend it, all you're doing is defending the extent to which the state has the ability to interfere in the market. That's not socialism. That's never been socialism. The workers aren't elevated in China. America has more worker rights than China is. I say with full and 100% confidence that the United States of America is more.
And offer our message, right? The Peace MAGA banner. Nobody else was out there with Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands, but we were, right? We offered something unique. We stood out, right? We offered something unique with our Only Peace Can Make America Great Again banner. And our book on the Houthis. Again, who else is handing this out? This is not something that anyone else can find, right? We offered a unique message, a unique book, right? These are ways that we can intervene. There's an upsurge, and there you see a secondary contradiction. You maneuver around gatekeepers, and you offer something unique, right? And that, that's the quote from the Communist Manifesto. And that there's some historical precedent for some of this. And I'm going to talk first about Lenin and the struggle against revisionism. But then next, I'm going to talk about the Bible, actually. But first, we'll talk about Lenin and the struggle against revisionism. There's a very important book that Lenin wrote, and it's called What Is to Be Done, right? And it was published in 1903. It's considered the founding document of the Bolshevik movement. And I would like to tell you to read it, but if I did, I'm not sure that would be the best advice. It's very, 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 very difficult to read, right? Because it is full of obscure names and obscure references and all of that. It's called What Is to Be Done. And it's Lenin pitching the idea of forming a new party, a party of new type, the Bolshevik Party, right? It's right up there on my shelf. What is to be done, right? It's right up there. And in it, he critiques what he calls bowing to spontaneity and tailism, right? And he said that what was going on in Russia at the time is there were strikes and protests that would happen. You know, the workers would go on strike. And what the communists in Russia did at the time is the strike would happen and they would run to it and shout, "We support you and we're communists." Well, what good did that do? Right? The strike already happened. It would have happened with or without you. And so something spontaneous happened and they bowed to it. They just ran after it. And he called that tailism. They weren't changing the world. They were simply tailing after and chasing things that were already happening. They were bowing to spontaneity or engaging in tailism. Whereas he was saying that what they should do is present a line of march and that they should become tribunes of the people. And that the argument that the communists used is they said, well, we're a political party and these workers are going on strike. And so by being a political party that supports a strike, we are lending the economic struggle a political character. And, Lenin just makes fun of this. He says, this is ridiculous. Like, that's your contribution, right? So there's this, you should be teaching. He said, without revolutionary theory, there is not a revolutionary movement. And that instead of striving to be trade union secretaries, we should be tribunes of the people, right? That was the Leninist approach. And that kind of defined Bolshevism. And in his pamphlet, What is to be Done, he laid out the vision for a party of new type, agitation, propaganda, etc. And he was actually, in that pamphlet, he was arguing about revolutionary tactics. He was actually addressing a bigger question that he may not have even realized he was addressing. And this is when I read Lyndon LaRouche and Lynn Marcus. Lynn Marcus talks about, how he was addressing a bigger question, which is the question of historical inevitability versus the ability of human beings to intervene. Marxism has a big flaw ideologically, right? And Marx himself kind of acknowledges this. And there's places where Engels acknowledged this. And it's true. Marxism, when I talk about living biologically, Marxism very much does believe that history is inevitable. People just act according to their economic interests, right? And that is a big part of the Marxist belief system. According to the Marxist belief system, there's no room for willpower. People will just do what is in their economic interest. The proletariat will just naturally one day say, you know what? It's in my economic interest to fight my employer. It's in my economic interest to overthrow the capitalist. There's no room for willpower. And this is a critique of Marxism that has been widely made. George Sorel made this critique of the spiritual weakness of it. There's many people that have pointed, the Catholic Church, their critique of Marxism. They said, Marxism says people's behavior is simply a result of economic conditions. However, the Catholic Church said people can do the right thing even if it's against their own economic interest. And that there's even an essay, The Role of the Individual in History by Plekhanov, that addresses this question. And this is really one of the weaknesses of Karl Marx's teaching. Historical materialism doesn't really have room for willpower. And Lenin, in his pamphlet, What is to be Done, he was just talking about tactics, but he was really saying that it's going to require willpower. He was actually repudiating an aspect of classical Marxist teaching. He was saying we're going to have to get together and form our party of new type. We're going to have to get together and plan agitating and propagating. It's not just going to happen. And that the Marxists he was critiquing, who were engaging in tailism and bowing to spontaneity, they were actually closer to what Karl Marx actually said, which is it'll just happen. And eventually these workers, they're going to go on strike. And because they're on strike, they're eventually going to realize that we need a political party to support the strike. And so we're lending the political character, and it's just going to naturally. And Lenin is saying, no, it requires our willpower. Well, that's not Marxism. That's not historical materialism. That is idealism, the power of intent, the power of action, the power, willpower, right? There's not room in the classical materialist ideology for willpower, but there is room for it, right? In what Lenin was doing. And in fact, his whole pamphlet, What is to be Done? What's the name of it? What is to be done?
right? And that was the name of a popular novel, a science fiction novel in Russia at the time. He took the name as a spoof, but he was arguing against historical inevitability and economic determinism. And he was saying we must choose, and we must not live biologically. We must make a decision and intervene in history. That's really, really powerful. But it gets even further, because as Lenin develops, the Bolsheviks, they form their own party. 1912, the Bolsheviks expel the Mensheviks, and you have, the Bolsheviks emerging. Then World War I breaks out. And when you read Lenin's writing on World War I, right, imperialism and the split in socialism, imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, he calls out the Social Democratic Party of Germany, the British Labour Party. He calls the Second International stinking corpses. And he basically points out that the bourgeois Labour Party, right, the reformists, the fake socialists, the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders, right, the Labour Party in Britain, the German Social Democrats, Karl Kautsky and Schneiderman and Ebhardt, that's part of the system. Right? They're not, he's pointing out that capitalism had developed into this stage of imperialism. Part of imperialism is that workers in the homeland, some of them get privileges and become, the aristocracy of labor. And he says that basically part of the system, part of the window dressing, the natural window dressing of imperialism is socialism. That Western imperialist countries have to have socialists. Right? And those socialists create kindergartens. So all the kids in Germany learn how to march in line. And those socialists create a national healthcare service so that, the workers are physically fit and ready to go out and fight. And those socialists, they create, a 12-hour workday. And that basically they enact reforms that make imperialism work better. And that modern imperialism has to have a bourgeois labor party. And that what he's pointing out is it's kind of like what he's arguing and what is to be done, in that the bourgeois labor party or social democracy is not exercising agency. It's not an independent force saying we believe in this and we're going to assert our agenda. It is rather a part of the system. It's part of the scenery. It's part of how the system is set up. It's not an independent force opposing the system. It's just part of it. And that's what he's arguing. So in his argument and the struggle against revisionism, Lenin is actually getting at what this whole presentation is about, the innovationist method, right? He's saying we have to exercise our own willpower. We have to intervene. We have to form our own party of new type. We have to agitate and propagate and practice democratic centralism. He's saying we have to intervene in history. And that was not what the prevailing Marxist movement did, to the point that they marched workers off to their death in World War I. Now, you can go back 2,000 years before that to Jesus Christ and the Pharisees, right? And, Jesus Christ is someone I greatly admire. And there's a reason that for 2,000 years, it's the largest religion in the world, follows Jesus Christ. If you look at the arguments that Jesus Christ had with the Pharisees, they're very similar to this argument that Lenin was having with the Social Democrats. And it's really related to everything that we're talking about here tonight. What was the primary disagreement that Jesus had with the Jewish leaders of his time, with the Pharisees, the Sanhedrin? What was his disagreement with them? His disagreement was the question of legalism. Legalism, which is that the Pharisees, the Sanhedrin, they followed the letter of the law, right? You have Leviticus, the book of Leviticus, you have the Torah, right? There are very, very specific laws that the Jewish people were given by God and they were expected to follow. And Jesus comes along and he says, you are following the law and not God. And I think he says the letter killeth at one point. And he says, you're following the letter, you're not following God. You're making an idol out of the law. For example, at one point, these Pharisees confront him and they say to him, which of the 10 commandments is the most important? And they're trying to get him in trouble because at the time it was a sin to say that one of the commandments was higher than the other. And Jesus replies and he says, the greatest of all commandments is to love your God with all your heart, soul, and mind. And the second greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself. And all the other commandments, all the law flows from that. And he's saying it's not a matter of following the 10 Commandments to the letter. It's a matter of loving God and loving your neighbor as yourself. And that if you love your neighbor as yourself, you're not going to steal, you're not going to murder, you're not going to commit adultery, you're not going to be jealous and envious and covet. And that the 10 Commandments flow from an attitude. And he's saying we need to follow the attitude of loving God and loving our neighbor as ourselves and not focus on the letter, right? And that's what he's getting at. And the Sabbath, right? He's healing people on the Sabbath. And the Pharisees confront him and say, how can you heal people on the Sabbath? You're not supposed to do any work on the Sabbath. That's a big sin. And what does he say? He says the Sabbath was made for man. Man was not made for the Sabbath. So right there, Jesus is saying that we human beings, it is about our intention. It is not a matter of following the law or the letter. It is about our intentions. We have to get our intentions in line with God. We have to do what is right. What is right. We have to love our neighbor as ourselves. We have to love God. And if we can get our intentions right, if we can exercise the proper willpower, that's what matters, not following the letter, right? Whereas the Pharisees and the Sanhedrin, they were following the letter of the law. And then Jesus also says, my kingdom is not of this world. Now, what does that mean? He's saying, look, this world is run by evil forces. This world is run by Satan. At the time, it was run by the Roman Empire, nasty bunch of people, and he's saying, I am not going to conform my message to be in line with this evil world. My kingdom is not of this world. I live according to my own principles, not the principles of this world.
So we went out to Minneapolis to do just kind of a routine, small workshop that we do in a number of cities. We've done them before, where we get together, have some classes, get to know different members, different friends. Anyhow, we get out there and we see all these crazy signs posted up all over the neighborhood.
Let's not alert the membership as of yet, right? Because they want a reaction. If they see they're getting a reaction, that'll embolden them, right? We'll just be extra careful with security at the door. But honestly, I don't think we should not do the event. No, I think we should do it. I guess we'll just proceed with our meeting as usual. Okay, so the first thing is that the break time is the most important, right? The break time when we're actually talking to people is the most important time, right? Actually, when I'm speaking and all that, it's not that important. What's important is when we're talking with the people.
On Saturday morning, our main concern was the lack of heat. The Airbnb had not turned the heat on, and it was record low temperatures. It was a very, very cold night, so we're inside the house, and we're figuring we can't really start the workshop until the heat comes on. So then we see them outside.
Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King!
It is 8:30 in the morning.
And it's like 20 below zero.
We're gonna wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the neighborhood's gonna hate them.
The house across the street looks abandoned or dilapidated. I don't think they're worried about fascism. They're worried about putting food on the table.
We're worried about getting the heat turned on.
Yes,
It's a little cold here. The heat hasn't been turned on in our Airbnb.
And these guys start preemptively gloating that nobody is showing up.
So we expected you like turning the attendees away. This is amazing. It seems like no one is coming. Wow.
Not knowing that we literally don't have heat, and we're not gonna start the thing without heat. It was actually like a solid hour after they left before we got the heat, and then we had people start coming. Well, actually, I take that back. There was one gentleman they did get to try to intimidate out of attending, a disabled gentleman, which, that's cool.
They shouted at him, "Don't go in there, they'll rape you."
He attended, though. He was not scared of them.
Hello, Gabby.
I've seen you. I've seen you on the
Can we see
videos.
what they gave you?
Hello.
Can we see what they gave you?
Good morning. This is a cult. Press TV. Oh, wow. It's Dugan.
Press TV.
Oh, man. Linda LaRouche. And your name's on here, too.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Famous.
Right? You're a failed political candidate and dedicated follower of Caleb Maupin's.
We're inside and laughing about it. The whole thing just looked completely insane. At 8:30 in the morning, in record cold temperatures, you have 15 kids out there wearing COVID masks with signs about spanking and fascism and cults. I mean, the whole thing just had to look completely insane.
What are they saying?
Maupin runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
One of the chants that they had, which I absolutely loved, was Caleb owns CPI. He's a weird little guy.
Caleb runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
They're calling you weird, dancing around with signs that no one understands.
Now, I thought that was very funny.
And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
At one point, Peter Coffin walked out among the protesters. I immediately thought of the scene in The Wizard of Oz where Dorothy wakes up and she's walking among the munchkins.
Come out, wherever you are.
Because they were all like really short in comparison to him. And it made me think that the guy on the bullhorn or one of the people that had thought of that chant, they must have been called a weird little guy at some point in their life.
You're so out of touch. You think CPUSA would be a viable force to put together a picket like this? It's amazing.
They were on the bullhorn talking about communist inside baseball.
Colt, I mean, you started in the RCP, so it's used to Colt.
Gospels were a joke even to trots.
No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult. We're trying to show you we care enough. No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult.
We are going to have some fun with them, but we don't want to be too mean to them because there's a lot of people in this organization around the country, and I'm not going to violate anyone's private business, but more than a handful of people that have joined CPI, they've told me why they joined CPI. And they said, Caleb, I was in these communist circles, I was in my 20s, and I was using drugs. I rock bottomed. I screwed up, I did something wrong, and, I had to go into recovery. And I realized that if I was going to get over my addiction, I couldn't keep thinking in the pessimistic, dark, hopeless way that seems to accompany communist politics in America. I had to be optimistic. And I suddenly started hearing you, and you were the only communist I could stand to listen to anymore. You were the only one that was putting out a hopeful, optimistic message that wasn't tearing people down, that wasn't preaching resentment. I believe there were people out there that are in that same category. Do you know what I honestly believe deep in my soul? I believe that there were people out there today that will eventually join CPI. Let me just put it this way. You can never say that the Center for Political Innovation or myself or Peter, you can never say that we're irrelevant. The fact that we had a small meetup was so important to some people. They woke up on Saturday morning, went out in freezing cold temperatures, and made a huge ruckus to tell everyone just how upset they were about the fact that we exist and we continue to do our work. We were ready to defend ourselves, but they weren't a threat to us at all. They were kind of embarrassing, and they were kind of clowns. And I'm embarrassed for whatever organization let this happen, was involved in making it happen. And I'm also embarrassed for the people that did this protest because you were out there making fools out of yourselves while we were inside talking about the serious issues and how to change the future of our country, how to fight against imperialism, globalism, how to fight for working families. So yeah, certainly an interesting trip to Minneapolis. I'm glad we were there, and we're gonna do a lot more workshops, let me put it that way. World, right? And that he tells his followers, build up your treasures in heaven, not on earth. He's constantly saying, follow what is right, connect with God, connect with the higher power, don't conform to this world, right? That is a common message he's getting at, right? That you connect to the higher forces, connect to what is right, connect to God, and don't conform to this world around you. My kingdom is not of this world. And then ultimately, there are two passages in the Bible, one from the Old Testament and one from the New Testament, that really make this point abundantly clear. And I guess the first one is from the book of Exodus, right? And it's Moses, right? Moses is given the commandment, the burning bush. The voice of God is speaking to him in the burning bush. And in the book of Exodus 3, right? Moses' people are enslaved in Egypt. They are slaves in Egypt. And Moses, suddenly there's a bush that's on fire and it starts speaking to him. The burning bush. And this burning bush tells him that he's got to go free his people. He's got to go exercise agency. His people are enslaved. He's got to go rescue them. And he's just blown away because this bush is talking to him and telling him that it is his job to go free his people. And it gives him this mission. And God, speaking through the burning bush, says he's got to go do this. So Moses says, suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them,
The God of your fathers has sent me, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I tell them? And God says to Moses, I am who I am. That is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent you. The name of God is I am. God is agency. God is individual willpower. That is the essence. God is the ultimate force in the universe, and genius is the unity of God and man in acts of the Spirit, as Wallace Wattles said, that when you are not conforming to this world, when you are not living biologically, and when you are exercising your willpower to serve a higher purpose, you are connecting to God, right? And then later, thousands of years later, Jesus is preaching in the temple, right? And he's confronted by the Pharisees who don't like what he's preaching, and they confront him, right? And I will pull that one up, right? John 8:58, right? They confront him and they're really angry. And it's a long, long argument he has with the Pharisees that goes back and forth, which is really, I would really recommend reading it, right? But he's going back and forth with the Pharisees, and they're furious with all the things he's saying. And then he says to them, your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day. He saw it and was glad. And then the Jews said unto him, thou art not yet 50 years old, and thou hast seen Abraham? And Jesus said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am. And it says, they then took up stones to cast at him. But Jesus hid himself and went out of the temple, going through the midst of them, and passed by. He said, I am, right? Before Abraham was, I am. So the very essence of God is our ability to transcend this world, to not conform to this world, to not, my kingdom is not of this world. It is our ability to not engage in legalism, but to love our God with all our heart and mind, our ability to love our neighbor as ourselves, our ability to connect to a higher power. That is the essence of God, right? I mean, this is profound stuff, right? Right? As I said, genius is the union of man and God in acts of the Spirit, right? And as an organization, we are engaging in genius. We are engaging in the union of man and God and the acts of the Spirit, and we are learning our own strength, and we are learning to innovate. How can we take the world around us and struggle to make it better? And I guess I'll just tell a story. And this is a story, a flashback. This is a long time ago. This is in 2012. 2012, they released a movie called Red Dawn. It was a remake of a 1980s movie with Patrick Swayze. They remade it. Red Dawn was this movie from the 1980s about the Soviet Union, the communists invading America. They remade it in 2012 to be about North Korea invading America. And I had this idea. Why don't we go protest against the movie Red Dawn? And this is what happened.
This film, Red Dawn, is lying war propaganda. The Korean people have been under siege for the last 50 years, trying to unite their country. Kim Il-sung liberated Korea from the Japanese invaders, and they've been trying to reunite their country. This lying Hollywood film has North Korea invading the United States. That's outrageous. Right now,
scare against communism, and it continues to this day. But I don't think it's about the communist scare.
You would culture. This movie is crap, just like the first Red Dawn, that Americans would even have to fantasize that this country is coming to invade them when they kill 3 million people there. It's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. We have to side with the Korean people, both in the north and the south, who are resisting our government, and we have to do that by doing everything we can to put a thorn in our government's side. That's why I support Occupy Wall Street, and that's why I support anti-imperialist forces in the United States, no matter what side of any issue else they're on.
We need is jobs, millions of jobs, tens of millions of jobs, not a hate movie. We need jobs, not hate. In the first Nuremberg trial of Nazi war criminals, Julius Streicher was one of those that was sentenced to be executed. He didn't pull any gold teeth, he didn't run any gas chambers, but he made it all possible by spreading hate through the Third Reich. This is a hate movie against the Korean people who have suffered so much. 1/4, at least 1/4 of those incinerated in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were Korean slave laborers. The same U.S. Air Force that refused to drop any bombs on the railroad lines leading to Auschwitz, bombed those Korean slave laborers, burned them alive, and later they killed at least 3 million Korean people during the Korean War. To this day, the center of Seoul, there's a square mile military base in the middle of Seoul, occupied by the U.S. Army. It's as if a foreign army occupied Central Park. That shows you what a colony South Korea is. We need jobs, not hate. Don't go to this hate movie. It's racist, vile propaganda against the Korean people. Don't go to this movie. It's war propaganda.
It's not the Korean people.
Right in South Korea.
Yeah. So what we did, we got North Korean flags and we protested out in front of the movie theater. We had 12 people there. Tiny little protest. We didn't even take up the sidewalk. We had a wooden stool. We stood on it. We had 2 North Korean flags that we ordered from Amazon.com. All right. And that protest, right? You would think that, okay, so what, right? It's New York City. It's Times Square. There's a bunch of crazy people yelling in Times Square. The end is near and, and what? No, actually, that protest caused a huge stir. Why did it cause a huge stir? It caused a huge stir because I guess it just caught people's attention. Wow, there's people supporting North Korea. National Review magazine ran an article about it. Occupy Wall Street supports North Korea. The video of it circulated across the internet. There were articles about it in Korean newspapers in both North and South Korea. North Korean state television showed that video, of the rally. And it created a huge splash, right? It was just a really big deal. And why was it a big deal? Well, because we'd carried the North Korean flag, because we had gone into the movie theater very theatrically. It created a huge splash. I had never done a protest that had created that much attention. And it's very interesting because for a tiny protest of 12 people against a Hollywood movie, it got so much attention, but it got immediate condemnation. I was told by so many older communists, why would you bring the North Korean flag to that protest? Why would you? And why would you have it be a rally to support North Korea? It should have been a rally for peace on the Korean Peninsula. It should have just been a rally for peace on the Korean Peninsula. You never should have mentioned North Korea, right? And the Party for Socialism and Liberation had an event where they showed the videos, and they said we would never organize a protest like this. Never. And the Communist Party of the United States, they also were furious about it. And I heard later from people who'd left, oh yeah, they were so angry about it. How dare he? And they were all saying you shouldn't have waved North Korean flags. You shouldn't have talked about Kim Il-sung. You should have just called a rally for peace on the Korean Peninsula. all these things we should have done. But if we had done those things, no one would have noticed. No one would have noticed, right? You know, it was the performance aspect of it, the performance art of it that made that rally catch people's attention. Look, there they are with North Korean flags. There they are, defend their land and build themselves up and repel the foreign invaders. And civilizations of the land are much more collective, where civilizations of the sea are much more individualist. And you have empires of the sea like the Roman Empire or the British Empire that are about controlling trade routes and having wealth be concentrated in mighty cities. But civilizations on the land, in order to hold land masses together, you have to build roads, you have to develop in order to hold civilizations together. And that when the civilizations of the land are besieged by the empires of the sea, figures emerge on the land to kind of lead the people of the land to repel the invaders and industrialize. And that's an understanding of Stalin that I think is fascinating. They call it mystical Stalinism. And that's what my next book that should be out pretty soon is going to be about.
Very interesting. I mean, just before we wrap up on this, my understanding was that Kalinin did a lot of that, going around giving people's medals type stuff as well. That, you know, maybe if Stalin was not available, you might get Kalinin come into your town, give you a medal for hard work or reaching a quota or whatever else. I made a video a while back last year on the industrialization part, because I actually think that there is a heroic core. Right, you imagine these people, the conditions, again, unimaginable for us, but, you know, they're carving whole new cities out of rock. Okay, I mean, the industrial basis, not just the steel industry in Russia, but the infrastructure, the energy. You know, it's a gas powerhouse now and an oil powerhouse. All of the work that was required to do that happened in the 1940s. And in fact, I think when it came to energy policy, the same guy was after Stalin, the same guy was in charge for like 30 odd years. They didn't touch that bit. But that is still the economy of Russia today. Putin's economy is built directly on top of what Stalin left for the country. There wouldn't be a Russia if it wasn't for what he did in that time. And, you know, one of the things that I find frustrating is that, you know, I make these points and people say, oh, well, the thing is, they brought in American help. They stole, you know, they copy the technology. They land lease gave, and I'm thinking, like, look, if you've ever played Sid Meier's Civilization, right? You've got another civilization that is ahead of you in tech. What are you going to do? You have to catch up. You have to get it from what they're going to just like reinvent the entire supply chain themselves. They're going to have to get, you know, if you're trying to get ahead, you have to get the technology from, you know, if it exists over there, it makes sense. We need the tractor now. Okay, we'll use American tech. Who cares? So I don't understand why that argument is always brought up as if it kind of takes away the achievement or lessens it in some way. How would you respond to that?
Well, first of all, they paid for it largely. That was what socialism in one country. Trotsky wanted just to be antagonistic towards the West and eventually march communism there. Stalin said, look, we have to make trade deals. And they paid for it. They hired General Electric to come help them build their power plants. They hired Ford to help them build their auto plants, right? And on top of that, the idea that somehow that means that they couldn't invent anything on their own. They invented space travel. The first person in space was Yuri Gagarin. The first satellite was Sputnik. So LED lights were invented in the Soviet Union, right? AK-47, which is like considered one of the most efficient weapons, that was invented in the Soviet Union. They were clearly capable of inventing things, but they were starting out at a lower level than the West, and so they hired the West to help them set up. I mean, I don't understand why that's an argument against them. And it clearly, I mean, if people are inferring from that they were incapable of inventing things, 1981, the Soviet Union had a home computer system. They invented their own home computer system, completely different than you know, Western technology, with nothing like IBM and Apple. But they just didn't mass produce it. They didn't have the resources to have everyone have it in their home, but they developed one. You can look at it. I mean, they were able to have technological advancement. There was the Treaty on Multilateral Technology Controls that was implemented, where all the NATO countries basically said you cannot give what they call high technology to the USSR. And that was a big part of the Cold War, is that, yeah, during the 20s and 30s, the Soviet Union had hired a lot of Western technicians to come in. But starting after World War II, that was a big policy of the NATO countries, was don't let them get any technology. So that's kind of interesting. The other thing is, you talk about the oil industry. You know who one of the main architects of the Soviet oil industry was? That was Fred Koch, the father of the Koch brothers, right? The Koch brothers, yeah, he had invented a method of thermal cracking, of turning petroleum into gasoline, right? And he was sued by all the major oil companies in America. They wanted to put him out of business because he had copyrighted it and it was more efficient. And he was basically, the capitalist system had bankrupted him. Basically, he couldn't function because he was so good at it. He was kind of an Ayn Rand, kind of figure. But luckily, there was a guy named Stalin who hired him, and he spent 20, 30 years in the USSR building Stalin's oil industry. He was impressed with the Soviet system. He was also terrified of it. And he came back to the United States, and his sons are these big right-wingers and big anti-communists, because they saw how efficient communism was and how it very well could displace the West. It's kind of interesting to think about. But yeah, the Koch brothers' dad was hired to run the Soviet oil industry.
But last thing we have to get to, I have to remember to come back to it. You mentioned the gulags earlier on and the purges. Okay. I mean, again, people who want to kind of paint Stalin as a monster would say, well, look, it was pretty simple. I mean, he had Yagoda was there first, right? And the story is Yagoda was not zealous enough. He was too sluggish in his purges. So they brought in this other guy. What was his name? The replacement?
Yezhov.
Yeah, they brought in Yezhov. Then he was got a bit too carried away. Okay, and then Beria kind of had him investigated and sewed it all up. A kind of reading that paints Stalin as a monster was that Stalin was that each one of those things was Stalin's decision, and the claim that Beria's report and all the rest of it, the claim that Yezhov had gone too far and so on, was just a kind of inter-Soviet cover-up on behalf of the Stalinists. How would you respond to this sort of reading that,
Well, this is, again, Khrushchevism, this narrative of the big evil man, right? The big evil man, the evil genius of one man, right? That somebody is clearly just motivated by pure maniacal self-gain. And, it's like, you could do that to anybody, right? You can go through anyone's life and choose to interpret every event as a sinister scheme to gain power or something, right? If you can do that to anybody, but that's a big part of what Khrushchev did with his speech condemning cult of personality and its consequences. And that really that's an Oedipal narrative, right? That's a child who wants to kill their father, right? That's a teenager rebelling against their father, sees their father as this all-powerful tyrant, and they want to tear him down. And leftism as a movement appeals to the Oedipal thing. I mean, that's really, and that's, again, there's another text that I quote a lot called Freud and Marx, A Dialectical Study. There's another one called The Psychology of Reaction, both by Reuben Osborne. And they talk about how during the Stalin years, there was an effort to change the way leftism appeals. Leftism's appeal is largely libidinal, letting people unleash their rage, letting people unleash their sexual impulses, their anger, and Oedipal, the desire of a teenager to kill their parent, to assert their independence. And that under Stalin's leadership in the 1930s, the appeal of the communist movement kind of shifted to more like appealing to people's loyalty to their country, to their homeland, feelings of community, etc. And that the reason narratives like that really hit home among the left is a lot of leftists are motivated. They want to kill their parents, right? So you present Stalin as like you go through every decision he made and it was all a secret plot, right? Look, they have spent, this is an interesting fact, they have spent millions of dollars. The Russian Studies Department at Yale has spent millions of dollars trying to make the case that the purges that happened, right? The Great Terror, it was sparked by the murder of Sergei Kirov. A Soviet official named Sergei Kirov was assassinated. They have spent millions of dollars trying to prove that Stalin killed Kirov because it was all a plot for him to take over. It was the Reichstag fire or whatever. They can't prove that. They really want that to be true, though. They really, really want that to be true, that Stalin killed Kirov himself so that everyone would panic and then he could purge everybody. There's absolutely no evidence of that. There's no evidence whatsoever that Stalin personally killed Kirov and knocked him off so that he could make everyone panic and have the Great Terror.
they want that to be true because it fits a narrative, right? It fits a narrative of Stalin, the evil controlling man at the top. No, Sergei Kirov was killed. The guy who killed him was somebody, they went over his history. It was somebody with like mental health concerns. There probably was some kind of wider conspiracy, but he was a patsy. He was somebody they kind of got to go do it. But the idea that Stalin did it himself, I mean, that there's just no way. I mean, they've spent so much money trying to prove that. And there are some like very silly, not credible books that claim that, but there's really no evidence that Stalin killed Kirov himself, but they want that to be true. That kind of goes to show you how important this narrative is. And again, this is that as Cold War kind of liberal anti-communism was developing, books like Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer, were widely circulated. Books like the CIA book, the anti-communist book, The God That Failed. It stopped being that communism was atheistic and godless and against everything Western. It started being, well, communism is just an example of a mass movement. Communism is a lot like fascism. It's a lot like Christianity. It's a lot like all these things that are mass movements that suppress the individual and want us to not think for ourselves. They're always very, very dangerous. And that became the Western liberal narrative, right? The philosophical, irrationalist, and postmodern narrative.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
Is the 6th, January 6th. And it's exactly 11 p.m. All of Caracas is calm. We're here on the main avenue of Chihuahua. Everything is calm, peaceful, tranquil. Our aware people know what we must do, working to restore the normality that should prevail in the country. And well, they worked today. Businesses opened without any issues. We are in Las Mercedes, all calm. We're continuing our patrol. We've just come from the city center. From the center where the vice presidency is, where the palace is. That entire area is calm, the presidential guard. And now we are leaving Chihuahua and heading toward El Paraíso in peace. Hugs and blessings. First of all, it looks like a nice car for a communist, right? I thought communism doesn't work. I thought they have donkeys and rickshaws down there, but no, it's a nice car. So yeah, to Max's point and to the point of the Gray Zone video that we watched, and this is a far cry from the sort of shock and awe days of the early regime change operation in Iraq. What do you make of this? Because it is kind of strange. I mean, obviously, it's encouraging that things are relatively peaceful and functional there, as opposed to the sort of chaos that usually is part and parcel of these things. So far, obviously, I don't want to act like it's going to stay this way forever. But it seems like they're on the one hand insistent this isn't regime change, and on the other hand, you do see like Trump and his team, and even Tom Cotton went on Fox News, basically trying to strong arm this current government into playing ball in a way that Maduro didn't. So if they are able to essentially, twist the arms of this new government, is it a new government? I mean, there's a new president, but they're insisting it's not a new government, right? So it doesn't really seem right to call it a new government. If they're willing, if they're able to get them to basically give American corporations favorable terms on the oil, is that a sort of regime change in effect? What are the subtleties there? What do you make of the situation right now and forecasting it, months into the future?
Well, the first thing I want to say, and this is worth pointing out, the claim that no U.S. personnel died, I don't think we can necessarily believe that, because you'll remember after the killing of Qasem Soleimani, the murder of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, Iran retaliated against U.S. bases, and Trump came out and said, "Oh, no casualties. We didn't suffer any casualties."
Right.
Iran did not agree with that. But more recently, about a year ago, when the USA and the Houthis in the Red Sea went head to head, Trump said, "Oh, no servicemen died. No. Well, there were a number of, or at least a handful of deaths of American servicemen in the Red Sea, but they were not attributed to the Houthis." And I looked at that and I thought, And then you'll notice the USA pulled its forces out of the Red Sea. After that, the USA pulled the battleship out. I'm not sure I necessarily believe that no U.S. military personnel died. I understand Venezuela would not want to emphasize that at that time, because then Trump would be obligated to attack them even further to avenge the lives of our servicemen. And it's possible that no American servicemen died. I'm just not convinced that I can believe them when they say that. The fact that they have claimed that I've seen it. Many people claim, "Oh, no civilians died in Venezuela." Lots of civilians in Venezuela died, and that was clear. And there were Venezuelans, both Cubans and Venezuelans, who did give their lives trying to protect Maduro from being kidnapped. That was clear. Right. What's bizarre about this is, the reason you're not seeing a civil war is because the Venezuelan government is still intact. Right? That's the thing. If the Venezuelan government had been overthrown, there would be civil war in the country. And you think there's issues with drug cartels and instability and migrants fleeing there and all of that. You just overthrow the government and see what you'll get right there. Again, all the things that Trumpers are concerned about would be made worse if they were to actually overthrow the Venezuelan government. But I don't buy necessarily that American servicemen don't die. It seems to me that the Trump administration, almost as a policy, seems to not tell us when there are deaths in these kind of operations, because it's not good PR for them. I remember how defensive, for example, J.D. Vance was about Yemen. "Oh no, this is not another Vietnam." It's like they really don't want us to ever think that Trump is sending Americans to die. Which, if that was happening, I feel like they wouldn't tell us for military, and propaganda, psychological operations reasons. But maybe I'm just speculating here. I don't know. So that's the first thing. But the second thing is what he said there about Chavismo and stability. Look, we can put the capture of Maduro in the same category as Israel killing Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, as the murder of Qasem Soleimani. This shows how important leadership is, right? There is a whole effort to remove the charismatic and effective leaders who hold anti-imperialist movements together. That is very, very important. And I have looked into this quite a bit because, the idea that charismatic leaders are all frauds and phonies. This goes back to the Khrushchev revelations. After Stalin's death, Khrushchev came out and took a dump all over Stalin and said, "Oh, everything they said about Stalin was true." And that basically destroyed the global communist movement. The American Communist Party, USA, CPUSA, lost like 2/3 of their membership as a result of that. And there was just widespread demoralization, because Stalin had been the symbol of the Soviet Union and its struggle against Hitler. And yeah, did Stalin do bad things, make mistakes? I'm sure at some point. But attacking him that way and saying that this figure that you looked up to was actually bad, that was a key way of the USA winning the Cold War. It took decades, but the demoralization that came as a result of that, and then China and the Soviet Union breaking apart as a result of that, that was very, very key. And so targeting individuals like Nasrallah, like Maduro, like Qasem Soleimani, that has a psychological and spiritual effect in these kinds of wars. And that's why I think these kind of operations are being waged. I must say, I think that that's part of it. And I think that probably as the trial proceeds, one of the main goals of the trial will be to try and discredit Maduro. They're going to try and make up a bunch of crazy, over-the-top allegations. You know, we hear stories all the time about world leaders that have no basis in fact. I mean, the stuff they say about Kim Jong-un, you know, I mean, some of it might be true, some of it might not be, but there's no way to fact check it. But I am convinced they're going to use the trial to try and discredit Maduro and just wage psychological warfare against the Venezuelan people, to make them demoralized, to make them think that it hasn't been worth it. You know, psychological operations, especially in this age of information technology where it's everywhere, is really, really important. Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote a whole book about what he called the technotronic era, when control of information will be key in dominating the world. And the computer revolution that, you know, it was basically American intelligence said, we can invest in developing computers in a way the Soviet Union can't. We need to be at the center of information technology. That was very, very key in the defeat of the Soviet Union in the Cold War. And I do believe that grabbing Maduro, the targeted assassinations, all of this is part of their new strategy for demoralizing and confusing people. And that's what we can take from this.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right, and that's part of what was explored in that Gray Zone video, the long form sort of interview. As it pertains to the government, though, that's the point of confusion for me, because on the one hand, yes, I mean, it seems believable that there is a certain stability there, that the government has not fallen, that the vice president is now the president, but eventually, one of two things is going to happen. Either the Western powers that are insisting that Venezuela be more accommodating to American business interests, either the government of Venezuela, whatever it is, whether it's this current incarnation of the Maduro government or a new one that is created and installed by the American deep state, they're either going to play ball with the United States corporations in ways that Maduro didn't, or they're not, right? And that seems to be the operative question. That seems to be the more meaningful question, big picture, than how we define the Venezuelan government. So, like, what do you think happens there? Like, because it seems like now we're in this weird kind of period where people are insisting, no, there's been no regime change, yet American politicians from the dominant parties, of course, are insisting that this is Venezuela's opportunity to basically make good on
a proletarian state than China is. And that's really saying something, because I am not a big fan of America. This is my issue with, like, the tanky aligned people. I don't think you give a fuck about socialism. I don't think you give a fuck about the workers. What I do think is that you hate America, which works in line with you working for RT and having been on Iranian state TV before. I think you're more interested in propping up state actors that oppose American geopolitical interests than you are in actually making life better for anybody. And if that's actually your interest, if you just want to go full fucking anti-America, that's totally okay, my dude. I'm not a huge fan of America either, but don't dress it up as you being a fucking socialist. Don't denigrate my social movement with your nonsense fucking fascist defending American anti-exceptionalist dogma. Why not just be honest with just go on Iranian TV and talk about how American, like, devils are going to rid the entire world of, like, the well-being of their children or something.
All right, well, for the purposes of this conversation, I would like to try and stay away from discussing.
That's right. I only need to do it once, no problem.
His possible motivations or whatever, but yeah, go on.
Okay, well, I'll respond to three of those points. First of all, the work that I do as an RT reporter and that my coworkers do is something I'm very proud of. And I find it despicable that you would repeat State Department talking points against us at a time where freedom of speech is under attack, freedom of the press is under attack. This is something I'm very, very disappointed in. I'm not here as a representative of RT. There are many different viewpoints represented on RT. I'm not going to dignify that with a further response. I'm very, very disappointed to see you promoting McCarthyism. Secondly, so am I a tanky or not? First, I wasn't a tanky because I didn't quibble about Holodomor. Now I'm back to being a tanky because I like China. But again, when I start talking about Nelson Mandela and the Black Panthers, all of a sudden I'll not be a tanky. I think the definition of tanky is very fluid in this conversation. Second of all, I consider myself to be the most patriotic person around. It is not in the interest of the United States to have a new war with China. It is not in the interest of the United States to have a new war with Iran or with Russia or any of these countries. Wars are devastating. We need international cooperation right now, especially against the pandemic. And right now, especially the anti-Chinese hysteria is very, very frightening. The idea that instead of admitting that we should be working with them to fight against the pandemic, our leaders are whipping up every extreme, unproven allegation against China is very, very disappointing to me. I want to see a United States that gets along better with China, with Russia, with Venezuela, with Cuba, with every country around the world, Vietnam, every country building socialism or building an independent economy. I want to see friendship and cooperation. So to describe me as someone who hates average Americans and all of that, I think socialism and having our government control the economy and fight for the people, I think that would be in the interest of the population overall. Now, I have to address this issue of fascism. You say fascism is simply authoritarianism. Well, many authoritarian societies have existed throughout history. Fascism, if you understand the Marxist tradition, is a form of Bonapartism. It is when capitalism is in a state of crisis, one section of the ruling class utilizing the state to rain mass death and destruction to beat down sections of the population in the hopes of stabilizing the economy. When Hitler took power, he basically represented the German industrialists. He set up concentration camps. He broke the labor movement, and he did not control the means of production. I mean, it was largely a private economy, and it was, it was mass killing of workers. It was a mass regime of political repression. The same thing was done in Italy with Mussolini. The same thing was done in Spain with Franco. Fascism is a form of right-wing Bonapartism rooted in anti-communism, rooted in the idea that we got to kill the commies. Anything's better than the commies. It's right-wing, and it's propped up by the United States. I mean, IBM, the computer corporation, ran the punch card machine for the Holocaust, right? I mean, Henry Ford was very, very closely tied in with the Nazi regime. And American capitalists thought Hitler was great because he was killing communists. Hitler was the ultimate anti-tanky. He preached this hysterical anti-communism. The Reds are coming, anything against Russia. He killed 26 million Russians in his invasion.
This is not relevant.
So to try and paint people who want peace and cooperation with China or Russia as if we are the equivalent of Nazis is just... That's historical revisionism I've ever heard.
So that's a nice misdirection. First of all, I never said fascism was authoritarianism. I said that economically it was rolling the power of the private sector into the state, which is the definition, and that is what China does pretty effectively. I noticed, by the way, that you described socialism as the government fighting for the people. Interesting, because National Socialists described it the exact same way. The government doesn't have shit to do with socialism. It's about the workers, my dude. I don't know why you have so little faith in the average proletarian, but your constant deference back to an authoritarian state to lead the vanguard is very strange to me. I don't know at what point I indicated I wanted war with China. That was a really weird departure from our conversation. I obviously do not. But you claimed, it's really funny to me that you claimed that it would that it was disgusting that I would attack your defense of China during a time where our free speech was being threatened by fascists, when the free speech of billions of people in China is being threatened every single day by their government and their social credit system. The Uyghur Muslims are being genocided as we speak. And for you to make the argument while defending that country that I'm the one impugning freedom of speech by criticizing you for your authoritarian tendencies is fucking disgusting. I also like how you deferred to an accusation of me engaging in McCarthyism for criticizing China when all of my criticisms were that they weren't elevating the workers. It's an interesting criticism for a McCarthyite to make, considering my accusation is that it isn't socialist and that I would like it to be socialist. I don't recall McCarthy sitting up there on the bench in court and saying, I have the names of 100 communists who work in Hollywood and proof they aren't communist enough. I don't remember that part, but again, history is not my strong suit. Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, nothing you responded with has anything to do with the material conditions of the workers in China, which tells me where your headspace is at. Why not just be anti-American? That's so much easier. I'm anti-American. There are people here I care about, I'm stuck. What are you going to do? Probably better that America be socialist than not. So I got to work within this, purview. But I don't know, dude, just nothing you're saying is socialist. Here's a question, because we're ribbing back and forth. I have a question for you, okay? Do you not think that the fact that basically everything is under the heel of the state in China might be precluding the ability of the workers to actually engage in socialism, especially considering there are independent leftist organizations in China that have been suppressed by the government because it doesn't coincide with their top-down authoritarian approach?
May I respond?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I think you sound very McCarthyist now when you bait me and say that I'm simply anti-American, that I simply hate America, that I'm motivated by a hatred of the country that I grew up in, of the country that I love and don't want to see dragged into a new war. when you try to appeal to jingoistic sentiment, he's working for the enemy, he's working for the Stalinists, that's McCarthyism. People know that. The government has nothing to do with socialism. Well, that's nice, but around the world historically, when workers have risen up, the main thing that they've tried to do is take control of state power. You may not agree with that, and I respect your right to disagree with that. But if you read Lenin's book, The State and Revolution, if you read Marx's writings where he talks, I mean, I just read you Engels, the proletariat seizes the public power. I mean, that's generally what the understanding of socialism is. Your definition of fascism seems pretty fluid. I mean, you say it's when the government is controlling corporations, then it becomes what's authoritarianism, then, well, no, I mischaracterized it. Your definition of fascism seems quite all over the place.
I specifically
I can respond to some of what you said about
corporate power into
Uyghurs
the
and
state.
social credit, but I'm not China's lawyer. I'm not here to say China did nothing wrong, but I can respond to that if you'd like.
Oh, I mean, sure. I think it's where, again, like I gave a very specific definition of fascism twice now. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Also, the workers haven't seized control of the state apparatus of China. A very small group of autocrats have, of billionaires and state and party officials. Do you think, like, the workers are in charge of the Chinese Communist Party? Like, do they vote?
So, I mean, as far as the Uyghur stuff, is China doing wrong things in those regions? Possibly. But you'll have to remember that so many of the things that have been going around on social media about that have been debunked. I mean, there was a video going around purporting to show police beating up a man for owning the Quran. It turns out it was from Indonesia. CNN.
Do we really want to go down this road?
I'm sorry, may I not be interrupted, please?
Okay, you do.
Miguel
All right.
Person of CNN was being interviewed, and she said that her child died in a hospital. Well, it turns out her child is alive, and the hospital records completely contradict everything she said, that was broadcast on CNN. Hashtag still no info, which was this popular hashtag listing people who'd been disappeared. Investigations showed that a number of those people couldn't be identified. However, there were a number of those people on that list who were actually had never even been detained and were in their homes, right? Now, I'm not saying China never did anything wrong, but at a time when our government is trying to whip up suspicion and build a case for war, I take what they say with a grain of salt. I know that the war makers lie. I know about the Naria testimony, where they had the daughter of the Kuwaiti monarchy or this Kuwaiti royal family member crying in front of Congress, saying, "Oh, they're taking babies out of incubators to build a case against for the war against Iraq." It turned out to be a total lie. When our government and our media is trying to demonize countries, they often say things that are not true. And that's just the reality. So I'm suspicious of some of that. Now, the social credit system, there's been a lot written about how the way mainstream media in the USA portrays it is not completely accurate. The Washington Post has run articles. There have been many sources, even within the mainstream press, that say that narrative that you get is not completely right. One of the main reasons the social credit system was set up is because there are people in China who've been convicted of crimes and have been levied fines by courts, and the government has no way of collecting that money. So it bans them from traveling. And it says you can't book a flight until you get on a plane. Well, in the United States, if you get fined by a court and you're convicted of a crime, you're fined by a court, and you don't pay it, you can go to jail. The idea that people are barred from getting on planes simply because they tweeted something critical of the state, I think, based on what I've read, is not completely accurate. That's not to say they haven't done anything wrong, okay? Again, I am an American. I love my country, contrary to your McCarthyist accusation. Sometimes in life you need a push. Sometimes people have to come along and get you out of your comfort zone. Sometimes they have to shake you awake. It's something that has to happen sometimes. Now, you can argue about different ways it might happen, but sometimes you have to get people out of their comfort zone to get them to do what needs to be done. Those two guys certainly knew that. I want to take time in this presentation to point out something that perhaps isn't the most scientific Marxist thing ever to say, but women are better than men, okay? And we don't believe in biological determinism. We don't believe in the inherent superiority of any genders and sexes, but women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men, okay? Let's be real. We men, we like to get up here and give speeches, and we're always competing with the other guys, but women know how to hold groups together. They know how to get stuff done. You know, we love our president, Elizabeth Young, who's done so much to hold this organization together this year. And we also love Jeddah, and nobody messes with Jeddah. Let me just put it that way. Jeddah's awesome, and she's also done so much to hold this organization together. And we're also very proud to have the top communist woman in Britain joining us today. So
We'll be hearing from her tomorrow. I'm very excited for her presentation about the fight in the global communist movement. But women are so much better than men, men have problems. We do, okay? And especially now, it's a very hard time to be a young man. We talk, I mean, obviously the oppression of women, you know, sexual assault and battery and all the things that women go through, I mean, doesn't compare. But this is a hard time to be a young man also. And, you know, I see so many young men out there, and it's like every day they feel like they're on trial, right? And they're desperate to prove themselves because there's so much judgment poured on young men right now. Why don't you have a good paying job, you know, that pays for everything? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a house? You know, so many young men, they've been told all their life that they have all this obligation. And then the society around them is crumbling and they don't find a place in it. And I meet so many young men, and we are an overwhelmingly male organization. You know, we are. I mean, there's no way to deny that. Look at this room, you know? We are an overwhelmingly male organization, and I love all the men here. And I want all the men here to know that you're not on trial in CPI. No one's judging you. No one is judging you here in this organization. We're happy to have you here, and we love you. We love you, and we support you, and we want you to make the best contribution you can ever make, and we want to empower you to make that contribution. That's what we want to do. And I say that because I want you to let your guard down. I want you to just let your guard down and give yourself to this, because it's hard. In a world where everyone seems to be attacking you, where no one seems to ever give you a break, where everyone seems to be judging you and rating you, I want you to take a deep breath and say, this is the group I'm in, I'm committed to it. I want you to go all in, and I want you to let your guard down, and I want you to do your best. And it's hard. It's hard to trust in these kinds of times. Social media is so good at making everyone terrified of everyone else. Everyone's afraid. Everyone feels like they're being judged and put on trial every single minute. I want CPI to be a place where people don't feel like that's the case. I want CPI to be a place where people feel like they are free to be who they are and they can let their guard down, because it's hard. It is so hard in these times. So absolutely hard. And I'll say this. I know why Maduro is still in power. You know, it was this country. Maduro was the leader of Venezuela, and the United States, especially right after Chavez died, they did everything to take Maduro out of power. I know why Maduro is still in power. I know why the United Socialist Party hasn't been defeated. Because when I went to Venezuela in 2015, when the opposition in Venezuela had a sweep and won the elections, after that election, they took us to a commune in central Caracas. And in central Caracas, we sat down with a woman, 21 years old, was wearing army pants, and I can guarantee you she knew her way around an AK-47. I can guarantee you that. And she said to us, they will never come back. And she told us her life story. She'd been a homeless young woman on the streets of Caracas, didn't even speak Spanish, only spoke indigenous languages. She'd been an orphan, and there was a priest who was a socialist, a liberation theology priest, who took her in. And she grew up in an orphanage run by this liberation theology priest. And Hugo Chavez was the president, and they watched him on TV, and he taught them about Marxism, and he read them what is to be done on television. And she learned about socialism and revolution. And she told me, she said, I'm a communist, but I'm also a Christian. And she said, I believe God put me on this earth to die for communism. And that is what I intend to do. They will never come back. That's what she told me. And I also know why the Islamic Republic of Iran is not going to fail. Because I've been there, and I had the opportunity of being one of the only Americans, or not one of the only, but one of the few Americans to ever be in the presence of Iran's supreme leader, which is quite an experience. It was the supreme leader of Iran. He speaks every year on the anniversary of the death of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. And I was in this auditorium with 20,000 people, and he walks out, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing, and he puts his arm up, and that room just goes crazy. They just go crazy, crying and screaming, and the men extend their hands, and they say, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. And, when I was in downtown Tehran and going to these conferences, I was talking to people who work in media in Iran. I was talking to wealthier folks who support the revolution. But when I was in that auditorium, in that mausoleum of Khomeini with 20,000 other people, I was talking to the working class of Iran. I was talking to people who wouldn't have running water and electricity if it weren't for the Islamic Revolution. That's who I was talking about. And there's a reason they were screaming in adoration for Khamenei, the supreme leader, because he was the one who could stand for them against the rich and powerful. He was their champion, to stand with the oppressed. That's what they talk about. It's part of the Shia revolutionary tradition. And that was real politics. That wasn't leftism. That wasn't LARPing. That wasn't internet debating. That was real politics, that auditorium of 20,000 people. And in that speech, I was standing there. I was wearing my suit, no ties, because in Iran you don't wear a tie, but I was wearing a suit, and I'm standing there with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from African countries. And we're standing there, and he's making different remarks about different things. And at the time that I was there, in Iran, there was a controversy about whether or not to call America the Great Satan. And some people were saying, well, maybe we should stop calling America the Great Satan. I was standing there as the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people where the supreme leader stated his position on the issue. And he said, even though we signed a nuclear deal with the United States, we do consider America to be the Great Satan. But we don't consider the American people to be the Great Satan. We mean the system of imperialism, the system of war and death and destruction. That's what we consider to be the Great Satan. And we will never compromise on that. And though we may negotiate, we will never surrender to the Great Satan. And then I was the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people who began chanting, "Death to America," and pumping their fists like this, "Death to America, death to America." And tears rolled down my face. And it is an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. To stand there. And I said death to America, burned American flags as a leftist before. But in that moment, everything meant something different to me because I was with those people. I was with them against the US imperialists. But I also knew that so many of the American people would have something to gain from destroying not America as we know it, but the America of the bankers and the billionaires and the war hawks and the monopolists. And there's millions of Americans who would be in that room with me if they knew the truth. If they knew the truth, they'd be in that room with me. And that we have a responsibility to take this seriously. We have a responsibility to try and communicate this in a way that'll win people over. We have a responsibility to not burn the American flag, but to wave the American flag. We have a responsibility to not advocate death, destruction, and chaos, but a 4-point economic plan that would improve people's lives. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. This is serious. And it is our job to do the best that we can do here in the center of the empire, to get working people to understand who their real enemy is and why imperialism is the enemy of all humanity. That is what our responsibility is. It's not a joke. And I couldn't unsee what I saw in that room. And that was the beginning of my trip out of the Workers' World Party. The day I walked out of that room was the day I was beginning to leave the Workers' World Party because I couldn't unlearn it. And then when I went back to the United States and went to leftist protests, something was off. I felt sick to my stomach. I was frustrated. I was like, guys, people are losing their homes and jobs in Ohio. This is not a joke. Can we mature? Can we take this seriously? It's not about doing what's trendy and hip. It's about actually trying to win. And I saw that something was off. And then Donald Trump ran for president. And I saw Donald Trump saying a lot of things that I agreed with about the wars and about the elite. And I saw a left that didn't want to engage with these people. They're all racist. They're all, and just dismissed. Basket of deplorables, like Hillary Clinton said. And I said, we got to do something about this. CPI is a result. CPI is a result of my revelations internationally and my understanding and my frustration and my desire to take this seriously. And that's why CPI is still here. And that's why I will continue to do this. I will say, I won't say who, but I got multiple messages that really all traced back to one particular leftist personality who said to me, Caleb, you should stop organizing. You should stop organizing. Just be a social media commentator. And I heard that and I said, I don't know what that means. And I said to the person, honestly, I don't know what that means. For me, being a communist is about building an organization. It is about building a group. It is about getting things done. If I was just a writer or just a speaker or just a commentator on the internet, maybe I'd comment on science fiction novels. Maybe I'd comment on basketball or football. But if I'm talking about communism, I'm doing it because I want to change the world. I'm doing it because I want to build an organization. I read the literature I read communist literature, William Z. Foster, Gus Hall. It's all about building an organization. It's not about, getting points on social media. It's not about having the best edgy take that everyone retweets. It's about actually building an organization. That is the point. Karl Marx said that philosophers have long sought to analyze the world. The point, however, is to change it.
I'm the leader of the United States delegation. I'm representing the Center for Political Innovation. And I would like to just thank you from the bottom of my heart for that dynamic interview you gave to Tucker Carlson, in which you showed many, many young Americans a different kind of leadership, because our politicians and our leaders in the United States, they speak in sound bites, they speak in terms of scandal and gossip, but you presented a long-term vision, a scientific view of statecraft, and by getting through to young Americans, you made a difference. Many people who would never have listened to anything you had to say or heard another perspective heard you because of that interview. Now, getting to my question, things between our two countries are not good at this point. Before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace. And what I have seen at this festival has blown my mind. The amount of young volunteers that you have here, people who have stepped up, who love their country and want to just come forward and put together dynamic events like this. What kind of role can events like this and young diplomacy activities like this play in helping set the stage for maybe changing the dangerous direction our leaders in the United States are taking things against the majority of the wishes of the majority of the people of our country? Thank you.
The United States of America is a huge and unique country. In its own way, over 300 years, in just 300 years, which is a small period of time compared to our history, but thanks to the talents of the Americans, it became a superpower, which is an obvious fact. We know outstanding American politicians, we know outstanding American business people, cultural activists, which is an obvious fact. We used to be allies during 2 world wars as we fought Nazism and fascism. What happened recently? After the war, after the alliance, the United States and the Soviet Union started dividing the world, and they did so successfully. And based on this balance of powers, they created international relations and created the modern system of international law. Then the Soviet Union ceased to exist for a number of reasons. I will not go into detail, but they were mainly internal reasons. There is one superpower remaining, represented by your country. The way your elites use this monopoly to global domination is dubious. In my opinion, the United States failed to bear this burden of responsibility that they happen to bear. They created monopoly, strengthened it. I don't mean the American people, I mean the ruling elites. While strengthening their monopoly, they soon faced a situation where the overwhelming majority of countries disliked it. And so, step by step, they it became obvious to everyone that there is resistance to the forming global order.
All right, so we're here at Trump Tower.
They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, but they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No.
Great again. This was a great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. That we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America.
Big crowd of people. Huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, set up here and over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great. Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump, for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
We're here in front of the Spoon Bridge in Minneapolis to support peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. We have confronted our government multiple times.
We don't need this war. You know, we might not agree everything what Trump is doing, but we need peace. I don't want my child to be going in a war that's not ours. Our tax dollars not coming in our country. You know, the infrastructure is crappy. There's holes all over in Chicago. You know,
A few people walking by, they look at the banner and they're trying to figure out if we're on the red team or the blue team, and they can't quite figure it out. Well, we're not on any team. We're on the team of the American working families. We're on the team of the American people. We're on the peace team. That's what team we're on.
Talks between Trump and Putin are the most important thing in the world right now. Way more important than anything these stupid rallies have been demanding. Hands off this, hands off that. We need hands off the thermonuclear button.
People have been very excited to hear something that isn't directly partisan, but rather demanding things that they need and want as people. It seems to me like people are very receptive of a message that is less oriented towards telling them which team to vote for.
Hands off the button. Hands off the button. Peace with Russia, no war with Iran. Peace with Russia, no war with Iran. Peace with Russia, no war with Iran. Hands off the button.
A lot of those jobs, like, I understand why a lot of workers are unhappy and they don't work, obviously, because they don't get what they're getting paid for, and it's like, I guess it's a way of the workers saying F you, you know. But like, and it's sad because unfortunately it's like a lot of things have been suckier now, like customer service is not good, like the healthcare system is not good because there's been nurses that quit because of let's just put it like that thing that happened in 2020. That thing, and then
we all know that thing.
Yeah, that thing. And then, you know, everything's been slow, and then it's just a messy situation that I think is it capitalism? I don't know. I'm not in the loop with like, oh, it's capitalism, and then it's like people are like, oh, well, capitalism, blah blah blah, and then they always want to defend capitalism. Like people that I talk to, and it's like I'm trying to educate myself more about like, oh, communism, capitalism, but like, how do you know about like China? And like, how is it under capitalism? Is Russia under capitalism, or like, because they always, I'm confused with those countries.
Yeah. Well, socialism is a centrally planned
I
economy.
understand.
Yeah, it's when the banks, factories, and industries are rationally organized, and that socialism is against imperialism. So I always tell people that within the anti-imperialist world, you got China, that's it's a communist party, it's a full-on socialist economy. But there's a lot of private corporations and stuff, but it's ultimately a planned economy, right? You got countries like Vietnam and North Korea and Cuba, but then you get countries like Iran or countries like Russia, where there's a lot of state control, but communists are not like in power. But it gets really weird because their economy is so tied in with the socialist and communist, countries. It's like it's like it gets hard to say. Ultimately, I just tell people we're anti-imperialists. You know what I mean? We just need to focus on opposing imperialism, because anyone who's anti-imperialist is going to be more and more socialistic. And if we live in an imperialist society where our economy is still run for profit and they're attacking countries and all that, but they just give everyone health care, that's still imperialism. It's not socialism. So the question is imperialism, right? And I just, and all the countries that oppose imperialism are supposed to move more and more towards socialism. And that's kind of the way to, I define it, right? Because it gets very confusing nowadays. It used to be that it was very clear that the communist and socialism, that was the main ideology and the main opposition to Western imperialism. But now it's a little more confusing. But all the countries that are anti-imperialist have more or less socialistic economy. But what else is on your mind tonight?
I was gonna, dang it, I forgot. It was about like imperialism and all that. Wait, so I was explaining to like my mom. She's more open about BRICS. I was telling her about BRICS, and she's like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yeah." So it's like kind of like it's like a new economy or something, and stuff like that. And I was just talking to her in Spanish, like what this country does to us, and like it's kind of like I try to practice my Spanish a lot, but like that's why I think my main goal for CPI is to get a lot of Latinos to do stuff here and to navigate what Latinos do to bring down imperialism, like Cuba, Venezuela. Like a lot of the leaders from those countries inspire me so much, because it's like we're so powerful, and if we only knew the power that we have within our Latinos, like we are so strong. And that's why I like to read about them. I like to listen to the speeches, like the Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, like in the morning or whenever, I like to listen to their speeches because it brings me like a lot of hope and optimism, and like, I kind of want to upgrade my Spanish because they use different Spanish. Like Cuban Spanish is different than ours, but it's still understandable. But I'm very and then what's his name? The leader from Venezuela, I always forget.
Maduro?
The one that passed away.
Hugo Chavez.
Hugo, yeah, him. I've been into him because he was a real, like, he loved Jesus, he loved God, and everything he did was with God. And like kind of like that's why I'm so proud to be, Catholic and studying socialism and learning about it, because it's like they go hand in hand so well. But
well, let me tell you, I remember years ago when I was living in Cleveland, they sent me to your city, Chicago, for a week to build a conference. And I lived in like a youth hostel, and I just went around the streets of Chicago selling newspapers all day and putting up posters for our conference. And it was like by myself. I was just doing outreach by myself. And finally, towards the end of the 2 weeks that I was there in Chicago, as the conference came, the comrades from the party that came from New York City. And they said, okay, before we go to the conference, we're going to go to the Venezuelan consulate in Chicago. And at that time, there was a Venezuelan consulate. Things between America and Venezuela hadn't gotten so bad. Hugo Chavez was still alive at that point. So it was just like this small little office, right? And I went into the office, but they had a TV. Like when you walked in, it was like a waiting room. And they had a TV, this big screen TV with Hugo Chavez speaking 24, like all day long on loop, right?
Ooh, yeah.
And then they had all the like communist newspapers like on the table in the waiting room. And I remember I went in and I was like, at that point I had like scraggly long hair and a beard and I was really skinny because I was,
I can't imagine you like that.
And I'm sitting in the waiting room and Chavez is like on the screen, and they've got subtitles. I don't speak Spanish very well. And he's on there and he's like, capitalism caused World War I, capitalism caused World War II. We must destroy capitalism. And I'm watching this. And it was like, I just remember I just started crying there in the lobby because I'm just like, this is so amazing. Like this is what I'm fighting for. This is, this is like I'm in liberated territory. You know what I'm saying? It's like I had been basically spent the whole 2 weeks going into buildings and getting kicked out by security guards. As I putting up communist posters, and then I go into this building, and then there's this big screen TV with Hugo Chavez on there, and he's holding up like Mao, and and I was just like, it was just so awesome. Right. And then I didn't actually visit Venezuela until 2015, but that was before the food crisis, before all the problems that they had, when they were still like kind of at the height of Hugo Chavez's strength. And it was pretty wild. That this comes to mind because I'm thinking of your city. Speeches, Chavez and all of that.
Because there's this one speech of, I was like, Hugo Chavez that stick to my brain. And it's like, there's this one where I think he was finishing, he spoke in the US, or he said, he was talking about Bush. He's like, the devil was here. And he was like, he was here yesterday. I think it's like something about like, he's the one that's killing people. Yeah. Like that one, I was like, dang, he snapped. Like I was just like, Dad, I love him, and that's why like that one stick to my brain. I'm like, like we're so powerful, and that's why I'm like, I'm so like, it's like, you do want to cry. Like you do want to cry. It's emotional because it's like, he brought so many people, trying to fight back imperialism and it's very touching and inspiring. So that's why I like to listen to those speeches and things like that. So that's why I'm like, I kind of, I don't know if it's like, I feel weird because I put it loud, like I put it in speaker, like I feel like I'm a cuckoo, and I'm like,
you're fine, right?
Yeah.
What is it? He says socialism and muerte or whatever.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, it's inspirational to keep on going. And then, of course, I like to do a little Christian music and blah blah blah, and it's like kind of keeps my day going. Like, okay, we could do this, we got this, So like, even though I don't have like money, but money can buy happiness. Money can buy things. There's a lot of things money can't buy. It can't buy humanity. Can't buy happiness and all these other things. So that's why it's like some people don't know how to live. Like when people don't have money, they're so unhappy. But there's some people that don't have money and they are happy. So it's like it's more as like a, I don't know how to describe it, Caleb, but it's one of those things.
Sure. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
anybody else?
Thanks for coming on, Gabby. It's been really fun. It's awesome.
Sorry I took a lot.
I always enjoy talking to you. So thanks for coming on, and you give great insights as always. Best wishes to your son. Keep him.
Thank you. I look messy because I had a long day. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Me too. It's been a wild day. So, and you got important stuff to do tomorrow. I know. Let me know how that goes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll take pictures hopefully, and we'll keep you guys updated. And in Chicago, we are gonna do great things for CPI, and it's gonna be hopefully 400 plus. And put God first, in everything I do. So, it's gonna be hard work, but we have to do it. We have to do it.
Yes, we do.
2025 is gonna be the year for us.
July 12th, 2025.
July 12th,
Onward.
for sure.
All right.
It is.
The second one that they opened up just a few years ago is in St. Louis. And they're ramping it up. They want to expand it. And they want that land. So they are clearing out the black population of North St. Louis, or trying to, in order to house the generals and the scientists and the engineers for this geospatial intelligence agency. So there's a saying you probably heard, a lot of leftist groups say it, the fight internationally is the same as the fight here at home. Chairman O'Malley Yeshitala says that all the time, Caleb says it, right? But it could never be more explicit than what's going on right now. They are trying to clear the black population of St. Louis off of their land so that they can use that land in order to clear Palestinians off of their land. And we're not going to tolerate this. And Chairman O'Malley Yeshitala and the African People's Party, African People's Socialist Party, as usual, are engaged in a fight back. Right? They've got volunteers from all over the city and actually all over the country doing what the government is supposed to be doing, right? Repairing those homes. They're getting people to bring their own personal tools and handing them out, training people who have never done construction before to repair these homes and fix the roofs, clear the trees and the light posts from people's property. So they're doing what the government's supposed to be doing. They're fighting back and they're rebuilding the community that was destroyed by these tornadoes. But while we support that, what the party is doing there, that's not what this award is for. This award is for their fight on free speech. For 50 years, Chairman O'Malley Yeshitala has been going all over the United States and all over the world, everywhere from Ireland to Oxford to Spain and all over the United States, giving the same speech, right, about how what's being done to black people here is a genocide, and that reparations are owed for this. Same speech, 50 years, right? About 5 or 6 years ago, he went and gave that speech to a political organization in Russia, right? About conditions here in the United States for people of African descent, right? And then a few weeks after that, the head of that group from Russia appeared on one of their podcasts and described the truth about the war in Ukraine. How it's not a war between Ukraine and Russia, it's a war between NATO and Russia. Right? And for that, they labeled him a Russian agent. They said that calling for reparations is a Russian plot to sow discord in the United States. And for speeches and webcasts and articles, they tried to throw him in jail for 15 years. And what they expected him to do is cut some kind of a plea deal. The way, like when they charged Trump as being a Russian agent, like his people cut all kinds of deals, right? They ratted each other out, right? They caved, right? And they expected O'Malley Yeshitala to cave, and boy, were they way off on that. Mm-hmm. He staged a fight back, which the Center for Political Innovation was a part of. The courtroom was packed, with standing room only. They had, against their will, open up a second room, right, for all the people who came to observe what was going on, and he won. They made two different charges. They charged him with being a Russian agent, and then they charged with conspiracy to defraud the U.S. government. In other words, conspiracy to hide the fact that he was a Russian agent, not filing, right? So as a result of the instead of treating it like a legal case, He treated it like what it was, a political assault, right? So he took it to the streets, not just to the court. And the jury acquitted, right? They ruled not guilty for being a Russian agent. But out of fear of the U.S. government, right, to the lesser charge, they said guilty, right, of conspiring. So they weren't Russian agents, but they were conspiring to be Russian agents, which makes no sense at all. You can't be conspiring to do something that you didn't do. And they were sentenced to what do they call it, community service, right? Which is what they do for a living anyway, right? Right? They rebuild their community. They take vacant lots and abandoned buildings and turn it into clinics, housing for ex-offenders, farmers markets, restaurants and food deserts, right? So they basically sentenced the Uhuru 3 to do what they were already doing. But this conviction still must not stand, right? It should not be a conviction because that has a chilling effect. They filed an appeal. We're backing that appeal.
Polls show that Trump's attack on Iran is wildly unpopular. Now, protests have been taking place across the country. We decided to talk to some protesters here in New York City and get their perspective.
I've been an anarchist protester since I've been in my 20s. I'm 62 now.
The reason why the United States cannot stop wars in the Middle East is because white America is being powered by Zionists and fake Jews that occupy the land called Israel right now.
Why do you think the USA can't stop these wars in the Middle East?
I don't think they want to, because Thomas Massie, a Republican whom I admire, said that 98% of the Republicans get bribed in the way of donations, and they come over, they're called handlers, and they come over and convince congressmen and senators to be pro-Israel, and they do because they get their biggest share of money from the Zionist lobby, Israel lobby. Of course, it doesn't exist because they don't want it to get around. That's why they call anyone who mentions the people who wrote the Zionist book on the Zionist lobby. 2 professors from Chicago and Harvard got attacked repeatedly because they said the Zionist lobby existed and was buying up congressmen. That's the reason. Now, the American people want nothing to do with these Middle East wars.
Netanyahu gave a speech in Hebrew, and somebody translated it, quote, Trump is implementing what I had, or this is an almost quote, Trump is implementing what I have wanted to do for 40 years.
Wow. I think if Israel can have nuclear weapons, then Iran should also have nuclear weapons.
Well, $1 trillion for the Defense Department. It's disgusting, and even more. That's why we have so many beggars in the streets. No democracy should have beggars and billionaires. We have both.
It doesn't matter what politician, they're all the same. Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans. Just a bunch of lies like all the rest of them. That's why I don't vote for any of these people.
The white race. I think the white race has perpetuated its power, its unrighteous power on the earth for centuries, starting with the Romans and Greeks. And I think now it's starting to come to a decline, like it says in the Bible that it has to be.
No American has a problem with Iran. It's the Israelis who drag us into it. We have to pay for it, we have to arm it, and we have to use our veto in the UN when they have a resolution that calls for a ceasefire. Why were we the only one in one of those ceasefires who voted against it?
Like I was here and some black guy yelled at me and said some nasty stuff. I'm like, do you know what we're here for? That's the type of mentality of America.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's what you do, people? What do you think we're doing here?
Yeah, who do you blame for beginning this war?
America. And politicians and the voters in America.
Yeah.
Stop voting. At least you're going to vote. Vote for somebody who's not a moron. And that's hard for Americans.
School in Iran, 260 people killed, this all-girls school.
I've heard of reports like that. I don't know if this is the one specifically to what you're saying, but I did hear reports of a school in Iran being attacked or hit with a bomb, and children being unalived.
Now have you, what do you think of that, though?
I think any death, any unrighteous death is a big crime. And those responsible need to pay for unaliving innocent people.
Now, who's to blame for starting this war?
Israel. They have been for 75 years, and it will start again after we rebuild Gaza, and they won't spend a shekel on it. We'll have to, the Abu Dhabi and those countries, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, they'll have to pay for it because the Israelis never pay for the destruction they cause. We pay for it, and we lose money, and they say we've given them $18 billion in the last couple of years. And some people say even more, but it was hidden so the people wouldn't hear about it.
Now,
under the carpet, they pushed it into Israel.
They don't want to stop it because of the oil. Gaza is sitting on millions and millions of dollars worth of gas, and it has to do with money.
Yeah. Have you heard about the strike on the girls' school in Iran that killed 260 people, mostly children?
Yes, that was disgusting. That's civilian, little kids. Imagine if America that was done to America, they would go nuts.
Did you hear about the bombing of the school that killed 260?
Yes, it's horrible, but we've murdered people before. What about all the children, 30,000 plus children mass murdered in Gaza? What about the civilians all over? What about the farmers butchered in the West Bank? As bad as what apartheid people in the American South did in the old days, in the 1940s and 50s, when they murdered and set fire to black homes. That's exactly what the Jews do. They should be ashamed of themselves.
I don't even know if Trump really, he is pathologically ill, but he is surrounded with so many. I'm not so sure he's as responsible as we think anymore.
I think the protests that are taking place all across the American country, whether it's Venezuela, Iran, no ICE, I think it's all connected. There obviously is an organization or people behind the scenes that are funding and helping operate these protests. But I think these are all things that are just spreading more awareness to what white people have been doing on the earth.
My father and other Americans fought in World War II, and I agreed then they were the victims. I go by the underdogs. The Jews were the victims in the death camps, starved and in prison. Well, they're doing the same thing to the Gaza people, in prison, starving children. Same thing.
90% of what's happening in Iran is because of the United States. Now, people know in the 50s, Mossadegh, popularly, democratically elected, secular, overthrown by the CIA, put the Shah of Iran and killed thousands and thousands of Iranians.
It would be great to bring about the end of America by Trump attacking Cuba.
So basically, you think that would bring about the end of America?
Yes. According to the Bible, the great whore of Babylon is America, and it needs to come to an end.
What happened in 1948 with the Zionists, you cannot live happily ever after. There are consequences.
Now, the United States is the cause of their destruction.
Yeah. Trump said Cuba might be next. What do you think of that?
Well, of course it will, because Marco Rubio comes from a Cuban family, and those people were the upper middle class, and they're still angry that Fidel Castro, who was necessary at the time, I supported the revolution because he was a good sign, and actually he educated a lot of the people, healthcare. So Marco Rubio will drag us into a war with Cuba if he has any say to it.
Did you hear about the girls' school that was attacked?
Absolutely, and it reminded me of Gaza and all the other children that have been slaughtered. This could have all been resolved, but it has to do with power, greed, imperialism, militarism, racism, consumerism. This isn't out of the ordinary.
I love my country. I want things to get better here, and I don't want to impose the Chinese system here. I simply want international cooperation and friendship, not McCarthyism, not war hysteria, not polarization.
So I noticed that you completely ignored the is the Chinese Communist Party democratically controlled by the workers question. That's okay. We both know the answer. I love that your denial of the Uyghur Holocaust right now because
No,
it's
didn't deny anything.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There are flaws
Denial.
in the official narrative. You're trying to
Oh, I know
to
flaws
paint
in
me a
the
certain way.
narrative.
I know what you're doing. I
Flaws
didn't
in the
deny anything.
Oh, I've heard that before too. Hey, did you know that when the Soviet Union originally arrived at the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, the plaque that they
right. So you don't equate communists
slow
with
down
Nazis,
there,
now you
Maupin.
do. Okay, all
Did
right.
you wait?
Okay,
Hey,
continue, right?
Did you know that the plaque that they originally posted suggested that 6 million died there, when in reality the updated number later said 1.47 million? Did you know that there was an order for a metal door that went to a camp that didn't actually have any door frames that could fit it? Seems almost like it might have been bought by another group trying to incriminate that. Oh, wait. I'm not saying that the Nazis didn't do anything, mind you. I'm just saying that there is undeniably a lot of war propaganda following, the World War II that we should probably examine critically before we, fully address any of the accusations here. Dude, you literally are doing this just because there are a couple. Just because, you're questioning the official narrative.
I mean, and you started this by saying you don't equate people like me with Nazis.
Wait. No.
Like
I don't equate all.
Everyone sees how.
Wait. I don't equate all tankies to Nazis.
I mean, the Holocaust is one of the most well-documented
Can you let me finish?
History. And at the time that it happened, mainstream media in the United States
were the ones
downplaying it. It was mainstream media that was downplaying it, and it was leftists like myself that raised the alarm about fascism.
So
it was communists and socialists that raised the alarm and said Hitler is killing people. While people like you, people that hate communists, people that hate the Soviet Union, they were the ones downplaying the crimes.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about communism.
Completely being facetious.
Okay, but that's okay. We can back up a little bit here. Okay, so I know you're not denying the Uyghur Muslim genocide. Wow, he actually. Hey, can I appeal to the moderator here?
All right, let's give Vosh the floor. And it was about the fact that while leftists and socialists were raising the alarm about the crimes of fascism, mainstream media was ignoring it because they hated communists, because they preached hatred for the Soviet Union. And he wrote Horton Hears a Who to talk about Republican Spain and how the people, the Republic was being crushed, fascists were murdering people, and the world sat back and did nothing. It was leftists, it was tankies who raised the alarm about fascism's crimes. Yeah, you're just completely mischaracterizing it. Mainstream media was downplaying the crimes of Hitler.
Let's give Bosch the floor for a minute.
Yeah, okay. So, as I was saying, you're not denying the Uyghur genocide. You're just taking a couple of misplaced, like factoids that turned out to be incorrect.
Saying we don't have all the facts about what's going on in China,
my dude!
I'm suspicious of mainstream media. And the fact that you would equate me with people who deny well-documented events in world history is absolutely despicable, and I don't want to continue this line of discussion.
Wait. I can't just let you engage in genocide denialism and then walk away from it.
You've made false comparisons between me. Everyone's heard you. I'm done talking about this.
Yeah, let's just. Hey, it's okay. Hey, it's okay. Okay, my apologies.
Move on, please.
My apologies. I'll be nicer, but I do have to finish this one point. Okay, so often when defending an authoritarian regime against a genocide accusation, it's more optically and rhetorically efficacious not to outright deny its existence, but rather to draw up some questions like, hey, there is a lot of propaganda here. Maybe possibly there are some state actors who have, and then by doing that, you introduce the seeds of doubt that allow other people to then engage in outright denial. Now, I feel comfortable in making that comparison here because as Nazi Germany was a fascist society that engaged in a genocide, by every reasonable economic definition, China is also a fascist society currently engaging in a genocide. Though the societies are not exactly the same, there are many, many differences between the two. When we talk about a top-down authoritarian, xenophobic, ethno-state-like society that imposes state's will on the people, but then promises that the glory of the people will be brought about by the sovereignty and the power of the authoritarian unelected state, I think a little bit maybe, and that's kind of the argument that you've made as well, my dude. You haven't really made any arguments about the autonomy of the worker or the abolition of the commodity form. Every word out of your mouth to defend China has been defending authoritarianism, which makes me think you're not really a socialist. I read you this passage from Karl Marx on the third address in May 1871. But the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. The centralized state power, with its ubiquitous organs of standing army, police, bureaucracy, clergy, and judicator, organs wrought after the plan of a systemic and hierarchical division of labor, originates from the days of absolute monarchy, serving nascent middle-class society as a mighty weapon in its struggle against feudalism. Or in essence, the worker seizing the state is not nearly enough. It's not even close to being nearly enough. All you're doing is replicating the previous system of government, except with different people in charge. So we need a more substantive change, which China has not engaged in to any extent whatsoever.
All right. Well, when the Iraq War was getting going, as I mentioned before, CNN played this testimony from a member of the Kuwaiti royal family saying that Iraqi soldiers were taking babies from incubators. And thousands of people didn't buy it. And they marched and protested against the Gulf War that took place. According to you, they must be all Holocaust deniers because they didn't believe mainstream media saying something against a regime that you don't like. That's despicable. I don't want to engage about this any further. We clearly disagree. It turned out to be a lie. It turned out to be a lie. People didn't believe mainstream media. They had questions about it. Oh my God, when mainstream media, says that a country is evil, we just have to buy it, right?
Disbelieving a single,
right? Or else you're a Nazi, right?
Disbelieving a single data point is the same as being in favor with an authoritarian regime and then bringing up a number of
lie when it's time to build.
Wait! You actually can't wait. Hold on. So just in case there are any people of like your IQ or lower who are listening right now, I just need to clarify when we're talking about what you just gave as an example, as opposed to my example of the Uyghur genocide. The issue is the Uyghur genocide is happening. There's proof it's happening. It's not just one report of questionable authenticity. There is a plurality of evidence concretely indicating that it is something that's happening. Is all the data coming out from Western media about it accurate?
If it's happening the way you say it's happening, that's wrong, and I denounce it.
If it is, ooh, okay, all right.
But I'm saying that we don't have all the facts. There are a lot of fantastical claims made in mainstream media that people have questions about, and I am worried.
At the time the Vietnam War was happening, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., this is the holiday in his memory, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he came out against it in 1967. And he was condemned by the NAACP for coming out against it. They told him not to come out against it. It was hurting the civil rights movement. He should just focus on civil rights.
Estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home.
And he went to Riverside Church in Harlem in New York City, and he gave a very powerful speech condemning the Vietnam War. And in that speech, he said the following thing: these are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. People who sat in darkness have seen great light. And we in the West must support these revolutions. That was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a year before he was assassinated. And what he was really saying there was that the Vietnam War wasn't about capitalism versus communism. It was about Vietnam, which is a deeply impoverished country historically, fighting in order to industrialize, fighting to take control of its country and build itself up. That they were under the domination of the French, they were under the domination of American and British corporations, and they wanted economic independence so they could build themselves up. That was really what the issue was. And Noah and I, we got to attend the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. And we actually got to meet people from Vietnam, representatives of the mass youth organizations of Vietnam. And right now, Vietnam is experiencing what the World Business Forum has called an economic miracle. They have given their country a high-tech upgrade, internet access all across the country. They have provided education on a massive scale. Since the end of the Vietnam War, they've seen their life expectancy go up by 17 years, and it just continues rising. The Vietnamese government has proceeded to raise people up from poverty. And it's not just Vietnam. I mean, you go to another part of the world, part of the reason we're pushing this bridge is because there is an economic expansion happening very, very rapidly. The rise of the BRICS countries. There's whole sections of the globe that we were taught about in school that they just kind of glossed over. It was like they weren't even important. Big sections, big land masses in Russian Far East, Mongolia, Central Asia, all these places that
They just didn't used to matter. They're becoming electrified. And there's railway going through them. And there's people rising up from poverty and getting running water and electricity and modern technology. And what is happening in the Far East is very, very exciting. Meanwhile, here in the West, our economy is getting worse and worse and worse. I tell people that they're unpaving roads in the United States while they're paving roads in the most rural, isolated parts of China. They're literally unpaving the roads here in the United States. 27 different states have situations where local municipalities can't afford to maintain paved roads. They pull up the asphalt. We saw the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed. Remember that? That was in this part of the country. More recently, we saw the wildfires raging in Los Angeles. And then we found out part of the reason that the wildfires got so bad is because the local Democratic Party, Samantha Power and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent a bunch of the fire protection equipment to Ukraine. And that, I mean, and so rather than having it there to provide and protect people, the fires were raging because they didn't have the proper equipment. Absolutely outrageous. And it seems that our leaders in the United States are not loyal to the United States. They're loyal to an international financial system. They're loyal to defending this British Empire, globalist, imperialist way of doing things. They're loyal to Atlanticism and the international financial system that concentrates wealth in great cities like Wall Street, New York, like the London Stock Exchange. And not only does it suck the life out of the countries under its domination, but it's sucking the life out of the heartland of America.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
It's against communism because it sees communism as an expression of human beings coming together and organizing in a collective way and threatens individuality. And that's very much, and this kind of narrative that you're getting, that's a liberal trope, right? Because if you look throughout history, human beings are collective creatures. Everything we've accomplished has been collective. But the way the liberal order can maintain its power is making sure that mass movements where people come together and work together don't happen. I mean, even Julius Evola talks a lot about the organic state. If you read Man Among Ruins, where, you know, this is the natural form. People form mass movements that have leaders, right? Every classroom has a teacher, right? Every church has a priest or a minister leading it, right? You know, I mean, and this, every country in history has had a head of state, even if they have a parliament or what, they still had a head of state figure. This is something we do. But breaking that down and causing us to be endlessly suspicious of this is part of the liberal order's mindfuck.
Yeah. Last thing, because I do know we have to wrap up. One of the things Grover Furr mentioned when I talked to him, and one of the things he mentions in his books, is that if you actually have a look at the gulags, they weren't that much worse, or they were kind of on par with British prisons or American prisons at the time, right? What do you make of that argument? Do you think he's going a bit far there? Because one of the comments that I guarantee you, somebody will just write, read Solzhenitsyn, okay? And you know, one of the things that actually got me on this track was seeing that the source for many of the stats is Robert Conquest, okay? And the thing that got me onto Grover Fur was the fact that one of Robert Conquest's claims was that 5% of the entire Soviet population was sent to the Gulag.
That's
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
Well, how did he come up with? How did Robert Conquest come up with this figure? And literally, he'd just gone and interviewed someone, and then, oh, how many people do you think it was? That person said, oh, 5% maybe, and then he writes it down, and then the fact that Conquest writes it down is then reproduced everywhere else, and that becomes the stat. Which is like, well, this is not empirical in any single way. This is an anecdote. So anyway, yeah. What do you make of Fur's claim that the Gulag was not that much worse than prison conditions anywhere else at the time?
Well, I deeply respect Grover. He's a friend, and I appreciate a lot of his work. I just don't know enough, and I wouldn't be comfortable making that claim. My feeling when I think about like what I said before about how they were executing people at one point for drinking alcohol. And my understanding of Soviet society is that it was a very, very authoritarian place, and that, I'm just not comfortable going, where he's going there. I know a lot of people. Look, according to even Grover and even some of the most sympathetic to Stalin sources, a lot of innocent people went to gulags during the mass terror of 1937. A lot of people shouldn't have been there. A lot of people were executed who shouldn't have been executed, and everyone admits that. So I don't feel a need to argue about that. As far as the sloppy scholarship, I want to say this. There's a book that was widely circulated. It's still widely circulated, called Mao, the Unknown Story, a biography of Mao that was considered, oh, this is the big biography of Mao. And you read that book, it is ridiculous. And it's the same kind of thing. For example, one of the claims in the book is that like one of the most epic, important battles of Chinese history is, during the Civil War, there was a bridge that was like held over a river by chains, and the enemy like burned the bridge, so only the chains were there, and the Red Army soldiers like went over the bridge, like, with the chains, had to go through under fire, right? And that's like an epic moment in Chinese history. This book that is it's the Mao biography in America, says that battle never happened. And the source on it is, the author says she met a woman near the battle site who sold noodles, and she told her the battle never happened. And it's like, could you imagine someone writing a book and saying the Battle of the Alamo never happened? And their source is, well, I talked to somebody and he said his grandfather. No, that's ridiculous. Or saying that like the Battle of Gettysburg or the Battle of Waterloo just never happened. And then it being published and millions of Americans opening it and saying, wow, this epic battle in Chinese history never happened. Like, you can't make a claim like that and not back it up. I mean, yes, historical revisionism and people, these things do happen, but you have to prove it. But if it's Mao or it's Stalin, everyone knows they're bad. What, are you saying Mao was good? Are you saying Stalin was good? You can just say anything, right? And that's the way Western media is. It's like you create a dichotomy where, and it's like, and the other thing that's weird about this is Holocaust revisionism, right? I am increasingly suspicious of it because I've noticed they've made Holocaust revisionism the go-to. If you ever question anything that they say about a country, it's like, oh, I bet you're going to say the Holocaust didn't happen, And it's like, well, the Holocaust happened like in the 1940s, right? We're talking like hundreds of years ago. This is not like a current event in the news. Like, but that's like the go-to point. Oh, I bet you're going to, they go to that. They've made the Holocaust revisionism kind of the poster boy for questioning any allegation of atrocities, basically, in American minds. And it's like, I have to be careful the language I use when I'm talking about Stalin, right? I don't use certain phrases because if I use them, the audience will hear that and it'll ring a bell for Holocaust denial in their heads, and they immediately have a block and they don't listen. And that's very interesting to me. And there's that documentary Defamation. I don't know if you've seen it, that talks about how Israel amplifies Holocaust denial because it feeds their narrative. Right. And that they like are desperate to find Holocaust denial and Holocaust revisionism because it feeds the narrative of Israel. And I'm very suspicious. And, we've all the narrative around the Holocaust that we've gotten. So I guess the narrative that most people grew up with, right, in like the Cold War years was that like the Holocaust was an example of totalitarianism. Right. Communism is the extreme left, and fascism is the extreme right, and they're both kind of the same, and mass crimes happen when you're an extremist. That was kind of the Cold War narrative, right? The narrative that I got in the 90s was that the Holocaust happened because the USA doesn't invade countries, right? That's the narrative that we got, right? We read, Elie Wiesel and all this. And it's like, if only America had regime changed Hitler in 1933, the Holocaust would never have happened. And that is, first of all, that's so historically wrong. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, that's just not the relationship the USA had with Germany. And there's so many layers to that are just wrong. But like you're not allowed, in Holocaust, the Holocaust critics are the Holocaust denier, people that are critical of the Holocaust, like that guy in, I can't even remember the guy in Britain, right? They are like the bad example. And anyone who questions any claim about any leader anywhere in the world, well, you're just like those Holocaust deniers. It's very, very strange. It's very, very, very strange.
Well, it's not just on historical revisionism. It is the logic for basically all claims, right? I mean, it's basically structurally identical to, I mean, we saw this language during COVID, as an example. We saw this language, around climate change. We see this language around so many, where we even saw this language around people who thought that there was something up with the 2020 election. It's the word denier, right? That is so that is a structural logic. And you're right. It's the example, right? It's the example, but it means that automatically, if you question anything, you put in that box or something like this, right? So, yeah, very, very, very interesting. All right. Well, we went a bit longer than I planned on this one, but Stalin's a huge topic, obviously. Where can people find you, Caleb?
My organization is the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org. And my personal website is calebmaupinbooks.net.
And I'll just remind people, you can buy courses at the Academic Agency. Trivium, the bestseller there. I'll catch you all next time.
If you liked this video, be sure to like and subscribe. You can join the channel for thousands of hours of past shows in the archive and hundreds of videos. If you have any questions, you can leave a super chat or a super thanks, and I'll be sure to pick it up during my weekly office hours, which run every Tuesday afternoon. I also provide courses at the Academic Agency, which I encourage people to buy. Thousands of students now have taken the Trivium to improve their skills in writing, logic, and rhetoric. Just 3 of many courses available. Buy it now. But most importantly of all, friends, get out.
Unbelievable. I'm hearing this from like a leftist.
I'm seeing how consistently the U.S. media lies, how the New York Times mistranslated workers in their video about China's healthcare. I mean, there is consistent deception in U.S. media when it comes to all things regarding China. So I have questions about it. Have me arrested, have me shot.
Okay. I mean, I don't need to have you shot. This isn't China, so that's not how we respond to political dissidents. But yeah, that's insane. Like this is like genocide denial. When you call tankies fascists, everyone knows you're dog whistling to anarchists and Antifa to be violent. You are calling for violence. What? You would have had Nelson Mandela beaten up by Antifa. What?
You would have had Albert Einstein punched in the face. You equate people that defend socialist countries and question the lies about them in media with Nazis. That's what you're doing here. You're doing that to me.
This is like when I argue with fascists and they're like, you want to kill all white people.
That spit on civil rights marchers because they were part of the Communist Party.
Well,
that's what you're doing.
So my criticism at you?
A tanky organization, William L. Patterson, Henry Winston, great heroic organizers who fought for civil rights.
My criticism of you is that you've engaged in genocide denialism.
About Stalin. You equate them with Nazis. You want violence against
No.
That's
just you. No, my dude. They're not all as bad as you. Just you. You're the one doing the genocide denialism. Nelson Mandela didn't do that.
Great American poet. He signed an ad defending the Moscow trials and defending the Purges in 1938.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is that the right thing to do? Maybe not. That doesn't make him a Nazi.
I didn't say he's a Nazi. Did he engage in genocide denial? Why are you conflating all these different things?
I'm pointing out that you are painting people with a broad brush. You're painting all differentiation with the U.S. media on international foreign policy.
No, I'm saying
accusations
you
against China or Russia or
are
other
defending.
countries. You're equating all of that with the most despicable far-right human beings. And
Can
that's
you
not
stop
right.
defending fascist governments against claims of genocide then?
About this. I'm not going to change your mind.
Sure, okay. I just declare, and I'm not going to repeat my accusations so we can actually move on from this point.
Okay,
I'm just going.
I think we're hitting that hour mark. Do we want to do our closing statements?
All right. Yeah, you can give your closing statement first. How about
that? Actually, I think you went first in the opening. Do you want to go first?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, so I don't mean to make this like a criticism of people's personalities or anything like that. There is a persistent effort on your part to paint me as some kind of radical anti-communist. Funny, because you're the one who has failed to defend any aspect of actual worker ownership or commodity form abolition over the course of this discussion. You have painted me as somebody who is in favor of war between America and China, which is patently false. You have painted me as a McCarthyite for wanting China to be more socialist, and you have painted me as somebody who just blithely accuses everyone of being a Nazi, which isn't true. You are the one who got to the genocide denial all on your own. I did not lead you there. You walked there on your own. So I didn't even expect it. I didn't think like it was that bad, but I guess it is. I guess we are at that point. So my main issue is like, yeah, I think people like you are a literal fucking toxin, not only to socialism, but to the workers of this country. I don't think you give a fuck about them, their well-being, their autonomy, their freedom, their alienation from the means of production. I think you give a fuck about some little cult personality cult you're trying to build while working in tandem with other non-communist states that just happen to dislike America. And I would like to remind that you and everyone else who is listening right now that hating America, while based, is not an ideology. And that if you want to be a real socialist, you're going to have to substantiate yourself a little bit more than that. Funny that you're the person who assigns, I suppose, the tanky label to himself, yet I am the one who seems to have a greater understanding of the actual like definition of socialism and how it should be applied. Plus you're white. All right, go for it.
I don't know what you said about my relatives, but whatever. You know, I know you're probably going to give this video a name like I destroyed some tanky, but I just want to review for your audience what they've heard from you so far. They've heard from you that authoritarianism is the definition of fascism, that China is merely authoritarian when it controls the economy on behalf of the working class. I've ripped that to shreds. We've heard from you that tankies are transphobes and homophobes, and I've shown you that tankies are some of the biggest and defenders of LGBT rights in U.S. history and basically launched the movement to free LGBT people. We've heard you bait me over my job and call me anti-American over and over and over again, but then insist that that doesn't matter because you're anti-American also, appealing to basically McCarthyist and jingoist sentiments. And over again, we've seen you talk like a Fox News employee. You accuse me of denying a genocide. I asked questions about a current event that is going on at a time that U.S. media is actively mobilizing us to hate China and has said things inconsistently. I'm not denying things because I don't have enough knowledge to deny things. I have questions about what U.S. media is saying about China. You act like this is some atrocious crime, and that sets a very, very dangerous precedent. By doing that, the next time there's Remember the Maine and we're sent to, go to war with Spain or the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, you're not allowed to question it, because if you do, then you are just like a tanky. You've said that you don't equate tankies like Langston Hughes, like Nelson Mandela, like Helen Keller with Nazis, but yet you equate me with Nazis when I do the same thing that they did in their time, which is question the mainstream U.S. media's narrative and accusations against socialist countries. So people can look over the tape, they can look and see what they saw, but I really think what you're doing is quite dangerous, right? I'm not China's lawyer. I love my country, and when you equate China and you equate China with authoritarianism, I think you're doing yourself a little bit of a disservice, because right now many people across the United States are suffering. They are not having jobs. They are unemployed. There's opioid addiction. There's a prison industrial complex. And what they want, they don't want some hippy-dippy worker co-op in the woods. They want a government of action that will take power and fight for them, that will rebuild this country, that will stand hand in hand, arm in arm with countries around the world, not preach hate, not try to whip us up into a new war, but instead build international friendship and cooperation, which will rebuild the crumbling infrastructure, which will lift up communities that have been downtrodden. They want state power. They want authoritarianism on behalf of the people. Popular power, workers' power to stop the crisis that we're in. And saying that socialism is just, a employee stock ownership program or something like that is not going to appeal to them. The lie I've heard my whole life is that everywhere socialism has ever been tried, it's been nothing but a failure. It's done nothing. It's never achieved anything. That's a lie, Vosh. That is a lie. Socialism has had huge achievements and successes, and pointing them out does not make me the equivalent of the far right, and suggesting that is very, very dangerous to our movement. The worst thing about anti-tankyism, and this will be the last thing I say, is that it doesn't work. You know, when people say to you, hey, you're a socialist just like Stalin. Stalin and the Soviet Union did nothing but horror. If you go, oh, no, I'm a good socialist. I'm not like one of those. Oh, no, I'm a good socialist. I hate all the countries. You know, if you do that, you just look weak. You look pathetic, right? There will never be a socialism that the New York Times editorial page will approve of. I saw in Venezuela how the Venezuelan government bent over backwards to accommodate the opposition, to give them a voice, to let them participate, to let them have rallies, let them run in elections. U.S. media still says Venezuela is a brutal dictatorship with no dissent allowed. There will never be a socialism that U.S. media will not demonize and make extreme allegations against. That doesn't mean we should blindly believe everything these governments said. I believe in questioning. I believe in questioning and looking into facts, which you are trying to intimidate people out of doing when it comes to China and other countries.
I'm not intimidating anyone, my dude. I just have a YouTube channel. I know you probably like dream of being like the CCP chairman or whatever, but
bye-bye.
In Times Square screaming about a movie, and they're supporting the bad guys in the movie. Like, if we had done that rally in a tame, calm way, nobody would have noticed. But even though we did a tiny, tiny rally, we did it in a way that jerked people awake. Oh my God, there's people supporting North Korea, and they've got the North Korean flag. And later, we did another rally when the movie Olympus Has Fallen came out. We brought big pictures of Kim Il-sung's face. And again, we got widely condemned. All the communists couldn't stand. How dare they do this? Well, we did it because it got people's attention. It's theatrical. It's performative, right? And it awakened people from their slumber, right? And it was a way to get the message across. When I met with the North Koreans in Quito, Ecuador, the following year, I went to Quito, Ecuador for the World Youth Festival. I think I have an image of that. We met with the North Koreans, right? Let me see if I got the picture of me meeting with the North Koreans, right? Yeah, we met with the North Koreans. They had heard about the rally, and they immediately knew us as the people who had organized this rally. This rally was heard all around the world, right? All around the world. And if we had just followed the rules, if we had made it a boring rally for peace on the Korean Peninsula, if we'd made it no one would have noticed. But because we did it theatrically with Korean flags and big pictures of Kim Il-sung, it got people's attention, right? We intervened, right? And that was a brilliant thing that we did. And I look at that and I think about what we've done since then, you know, with the Kamala Harris book and the Peace MAGA campaign and with Scott Ritter. And it's a matter of like, what can you do? How can you change the conversation? How can you awaken people with what you've got? And you can't do it by following the rules, and you can't do it by being part of the window dressing. And, you know, why did we make such a splash? People have joined CPI because of this book, right? I had somebody call me on the phone about a month ago, an older man who had been handed this book at a protest in Chicago. He had taken it home and he put it on his shelf. And he had just been at home in the wintertime and he read it. And he was so blown away by this book, he joined our organization, right? We distributed this book in bulk all across the country. Why did this make a difference? Because we're not doing it the old way. We're challenging people that PSL and the groups that are running the Palestine protests, they are the bourgeois labor parties. They're what Lenin was talking about. They are bowing to spontaneity. Whenever there's some kind of liberal cause, they go chasing after it. They go chasing after the liberal cause wherever it exists. And they're not independent actors, right? They are living biologically. They're just like a mouse in a cage. And, you know, they seek pain. They seek pleasure. They avoid pain. Right, the ruling class attacks Palestine. Right, Israel attacks Palestine, and they, like clockwork, without even thinking about it, on autopilot, they protest against it. And whoop-de-doo, right? And they're living biologically, right? They're part of the functions of this system. Just like this system needs to bomb and destroy Gaza, this system also needs to show that there's room for dissent And so the protest cage, the People's Forum, and all of that are set up to facilitate, to be part of imperialism, to say, look, you can be a Muslim and be an American. Sure, we are supporting Israel and America, but look, we got Brian Becker. There's PSL. You can be part of PSL and be a good American while you go to grad school. You know, it's part of the system. Whereas we are exercising agency. We're saying, no, we are going to intervene in history, right? We are exercising agency, right? And we are exercising our willpower, and we are intervening. We have a method of how we work, right? And that method involves, upsurges and secondary contradictions. It involves maneuvering around gatekeepers. It involves offering something unique, but it really just gets down to our willpower, right? It is that genius is the union of man and God in the acts of the Spirit. We're being human and mastering our environment, looking at the world around us and saying, how can we intervene and make it better? We are saying, God, grant me the serenity to accept that things that I cannot change, but the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference, right? We are exercising our human existence, right? We are engaging in ego development, right? And learning our own strength and learning our own abilities. And as we do that, we are achieving more victories, right? And we are exercising, we are connecting to higher forces and doing what needs to be done. There's a method to what we're doing. And that just gets me back to the reason that I wear this ring, right? This is an Islamic Akek ring. And the reason that I wear this ring, as I've said before, is I learned that, when I was in Iran, all the adult men were wearing this ring. And I learned that the reason they wear it is because the temple at Mecca was originally a pagan temple full of idols. And the Prophet Muhammad, his followers, his movement, they took the temple at Mecca and they smashed all the idols. They destroyed all the idols. And so they carried, the Prophet Muhammad wore on his finger a piece of one of the idols to celebrate the victory of the one true God and truth over idolatry, right? And that was, but I learned that story, but the story hit home with me. It really spoke to me because I had read a book called Heroes, Hero Worship, and the Heroic in History by Thomas Carlyle. And in that book, Thomas Carlyle asked the question, why is it that so many of the great prophets of history, Muhammad, Jeremiah, Jesus, Abraham, why is it that prophets are always going around smashing idols? Why? What's going on there? And he says, do we really think that ancient human beings were stupid? That they really believed that, they could carve a piece of wood in their backyard and that would be God? They could carve a piece of stone and put some eyes on it or put a face on it and that would be God? No. When idols were erected, they were not the deities themselves. They were symbols. They were representations of higher truth. But over time, the higher truth that the idols stood for became forgotten. And the people got into a dull routine of bowing before the idols, sacrificing to the idols, reciting incantations and mantras that they didn't understand. And the higher principle and truth that the idols stood for was lost. So the prophet, Jeremiah, Abraham, Jesus, Muhammad, the prophet is sent to the earth to smash the idol. Not simply as an act of destruction, but because the idol has become an impediment to the truth that the idol once stood for. The prophet is reconnecting mankind with the truth that the idol once stood for, with the higher truth and with the higher principle upon which the idol was founded. It is necessary to smash and destroy the idol so that the truth that the idol once stood for can be reasserted. That is brilliant. And when I read that in Thomas Carlyle's very, very important book, it really spoke to me because that is the problem, right? That all of these movements, Christianity, communism, fascism, any movement, any religion, all of that, they all stood for something. But after a time, they become absorbed. They become lukewarm. They become devoid of the principle and the meaning from which they once stood. They become routine. They become part of the window dressing. They become idols. They become something that people are just going through the motions and living biologically, just like that rat in the maze, just like the weed in your garden. They stood for man and God connecting and asserting their will to change the world. But they gradually faded into being part of this world. And that is why the idol must be destroyed. And that is why we must connect to higher truth wherever we can find it. And that's what we're doing with the Center for Political Innovation. And that's why we are innovationists. And this presentation tonight, it was called Think Like a Revolutionary and Change the World. And that is what we are doing, right? And I began by saying genius is the union of man and God in the acts of the Spirit. And this is the method that we have applied, and it is a genius method. And if you look, again, I urged you at the beginning of the slideshow, go to our website, go to cpiusa.org, go to the About page, and look at all that we have done, all the elections that we have observed, all the demonstrations we've organized, all the presidents that we've interacted with, you look at our success is based on the fact that we have a brilliant method. The innovationist method is a method that no one else understands, right? No one else is going to get on here and talk about both Vladimir Lenin and Jesus. No one else is going to get on here and talk about ego development and primitive infantile omnipotence. We have an understanding that no one else has, right? Innovationism is a breakthrough, a method of understanding the world, learning while leading and leading while learning. We have something very, very special. Innovationism is a new stage. And if you think you're going to find the answer in plain old-fashioned communism, you won't. And if you think you're going to find the answer by, following the Republicans or following the Democrats or following conservative podcasts or following woke podcasts, you won't. If you want to change the world, you need to learn and get involved in the struggle. You can only learn by engaging in change, and you can only change the world by learning about it. And we have a unique method and understanding called innovationism. And I would encourage you to join the Center for Political Innovation. You're going to see our method in the streets tomorrow. We're going to be in the streets in New York City. We're going to be in the streets in Chicago. We're going to be in the streets in Minneapolis. We're going to be saying no war against Iran. And we're going to intervene with our limited resources, our small membership, our small budget. We are going to intervene and try to raise the message of opposing war with Iran. And I'm really excited. I am so excited. I'm going to be seeing members every time I'm around CPI people. It just gives me a glowing, happy feeling. And I am looking forward to seeing my buddy Noah, and I'm looking forward to seeing, our members, new members from New Jersey, and I'm looking forward to seeing Briggy, and I'm just really excited. And I can't wait to see what Dan does out in LA, and I can't wait to see what the Chicago members, Gabby and others, are able to do, and I can't wait to see what Penny does in Minneapolis. And I know people are doing stuff in Colorado and South Carolina, and people are doing stuff in Portland, Oregon. I mean, I am just excited to see how we will take this awful situation of Trump threatening war with Iran, and we will intervene to the best of our ability to get an anti-war message out there. And I'm really excited. I'm really excited, and I'm really proud that we have an organization that is capable of engaging in this kind of intervention. And that's what is special about CPI. And again, no other organization is offering you this. There's a lot of window dressing. There's a lot of people going through the motions. We are innovationists.
Going to win, but by not taking that deal and like they wanted, right? And by fighting back and by organizing the people of the community and people all over the country, all over the world, really, Chairman Omali Yeshitela has defended all of our rights. That's right. We now have a right to use our free speech, and not just any kind of free speech, speech about how we should be working together with countries around the world instead of going to war with them. So he saved your right for free speech, and he probably saved the lives of your children and grandchildren. We now have a chance to use our speech to defend their right to live. And for that, we are grateful to the party, and we vow to use that gift that he has won for us to stop these wars and build a world of prosperity instead of a world of death.
So, if the Bolo representing the People's Democratic Uhuru would come up, please. These are heroes. They fought for our freedom. The only reason we're here today is because they fought for us in federal court. It's an honor to have you here. You are heroes. Thank you. Hands off Uhuru. Hands off Uhuru. Hands off Uhuru. Hands off Uhuru. Hands off Uhuru.
Uhuru, it's a great honor to accept this award on behalf of Chairman O'Malley. Chairman O'Malley Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party, and the Uhuru Movement. And I want to thank Caleb and John. That was an amazing overview of the case and what's going on. Just thank you so much. And it's all of our victories. CPI, right out of the gate, gave tremendous support and publicity to the case. They were right on it. John, right on the ground in Chicago, giving out thousands of flyers, throughout. And all of you who stepped up and fought back. This was an amazing fight back, and it continues. I just want to say, go to handsoffuhuru.org and also to blackpowerblueprint.org, which is leading a tornado response, trying to put City Hall to pay reparations to the African community and clean up after this tornado. The African community in St. Louis will not be displaced. We're going to fight back and win this victory too.
Kabula from the Uhuru movement, he accepted the award earlier on behalf of his organization, and we've asked him if he could make some additional remarks about the organization and its role, the persecution they faced, etc. So, Kabula, please come up and tell us more about the case. Uhuru.
Uhuru. 3 years ago this month, at 5:47 a.m., FBI SWAT teams and armored vehicles kicked down our doors, not to arrest criminals, but to criminalize black liberation. They came with rifles, pointed at children, seized our laptops, tore apart our archives. Why? Because we said the U.S. is an imperialist power, that Africa deserves reparations, that African people charge the U.S. with genocide, and that the Uhuru movement is winning. That's intolerable to them. But 3 years later, we're still here. 3 years later, they lost in court. 3 years later, we're taking the fight to the appeals court. Amen. And 3 years ago, CPI again was right out of the gate supporting the Uhuru movement and the Uhuru 3. And right here in Chicago too. Also, John of CPI, Ely, and other activists and organizers all came out on the streets, at the L stations, on busy street corners from the south side to the north side, literally getting the word out and organizing. So let's dissect their conspiracy theory. They claim we were Russian agents. But here's what the jury heard. There's zero evidence. They admitted that there's zero evidence that we took orders from Russia. Their own FBI agent admitted this. In over 7 years, a total of $8,500, and this is for African self-determination, nothing for Russia. The real crime, the United States under the Biden Department of Justice spent millions to prosecute a 2015 petition to the UN charging the U.S. with the crime of genocide. Articles about NATO expansion and speeches against police terror. The movement that fought back, they didn't expect Caleb to be out here organizing, getting people together to fight back. They didn't expect us going door to door, getting flyers on people's police car with flyers about, anti-imperialism and fighting back against the FBI. Calling on regular, everyday people to take that bold of a stance and to expose what they're doing. So, over the course, there were 1,600 letters written in to the court in support of the Uhuru 3. There were overflow crowds at every hearing, on every date. And the jury said not guilty on their main charge. So this fight back is important for, not just for the Uhuru 3, but for the whole world. It's the same FBI targeting us raised Palestinian organizers. The same State Department funding exploitation of Congo, Iran, Venezuela, and the rest of the colonized peoples of the world. The same system that jailed Julian Assange tries to silence us all. But when we fight, we win. When we fight, Haiti rises. When we organize, Congo resists. When we win, the empire trembles. So I'm going to call out, pull out your phones, go to Hands Off Uhuru. Sign up for the July 26th webinar, which is appropriately titled, When We Fight, We Win. And Chairman O'Malley has taught us that they fear the organized people, and they fear us more than we fear them. Uhuru. Thank you.
All of our comrades, let's give a round of applause for all the great voices. So I'm just going to be presenting an award, and I'm really, really honored and excited to do that. And this award is called the Voice of Resistance Award. Wow. And this goes to a comrade that we met very shortly after the FBI raids in July 29th of 2022. There was a conference held by the Center for Political Innovation in Chicago. Yeah. Len and several other comrades went out to that conference where we met this person that I'm about to present this award to. The mystery is growing. And from that day forward, this comrade was, he was, as like Penny's poem, two-fisted in the fight for anti-colonial free speech. Every opportunity there was,
to say the Uhuru 3, drop the charges on the Uhuru 3. You need to be talking about this case. Right. He was there. Right. Julian Assange's brother and father came to Chicago. He was there. Right. Any politician that was holding forums or anything online that was going on in the chat, it was flooded with comments from this comrade talking about the Uhuru 3. He's been to St. Louis many times, marched for reparations with us, been to our convention now year after year since then. We love this comrade. Yes, he is incredibly witty, incredibly bold, and incredibly principled. And we present the Voice of Resistance Award to John McCarthy.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to say something tomorrow, so maybe I should save. But thank you for this, and thank you for giving me something to fight for. Yeah, it's been an honor to fight for you, because you're fighting for everybody.
Moving right along.
Of the slave owners, and so you cannot look for justice there. What you have to fight is the political thing that it revolves around. This is what we took to help the lawyers to understand. The lawyers kept saying, I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen them do this kind of thing. I don't know why they take so long to make this ruling. I don't know, except because it's a political struggle. And they're dealing with the political situation in the world. Even that's why they're talking about Ukraine. Why in the hell are they putting me in jail because of Ukraine? Because we went against their objectives to dominate the world. They talking about, and I appreciate what John was able to talk about. Because you're on the precipice of a third world war that can destroy the whole damn planet, and they want to put me in jail for being opposed to the fact that they are using Ukraine as a war to make against Russia.
On behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to just give and express our deep admiration for the three defendants and what they put up with, what they struggled, how they endured. I also want to say that the Foreign Agents Registration Act, an absurd piece of legislation, was the basis of this prosecution. And that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. The Foreign Agents Registration Act is a threat to all Americans who advocate peace. It essentially criminalizes being friendly to other countries, and that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. That law is a threat on all Americans who advocate peace. We were honored as the Center for Political Innovation to raise this case at the United Nations, to raise this case at the World Youth Festival in Russia, and we will continue to raise this case. A full pardon needs to be granted to the Uhuru 3, because Donald Trump saw how that legislation could be weaponized against his own supporters as well. So Donald Trump needs to give a full pardon to the Uhuru 3 when he takes office. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Also, did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody. But I just wanted to say that the CPI, John, and then Caleb and John, Center for Political Innovation. Yeah, I saw Caleb in this video, Comrade Caleb, and he was on the platform. Vladimir Putin, President Putin, was on the stage. And Caleb was in the audience, and he raised his hand and was recognized. And, he said that what was happening with the Uhuru 3 and that they were using the Russia kind of thing as the basis for that. And he put it, before them. And I thought that was really powerful and really great.
I just wanted to speak about
the appeal of CPI to the average American. I think that we are a coalition that can have great appeal to all walks of life in this country, because I think there's an Americanness to our movement. You know, from the Don't Tread on Me back in our revolutionary days to now, we've always been critical of war. No unjust wars has been in our culture for centuries now. I think we have an anti-imperialist spirit to us. We believe in peace, nonviolence, self-defense only when necessary. I think that is a deep strain within us. We are very respectful of diversity in cultures. You know, we are a nation of immigrants, as many people say. We have an attitude of do what you will, you know, as long as you're not hurting anybody else. We are very tolerant to that, and these are all values that CPI also holds and also wants to see increase in our society. And our fight for freedom for people around the world is our expression of that as Americans, to help lift up the entire world. So that's one of the main reasons why I was attracted to CPI among all the possible options there are nowadays. This one really has a spirit to it. This one really has the chance that so many leftist groups, I think, are lacking and will never be able to achieve to those heights.
You know, there was a time when we were using shortcuts in CPI. We were calling ourselves a communist organization. If you call yourself a communist organization, there's a bunch of people who will just show up because their identity is, oh, I'm a communist. And sometimes they might be in a Trotskyite group, and sometimes they might be in a Maoist group, but they love the self-identity of being a communist. But being a communist makes you an outlier in American society. It means you're somebody who's, you know, marginal, basically, and a lot of times they're attracted to that identity on the basis of being in opposition. And on top of that, there's something new happening in the world. I talked about yesterday in some of the speeches that were given. The Soviet Union and its model and way of doing things is not coming back. Imperialism is very much alive, and there's a heroic anti-imperialist movement around the world, but it's not the same. And that if we're serious and we want to build a mass movement that can actually defeat imperialism, one, we need to be in line with what's happening around the world, and what's happening around the world is not old-style Marxism-Leninism. And two, we need to be in touch with the American people, and the American people are not going to join the hammer, sickle, and the red flag. And, you know, you might get a little bit more in the short term if you do shortcuts. If you announce that you're forming a new communist party and you have hammers and sickles and red flags, you might get a little bit of a boost in the short term, but you're not going to have the movement you need in the long term. We have picked a task for ourselves, which is to build a movement that could actually win in this country. And, you know, John F. Kennedy, he said we do these things not because they're easy, but because they're hard, right? If you have the training wheels on your bike, you can go far, but you're never going to learn to keep your bike balanced and actually ride a bike. And, you know, we've taken the training wheels off. We've picked a hard task for ourselves because we need to learn to do it. And I want to just say that this conference, the 7-day program, the way we have worked together is phenomenal. I have never seen a group of people that are more patient with each other, that are more kind to each other. And yeah, there might be a disagreement here, there's a snafu, we started pretty late today, but that's okay. You know what I mean? We're learning to work with each other. And there's a real love that flows from this community. I see love. I mean, we're here for each other, and all of us are here because we want to be here. That's the important thing. No one's here because they want to get internet famous. No one's here because they have a power dictator fantasy or whatever. We're all here because we want to be here. And that's what makes this work, is this is a voluntary thing. We're all here because we love this project, we need this project, we need the connection and the love that it gives, and we know that it stands for the truth, and we know we have to get serious. The other thing you mentioned about Americans and self-defense. Why do we have a Second Amendment in America? That's because this country was started by religious dissenters. And in England, the Church of England was aligned with the king and the old feudal system, and the Parliament and the emerging capitalist class fought against the king. And when they did that, they aligned themselves with a lot of radical street preachers, the Muggletonians and the ranters and the Quakers and other religious dissent groups that existed that rejected the Church of England, that were aligned with the emerging capitalist class. And the regular Royal Army of Britain, they were aligned with the Church of England and the King. And so it was the Parliament and Oliver Cromwell, they built the new model army that was formed of religious dissenters. And they eventually won the war, and they cut the head of the King of England off. And they even created temporarily a socialist commune on St. George's Hill, a socialist commune called the Diggers. They created during that mass democratic uprising against the king. That was what kind of established modern England as it came to exist. You know, the ruling class, they were kind of comfortable, and so they decided in order to bring peace back after Oliver Cromwell died, they brought King Charles I, who'd been beheaded, they brought his son back and put him on the throne. And one of the first laws that King Charles II passed is that no religious dissenter may own a gun, because he didn't want a new uprising to be formed, and he saw those religious dissenters as radicals. And those religious dissenters saw that their right to defend themselves had been taken away, and so they started getting on boats and coming over to the New World, because they thought if they're taking away our right to bear arms, we won't be able to defend ourselves if they want to do something else. And that's why when we passed our Constitution, it was rejected by the 13 colonies the first time it was proposed, and the only way it was accepted was with 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights. And the first amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, meaning that there will not be a Church of England or a state church imposed on us. And it goes on to say, or restricting free exercise thereof, meaning that no one will ever tell you that you can't worship God in your own way and that you will have your religious freedom. It also protected freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. And then the Second Amendment was, you will never take away the right to bear arms. We will always be able to defend ourselves. So if we look at the history of why our country was formed, the history of English dissenters, the history of the right to defend yourself, the history of religious freedom, that's our heritage as Americans.
Years of bad behavior and bend the knee to us. So either that happens or it doesn't, is basically what I'm saying.
Well, I will say, I mean, this will obviously be clear in the coming months, but I have full confidence in Delcy Rodriguez. Her father was martyred fighting for socialism, right? He was disappeared and killed. And she is somebody who has spent her entire life in anti-imperialist movements. She comes out of the movement. She's not an actress, right? She's not just some politician. She is somebody who has spent her life as an organizer and an activist. Maduro also. Maduro was a leader of the bus drivers union. And that's where he comes from. And that Delcy Rodriguez, she's not somebody who's just going to sell out because she was given an opportunity. That doesn't mean that compromises and negotiations can't be made. That's different. But I don't think Delcy Rodriguez is going to throw Venezuela under the bus. I don't think that's going to happen based on her background. You just look at her history, who she is, who her father was, what her family has been doing for the past, several decades. I have full confidence in her.
Okay. All right. Well, Caleb, we got one more segment we'll do with you if you got time. We got time for one more song. All right. All right. So we're going to switch gears ever so slightly, to Iran for our final segment of the night with our guest, Caleb Maupin. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Keaton Weiss here with special guest Caleb Maupin. Trump is threatening Iran. Trump is very concerned with the rights of Iranian protesters. Man, talk about, I would like some more America First energy here, because I feel like he respects Iranian protesters more than American protesters, just like he respects Argentinian cattle ranchers more than American cattle ranchers, right? It seems like America, what is it? So you got Iran, what do you got? Israel, Ukraine, Argentina, Iran. So it's America First. It feels more like America Fifth. That's what it feels like. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe he meant America Fifth, not America First. But anyway, here he is essentially threatening Iran with harsh consequences if they abuse the rights of their protesters.
Probably better than anybody. They're doing very poorly. And as you know, probably better than anybody. They're doing very poorly. And I have let them know that if they start killing people, which they tend to do during their riots, they have lots of riots. If they do it, we're going to hit them very hard.
Now, dozens have been killed. I know you don't do red lines, but have you communicated to them what that limit of your patience is?
Well, some have been killed by, problems of crowd control and other things. We're watching it very closely. The crowds are so large, there's been a stampede. There's been 3 stampedes, and people have been killed. and that, and I'm not sure I can necessarily hold somebody responsible for that. But they know, and they've been told very strongly, even more strongly than I'm speaking to you right now, that if they do that, they're going to have to pay hell.
Do you have
That's Hugh Hewitt getting old. That guy hasn't had an erection since the first Gulf War, so
Oh,
I understand why he's hungry for an Iran war, right? Something's got to get you going in your old age. Maybe that'll do the trick. Here's President Trump's senior advisor for Arab and African affairs, Massad Boulos, saying the fate of Iran is up to its people, but killing protesters is a red line.
Venezuela today, obviously, with taking out Maduro and bringing him to the United States to answer tough questions. The president is clearly not opposed to regime change. Do you see that happening in Iran?
The president has talked about that, and we are not involved in that kind of business, really. This is up to the Iranian people.
But we are in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, but he gave a clear warning regarding the demonstrations that have been happening and killing of civilians.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens.
If I were the Ayatollah, should I be worried that somebody's going to get me out of my house?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but the president gave a clear warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a red line, killing of civilians that are exercising their right of free speech and demonstrating in the streets.
Yeah.
Is a red line to President Trump, and he gave a clear warning to that effect.
Yeah, I wish you would give ICE that same warning, but I guess we'll wait and see about that. Will hit them very hard. Trump threatens Iran again as protest death toll rises. President Donald Trump doubled down on his threats to attack Iran on Thursday in response to its government's increasingly violent crackdown on ongoing protests. They start killing people, which they tend to do during their riots. They have lots of riots. If they do it, we're going to hit them very hard, he said. Addressing the Iranian people, he added, "You must stand up for your right to freedom. There is nothing like freedom. You are a brave people. It's a shame what's happening to your country." I feel like he's talking to us, but no such luck. The Norway-based Iran Human Rights reported on Thursday that Iranian security forces have killed at least 45 protesters since demonstrations against the regime began in late December. Wednesday was the bloodiest day yet, with 13 people reportedly killed. On Thursday, Iranian authorities shut down internet access for the population, which has limited the flow of information in and out of the country. The protests kicked off in response to the sudden collapse in the value of Iran's currency, the rial, which exacerbated the country's already spiraling cost of living crisis, heightening inflation, and putting many basic goods out of reach for many Iranians. This economic crisis has been shifted into hyperdrive since Trump returned to office last year and re-implemented his maximum pressure strategy against Iran, including more severe economic sanctions and a 12-day war in June, during which U.S. struck several Iranian nuclear sites. Over the past year, the average cost of food has increased by 70%, while the cost of medicine has increased by 50%. On Tuesday, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, a leading proponent of regime change, warned Iran's leaders that if you keep killing your people who are demanding a better life, Donald J. Trump is going to kill you. Let's take a look at that video.
Trump is not Barack Obama. He has your back. And to the Ayatollahs, you need to understand, if you keep killing your people who are demanding a better life, Donald J. Trump is going to kill you. Change is coming to Iran. It'll be the biggest change in the history of the Mideast to get rid of this Nazi regime. To the people of Iran, help is on the way.
Yeah, help is on the way. Help is on the way. I'm sure they appreciate those words. So, yeah, I mean, the winds of war seem to be a-blowing. And it seems to me, one of the theories that I've heard that I think there's a lot to is that, part of why we're so adamant about controlling Venezuela's oil is so that oil prices will be stabilized in the event of a war with Iran, which, of course, we know Israel wants very much. So looking at all of this, to the extent that these issues connect or diverge, I mean, whatever context you view it through, do you think we're getting a war with Iran this year?
I don't. It would be a very stupid thing to do. Iran is poised to defend itself, but more pressure on Iran, more hostility toward Iran is definitely what the Netanyahu government wants. It's definitely what, Wall Street and the oil companies want. I've spent a lot of time in Iran. I've actually made a film about being in Iran. You can watch on the CPI website, Iranian Dream. And I've been to Iran a number of times. And there are two factors that we have to keep in mind here. On the one hand, there are some internal contradictions in Iran, right? When Iran had its revolution in 1979, it was not just an anti-imperialist and anti-Israeli revolution. It was also an anti-capitalist revolution. They said not capitalism, but Islam, neither East nor West, war of poverty against wealth. And they were not Marxists. They rejected Marxism as a secular, godless ideology, but they were against capitalism as not being consistent with Islam. In the 90s, Iran very much pivoted into a pro-Western kind of position because of the fact that Saddam Hussein was America's main enemy. And for a number of reasons, the Soviet Union had fallen, and there were a number of reasons. But then with the rise of Ahmadinejad, Iran, looked like it was getting friendlier to the Bolivarian countries. And, Ahmadinejad had been a leftist, and, he implemented a lot of social programs and really kind of emphasized the anti-capitalist teachings of the Islamic Republic. And now there's a lot of confusion in Iran about where to go economically speaking, right? And that there are a lot of people in the country that love the revolution, that love the Islamic Republic, but feel like they have let the rich people get away with too much. They've deregulated banking. They're not providing for the people in the way that the Islamic Revolution's founders wanted, right? And that's the hardliner movement. I actually have interviewed Ibrahim Rayazi.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.